Great, welcome. Today is Wednesday, December the 7th, 2022. This is a regular meeting of the Pickens County Board of County Commissioners. And first on our agenda is, John, are there any additions or deletions?
There are no additions or deletions to the agenda.
I caught him with his mouthful. Just realized I look like I'm in my kitchen in the back of this video. Okay, the next item on our agenda is public comments. Are there any members of the public who are here in the room today wishing to speak on items? If you'd like to come forward, we have 3 minutes for public comment. You can come on up to one of these mics. Yeah, and just make sure is the red light on so we're ready to go. And just give your name for the public record, please.
Okay, my name is Volha Karkal. So I live here for 13 years. I'm American citizen since 2014 years. I'm originally from Belarus. And this is the days when I started to feel really harassed and discriminated by my country of born, by my accent, and that's going beyond the point. So Wells Fargo Bank refusing to do the service just because of that reasons. It will be totally different experience. Police lady Amanda Severin talking to me like I'm a white trash just because I speak with accent and just because I'm woman, and that's not appropriate. I'm not a crime. I'm working 3 jobs. People knows me in town. I'm broker in town, and this is what's going on. I think, guys, it's not appropriate.
So you're having issues with the Aspen Police Department?
I have issues with a particular officer who was extremely rude to me and who was almost pushing me when I was like a client of a bank just because she has this power, and I think it's a shame that she's wearing uniform of the police.
Okay, well, I'm sorry for what you've been through. My suggestion would be to maybe meet over with City Hall. John, you have any suggestions where she should start over there, or with the police chief?
Probably
I already talked to police chief. They know already an issue. I reported.
So the county has no control over the city police department? Or
Wonderful.
really with matters that happen within the city? I'm sorry to say that, but do you have another next steps?
The police chief reports to the city manager.
Yeah, so City Hall is just around the corner. City manager's office is, when you come in at this level, the park level, it's one level down on the right-hand side. You can go there, maybe set up an appointment to talk with Sarah Ott. She is the city manager.
I will figure out with her. But also, guys, it's beyond the point, like, refusing service just because you're Russian or just because you're transferring money with Russia. It's kind of, is it a new level of customer service? Is it
Yeah.
how we welcome people? It's international town. Everybody's coming here to ski. Everybody's enjoying it.
Right, yeah, and we understand that, and we have no control over the banking industry either, but,
It happened inside the bank?
Inside the bank. Inside the bank. It's
yeah.
like-
But as far as the police officer's behavior, yeah, if you talk with the police chief and you
I
feel
will
you need.
definitely do.
Yeah, then I would try and set up an appointment to speak with the city manager.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you for coming forward. I'm really sorry that you're
Well,
going
and
through this.
thank you for raising your experience of discrimination. You know,
I mean,
our
it's
town
supposed
has
not.
supported Ukraine,
supposed
but
not
that
to
does
be like
not
that.
in effect of Russians who live here, U.S. citizens of Russian descent who live here. You know, I personally denounce any kind of that.
The problem is a lot of people,
discrimination
they
for
don't
people.
know difference between Belarus, Russia, Ukraine,
Right, of
whatever.
course.
It's all Russians. If
Sure.
you are not like, you're Russian.
Yeah, I'm sorry for your experience.
Thank
I
you.
don't support
Same
that.
here. I want to
Thank you,
express
guys.
that too. I'm very sorry. I hope you speak to,
I will.
have some success at City Hall, and it's just the sort of thing I'm sure you could talk to the media about as well.
I will definitely
And the
do
bank.
that.
And the
Yeah.
bank.
In the bank. I would talk to the
Bank manager.
officers and talk to the bank about it.
Yeah, last name is Campbell. The bank manager,
Oh, I have problem exactly with him.
oh, okay. Okay, sorry.
Okay,
right,
guys,
thank you.
Thank you.
Take care.
It's really disturbing.
Any other members of the public here in the room wishing to speak? Would you please come forward, sir?
Can you let me in? I think I'm in the gallery.
And please give your name for the record. It's nice to
this
see
guy.
you, Hawk.
Good morning. It's Hawk Greenway. I'm a resident in the rural and remote on Little Annie, and I'm here to comment on the rural and remote issues that you have in front of you today. I guess.
That has to be taken, the comment has to be taken at the time of the issues come before the board.
Okay. Well, you had called for public comment.
For
So,
items not on our agenda.
okay.
Are you coming
I
back?
missed that.
You're-
I'll stay.
It's a
Okay,
long,
I'll try and get there quickly.
Thank you.
How you doing, Hawk?
it's a long
Well,
wait.
this is my first public meeting in
I know.
2.5 years or something like that. So I'm a
It's
little
like, I
shaky.
think I recognize that guy behind the mask. Thank you, Hawk.
Thanks for coming.
Any other members of the public wishing to speak on items not on today's agenda?
Actually, I have one item that's not on the agenda.
All right.
Hawk, would you please come forward?
So Hawk Greenway, Little Annie Road. Little Annie Road is a steep mountain road with, and I guess getting plow drivers is tough these days. But over the years, we've had continuous problems with people either hauling trailers up or delivery trucks sliding off of that road. There's, steep and icy sections in there. And I would like to request a sign at the bottom or a sign near that. It's like one of those chain up now, steep mountain road, icy. People slide off that road, close the road. It's inconvenience to them. It's an expense for their repair of their vehicles and so forth. And I think just a little sign at the bottom saying like, chains recommended, chain up now, could maybe, save, if it saved 10% of the problems. Not everybody reads
Good
signs.
signs.
But anyway,
So we'll have, John, can you just run that by Brian Pettit? We'll
Just
have
say-
Public Works or
yeah,
Scott Mattias or somebody.
like a Burma shave system, steep road.
And there's a space at the
Oh, you're an
bottom to
idiot
pull
if you
over
don't
and do
chain
that,
up.
right?
Yeah, there is.
There's a parking
Right,
lot
thanks,
there.
Hawk. Hawk, anything else before the item on our agenda?
Thank you.
You didn't even mention parking. I thought you were going to talk about parking.
Really good.
That's later.
That horse has left the stable.
I thought you were going to talk about the airport.
Okay, back on track. So, are there any members of the public who are online? If so, star 9 to raise your hand, and star 6 to unmute. You know better than me. You think after you're doing this. Okay. We have none. All right, I'm going to bring it back to the board. for public comment, for board comment. Any members? Greg, please.
Oh, I just had one, and I wrote a letter to the paper, so I don't have to dwell on it, but I just saw the passing of my first grade teacher, Mrs. Grant, who turns out taught a lot of Aspen kids how to read.
a great letter.
And thank you. But I had this distinct memory of the moment I learned how to read after, remembering and seeing her in the paper. She had a long life, a happy life, and I think she taught legions of Aspen kids how to read. So, and I think we have some pretty good readers in this community. So she did a great job. Just wanted to acknowledge and express my condolences to for her passing, to her family and to our community. But the stories start coming out about how she taught. It was pretty fun, and it just made me really appreciate teachers in general and how they civilize us and make our lives so much richer. And so, thank you, teachers in the room, Francie being one. So I'm glad I'm saying this, to you now, but all the teachers I know now that are still living and able to hear it. So, thank you.
I appreciate it, thank you.
Okay, any other comments from board members? Francie?
I have no comments today.
Kelly?
I just want to acknowledge, if anyone had read Lucas Lee's column in the paper, it was so touching to me. This young man who, led his basketball team to Aspen's first statewide
read it.
championship and lost his mother and father this last year. I was so impressed by the fortitude of this young man who I don't know, but I just want to send my regards to his family and friend network here at the holidays for, and just, I don't know, acknowledge the strength in really writing that and putting out that message publicly.
No, did he graduate last year?
He did. Yeah, he's
Right.
at Boulder.
He's a Boulder. Yeah, I didn't have a chance to read the column. Steve, please, I see your hand up. Where's that grandbaby on your lap?
She's in with Molly right now. First of all, two of us are going to be using our Wi-Fi during this meeting, and Robin's teaching a class at the University of Alaska Fairbanks on our Wi-Fi today. So if I start getting a marginal signal, I will turn off my video. And hopefully that's a big enough capacity.
That's weird.
It is the Pathfinder system, and this will be a true test of it with two of us on a Zoom call at the same time. We'll see how it works. So also to this week is see if I can get this to.
It's not.
Oh,
It's
I have
really
to-
focusing on him.
The Messiah.
the Messiah. I'm going to unblur my background, and then I think.
There you go.
Yeah,
And
there you
that
go.
Is that backwards or frontwards?
That's
You
perfect.
can read it.
Perfect.
Are you soloing this
Okay.
year?
So I am singing in the bass section yet again. So the Messiah is this weekend. There are 3 performances. It is just an awesome arrangement with 3 of the pieces are substituted in tunes in Hebrew with from the same Bible scripture. So we're singing 3 songs in Hebrew and all the rest then in English. And it just is a really neat program. So this Friday night at the Wheeler Opera House in Aspen, 7 to 9. On Saturday night at the Mountain View Church, which is by the Old Buffalo Valley Restaurant in Glenwood Springs. And Sunday night at TACA, the Art Center at Willits. All shows at 7 o'clock. You can get tickets. Well, the ones at the Wheeler, I think you have to go to the Wheeler box office to get those tickets. But the other 2 programs, you can get tickets at aspenchoralsociety.com. I think it's .com, or is it .org? Anyhow, it's better to get the tickets ahead of time. You can save $5 doing that. And I hope to see people out there. This is like a traditional holiday season performance that's been going on for over 40 years in Aspen. And I've sung in starting in the very first year of these performances years ago. I've done this many times, and to me it's you know, it's a gift to the Aspen community to have the Messiah being performed. And so I hope to see lots and lots of people there who can come out and enjoy the program. Thank you.
And I used to sing that with Steve for several years, and I really miss that. I think it's been maybe 10 years since I did,
Wow, I
but
didn't
I
know
loved
that.
it. Yeah,
I sang it in high school.
I
Does
was
that
an
count?
alto to his bass.
Yeah. Okay, any other comments from board members? I will just like to welcome, we have a room full of people already this afternoon, which is great. It's good to see faces in the room. And again, my usual thing about it's slippery out there, guys. Please drive carefully. Please pay attention to pedestrians. We still have people on bikes, so please, everybody, just keep an eye out. Drive slowly in and out of town. And in town, direct when you're right in the middle of town. We want to keep everybody safe, especially with the busy holiday season coming up. And I think the mountain is looking great. We're excited with the snow we're getting and gearing up for the World Cup race in March, which is going to be exciting. And X Games, of course, the end of January. So welcome, and I'm hope everybody is looking forward to a wonderful holiday season. Okay, I'm going to bring it back to the board for the first item on our agenda, which is our consent item single readings, minutes of November 15th special meeting and a November 16th regular meeting. We have approval of the 2023 ambulance licenses, and we have a resolution of the Board of County Commissioners to partner with Colorado Mountain College in applying for and distributing the Colorado Opportunity Scholarship 2022-2023 Matching Funds Scholarship. John, that's an annual thing that we...
Yeah, this is an annual item. The funds are distributed to the county. Has been our practice to pass those funds through to CMC, who then uses them to provide scholarships for students.
And the ambulance licensing is also something we do on an annual basis.
Correct.
And we license for both our district.
Sorry. Yes.
And
You license
Roaring Fork.
all ambulances that operate in the county.
right. Even if it's a private entity, we
Correct.
also, so they need to plan ahead for us to be doing that. Sometimes they miss that and then they can't operate within the county.
Correct.
So I have those three items on the consent agenda. Any questions or comments from the board? Steve, please.
On the minutes, I do have one correction, which rather than notify staff of a misspelling, I wanted to talk about Ed Fobb a little bit more. Ed Fobb's name was misspelled in the minutes.
We've already
on
corrected
page
it. I
7 in our
corrected it with
packet.
Julia.
Okay, and it is spelled P-F-A-B. But Ed, I have a special attachment to their family. I picked up their two kids for 3 years on the school bus. I admired Ed's amazing garden that he grew there every year on their place. He was an Iowa farm boy, and he had just a terrific green thumb. He could grow everything in that garden and just was very prolific. And I always admired him for that. And I just loved his family. And I'm really sad about the accident he had and his passing away because of that accident. And I know that's been mentioned before in our meeting, but I just wanted to bring it up one more time.
Thank you, Steve. That's a hard one for me. Ed and Jane were my best friends. I've known them for 40 years. So, yeah, losing Ed was really tough and still is with the holiday season here. It's hard for the family. But thanks, Steve, for bringing that up. I appreciate it. Okay, bringing it back to the board. I need a motion to approve the consent agenda.
Oh, so moved.
I'll second.
I have a motion. I have a second. Any further comments or questions? Seeing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
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 Hi.
Thank you. Sorry, that caught me off guard, Steve. Okay, next item on our.
I'm kind of in tears too, Pat.
Yeah, it's a tough one. Next item is a one reading resolution about the Board of County Commissioners creating and appointing members to the Aspen-Picken County Airport Sardi Field Ops Safety Task Force. And we also have Rich here with us. And please, we have an introduction to be made here today.
Yes, hopefully you've got a few people in the audience here. Board members Rich Engelhardt, Deputy County Manager. I'm actually sitting in the Vail Hospital lobby. My wife just went through a little back surgery, so she's in recovery, and I just needed to get out and introduce this for you all. But hopefully you've got people in the room, but in front of you today is the formation of one of the first task forces from the Airport Advisory Board, which we have better dubbed as AAB. So as you remember, whenever you passed your resolution, you formed the board, and it gave the authority for that board to set up and recommend different either subcommittees or task force members. And part of that action that the board needs to do is take that under consideration, have a discussion, and then formally appoint those members. So taking a step backwards, October 17th, Barry Bond had approached the board about the potential of setting up a safety committee. Jackie Francis at the time put it on the agenda, and the entire board talked about it. There was a proposal that was set forth. At the following month meeting, Jackie happened to be out of time, but Meg Haynes was at the meeting and chaired it. And the board considered it, discussed it. We opened it up for public comment. At that time, there was no public comment, and closed that and then took a vote. And at a 7-0 vote, they passed the notion of go ahead and sending this to you for your formal approval. So that's where we are today. The packet had a detailed breakdown of the task ahead of what's in front of them. We've talked to Barry about kind of those guardrails around this committee, and he launched off and really had some great discussions with a number of members that are part of this subcommittee that they're looking at. You'll be pleased to know that there's a couple of those that were interviewed during your process that you said you wish we could put them on some task forces. Well, your wishes come true if you do that, if you take that action today. And so I'm going to just stop right there and turn it over to Barry. I think either Jackie or Meg, hopefully you're here. Barry can give you a little more of the detailed questions that you may have. Meg is here to answer any questions that you might have about the board action. And then I believe Dan is in the room as well. Might be able to answer some of those specifics. So with that, I'm going to kick it over to Barry.
Well, first I'm going to have Dan do an introduction for us, Barry.
Oh, sure.
Please.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Just want to introduce Diane Jackson. She's our brand new Deputy Airport Director.
Welcome.
She just started on Monday.
Congratulations.
All right, yay.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
It's really nice to see you again, and we're really excited to have you on board. I think the two of you will be doing a great job out there for the airport, and we really appreciate your time and energy.
Well, I'm honored to be here, so thank you, everyone.
Thanks. Thank you. Okay, now should we swing over to Barry? Sir, would you please introduce yourself for the public?
Yes, ma'am. My name is Barry Vaughn. I live in Blue Lake down in Elgibel, and it's my privilege to serve as an alternate member of the Airport Advisory Board.
And we appreciate your bringing forward the task force issue, which I think the safety issue was one of the priorities for the board throughout this whole process. So I think we're excited to be focusing on that so quickly into the process. And I'm going to bring it back to the board for questions. Kelly.
Just a quick comment before you all present. Barry, when you interviewed, sorry, can you hear me?
We've got somebody else who's not.
Barry,
muted.
when you interviewed, you had so many ideas and energy behind the safety issue that you brought forth in your interview, and that was one of the reasons that I was happy to appoint you. So thank you. I'm impressed how quickly you all have worked together to bring this to us.
Well, thank you, Kelly. It's been a real team effort, and I've really been gratified by the extent of support that I've received from the pilot community as well as from the advisory board. Meg Haynes was really helpful to me in formulating the planning and looking forward to the implementation of this should you approve the proposal. So it's it's a great team, and it's a team effort. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions from the board? Do you want to just do a brief overview, one of you?
I can do that if you
So the
like.
public is aware. And
Shall I?
John, this is not a public hearing, but we might have members in the audience, so we'll see how.
Yeah, that's at your discretion.
The one question I had is just, and everyone on that list has agreed to participate. We've got this, that's the list, the final list of participants.
Yes, sir. I have spoken to Greg. I've either met with or spoken over the telephone with each one of these 11 individuals, and they've all expressed a willingness and, in most cases, an eagerness to serve on this board because it's a real opportunity for the local pilot community to help in airport affairs. Airport politics are convoluted and complex, And the pilot community often perhaps, at least from one perspective, hasn't been heard much. And this is something that shouldn't be controversial. It's something about that everybody can get behind. The vision process resulted in 14 recommendations. And first and foremost amongst those was safety. Safety is our most important community value. And then the question was, well, what can we actually do if the FAA regulates the airspace and the conduct of pilots and they do all the licensing and all of the, shall we say, imperative management and directives of pilots, then what can the local community do? And so the concept is to reach out on a voluntary basis based on recommendations made to, let me back up a minute. These pilots, if this process is approved, will not be making any commitments on behalf of the county. What they'll be doing is they'll be reaching out to our potential partners in the aviation community and discussing amongst themselves ideas that we can come up with that on a voluntary basis, if pilots get involved, can help make our airspace safer. And so when this group convenes, we'll do a lot of brainstorming, we'll get things down on paper, we'll come up with some plans in terms of reaching out to the members of the aviation community, the other organizations, and brainstorm with them and see if we can get some commitments or expressions of interest, which would all be subject to your approval after these members come back to the task force and we come up with a writing that expresses the concept, and then we pitch it to the AAB, and if the AAB approves it, then we bring it back to you. So no commitments, no implementation would occur without it having been thoroughly vetted by the AAB and then presented to you and vetted by you, and then we would go forward with the program and what and then implementing the things that we could do. The realm of possibility is not limited by the poverty of my imagination. I had some ideas of going forward with, AOPA or NBAA or Gamma, or maybe working with the flight safety company, working with the fractionals, and brainstorming with them about things we can do that voluntary programs, different kinds of pilot outreach, maybe video presentations would be involved, maybe articles, maybe special implementation of training programs. So there's a whole range of things that we could come up with, a lot of things hopefully beyond what my simple imagination has come up with. The individuals on this group are really a really strong team. Daniel Baker, he's a commercial pilot, and these are all people who live here or who fly in and out of here a lot. Daniel Baker, he's a commercial pilot. Probably half the people in this room have the program that he created, Flight Aware, on their phones to track flights of your own flights or flights of loved ones or friends in and out of the U.S. He is he's the founder and former CEO of that. He's a Gamma executive. He's an aircraft owner. He lives here part-time, so he's a great guy too, because he's got super connections in the aviation industry. Brett Detweiler, you know of him. He's based in Las Vegas now. He's no longer flying for the airlines. He's doing a lot of charter work. He's got permanent flight privileges, and he wants to, so we can get in here, as long as he's not flying for somebody else, flying charter. And he's expressed an interest to be on this. Bruce Gordon, he's an AAB member. You all know him, founder of EcoFlight. He's been flying jets for years. Peter Hutter, he was one of the AAB interviewees. You spoke with him at length. He's really happy to have him on the group. Gary Kraft, he's an airline transport pilot. He flies for EcoFlight. He's a certified flight instructor. And one of the nice things about this group is everything from the fledgling pilots who get their very first training to the guys and gals who fly in the flight levels. We've got representatives of the different echelons or the different flight levels. We've got it all covered. Bill Landis, he was another interviewee for my seat, and he's expressed an interest in going forward. John McBride, he still flies in and out of Aspen sometimes when he's not flying down to Rifle for gas, or he's flying in and out of his patch down there at Old Snowmass. He's expressed an interest, and he's already sat down with me and had some great ideas about programs we could come up with. Walter Obermeyer, an airline transport pilot, a lifetime local person, aircraft owner, and he's really interested in going forward. Michael Solons, another AAB member. airline transport pilot. He had a successful business career, and now he's reinvented himself as an airline pilot and trainer. Steve Vance, he's a longtime Aspen local. He lives about 3 blocks from here. I went flying with him the other day. He's an engineer, really smart guy, and really knows a lot about flying, not over above the mountains, but flying up and down these valleys. And a lot of the accidents we've had lately, regrettably, have been people flying the lighter aircraft and don't have the capability to get up over the mountains, and flying through the mountains is a special area of safety considerations, and Steve will be really strong on that. Barry Vaughn, you know him. Tyson Weiss, he's another fellow who he created this app, ForeFlight. ForeFlight is an amazing piece of flight preparation, flight planning software. And he created that, he created, I think, in partnership with one other person. He ran that company, built it up for 15 years, sold it to Boeing. He's got a place here. He flies jets, and light aircraft too. He's an NBAA board member. He's with the General Aviation Manufacturing Association, and he's got a real interest in participating. So these 11 individuals, with me as their water boy or their scribe, will hopefully come up with some really great ideas to bring to the AAB, and then when they're vetted and they've been properly considered, the ones that pass muster will then be submitted to you. And the timeline for this is, it might slip a little bit, but hopefully we'll be able to come back to you with something either in May or June. And then if you approve those, then those could start being implemented in the summertime. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And I just want to add that it's my understanding that Captain Detweiler, Brett,
Yes.
was instrumental in creating the CRJ 700 flight training, safety training for the SkyWest pilots. So
Correct.
is his history with our airport. I think he serviced our airport for 17 years. He was the first one to fly the CRJ 700 in here. That's when I think we first had an opportunity to meet him when we toured the first jet when it came in, and that was some time ago. So I think it's a good mix of people. I'm so excited. Having spent some time working at Aspen Valley Hospital and with my family's involvement with the Aspen Fire Department, I spent too much time dealing with firsthand and meeting with families of victims of incidents at the airport, or actually more surrounding our airport. So I think this is a great opportunity for us to really look at safety. So I thank you guys for bringing it forward. So I'm going to bring it back to the board for questions.
No question. It looks great.
Steve's
you.
raising his hand. He was looking for his hand, but I'll take your hand.
I don't know where the emoji is, but I'll do my real hand. So first of all, since Meg is on, I thought Meg Haynes might have some comments. We should invite her. But I am really glad that this subcommittee has been formed. There were so many comments about people wanting to help improve the safety of our airport, and the commercial aircraft safety record has been exemplary, but that of the private aviation, general aviation, has not been so good. And there have been way too many people have met their end in the valleys with steep sides around here, where they get trapped in a valley and don't have enough power to get out of there. And so having this committee of pilots working on this, I think, is so important. And I'm really glad that this is the first subcommittee to come out of the Airport Advisory Board.
Yeah, it's perfect. So Meg, I know that you are online. If you want to speak, can we get Meg?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you, and I think if you want to put your camera on, she should be able to come across. Is that right?
My camera's not working.
Okay, then we will. Meg, it's really, really hard to hear you. There's no way we can raise her volume, is there? Yeah, Meg, we're not able to hear you.
Patty?
Yeah, there's a Patty with an echo, but we can barely hear you.
Oh, heavens. Oh, that's the thing.
Does she have something else on?
Bring her in another time, maybe. This it's hard. It's pretty hard.
Yeah. There must be something else on in your house that's causing you to echo, so we're not able to really hear you, Meg. I don't think there's anything we can do. We tried. Does anybody have any ideas?
Let's keep moving.
Yeah, that's a good idea.
We'll go ahead and chat then.
Okay, thank you, Meg. We tried. This is not a public hearing. I didn't know if there's any members of the public who are here today wishing to speak on this item. Okay, I just wanted to make sure. So I won't open a public hearing, but I'll bring it back to the board. Thank you guys again so much. We're really excited about this. And let us know if there's anything we can do to help facilitate this effort.
Turn that off. Turn
We hear you, Meg, telling somebody to turn something off. Okay, I'm going to bring it to the board. Meg, if you come on later, let us know, and we'll let you have time someplace during our meeting. Greg, please.
I would just make a motion, if we're ready for that, to create and appoint the members of the Aspen-Pitkin County Airport Sardi Field Flight Ops Safety Task
I asked her,
Force.
she said no.
Okay.
I'll second that.
I have a motion. Oh, yeah, I already asked.
I know, it's just we gotta get it.
Okay, Meg, we can hear you.
I know, come sit here and tell me.
Too late.
They're going on to something else. Patty?
Yeah, Meg, we can hear you. Please, go ahead. We have a motion and a second on the table, but we won't take a vote till we hear from you.
Just turn it off. Turn the whole thing off.
I don't think they can hear you.
I think we should let's move on. This is, you can just take them out, can't you?
Okay, let me just give her a minute. She's making an effort, so.
Well, I think they're turning the whole computer off.
Boom.
All right,
There you
all
go.
right. I'm going to bring it back to the board for a vote. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Motion passes 5-0. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thanks for
Thank you,
coming in.
everyone.
Thank you, Meg.
Great to meet
to
you.
meet
Thanks for
you.
coming in.
I hope, has Julie been invited to the county party on Saturday?
What's that?
Has Julie been invited to the county party on Saturday? Given she's so new? Okay.
What, you mean just anybody can be invited?
Well, we hired her. I think we should invite her.
Did you, John, just ask her if she got invited? You going to the okay.
She's on. She's coming to the holiday party. Okay.
All right, we're good. Okay, moving on. We have the next item on our agenda is individual consideration. This is your first reading set for public hearings on December the 13th. And this is a resolution of the Board of County Commissioners. That's our special meeting day, right?
The 13th
Yeah.
is, yes.
The resolution of the Board of concerned with adoption of the budget and appropriation of funds for fiscal year 2023. And then we have another item right after that that's also concerning mill levies, I believe. So please, ladies, we are so happy to have you here today.
Good afternoon. Connie Baker, Pitkin County Budget Director. And we are nearly at the end of the 2023 budget process. We started the process in June, and I counted up approximately 60 staff members from all county departments have participated in this process, working on developing the proposed budget. Wow. We first brought the proposed budget to the Board of County Commissioners on October 11th, and we've held weekly budget meetings since that time to allow the board to dive into all of the details, hear presentations from each and every fund and department. We made a few changes to the budget throughout this process. The most notable of these changes were the addition of an appropriation of $1,575,000 in ARPA funds for the Early Childhood Staff Stipend Program, and also the appropriation of $5 million in general fund unassigned fund balance for employee housing. So two important additions to the budget that the board decided on. The 2023 budget includes a net increase in FTEs of 6.225. And staff feels that healthy fund balances and conservative revenue projections in the county's most volatile revenue streams can give the board confidence that the proposed budget is fiscally sound and represents the best interests of the citizens of Pitkin County. I'm going to share my screen and bring up just a couple of documents that we'll go through very quickly. The total proposed budget for 2023 in expenditures, it's a little small on this screen, but it's $188,966,908. You're well familiar with a number of these charts as we've been through them many times throughout the budget process. When we're approving the budget, state statute requires that we appropriate not only the total expenditures for each fund, but also inter-fund transfers. So this chart shows the almost $189 million in total expenditures listed by each and every fund. And then an additional approximately $16.6 million in inter-fund transfers. When these are added on, the total budget that the board will be appropriating today is $205,553,245. So that just explains the difference between what the board is seeing on the fund balance summary throughout the budget process and then what the total is on the budget resolution. The county prepares 5-year plans for most county funds, and these are all included as the attachments to the AIS in the board's packet. These 5-year plans show the impact of the budget over a course of time and shows that we're able to sustain what's being proposed in the 2023 budget. Then we also have the mill levy resolution today. (2022) was not a revaluation year. Let me see if I can make this a little bigger. Since it was not a revaluation year, the property values have stayed substantially the same from last year. There was just a 0.44% decrease. As a result of this decrease, funds with a fixed mill levy will have their property tax slightly decrease in 2023. So open space and trails is an example of that. Most county mill levies are subject to TABOR, and that allows the property tax to increase by the rate of growth and inflation every year. So on this chart that you have before you, you see the gross mill levies for all of the different funds that have a property tax. The next the next two columns show temporary mill levy reductions. The first is a current year refund, and that is so that we stay within those limitations of TABOR of only increasing that property tax by growth and inflation. By showing the temporary reduction, we are maintaining the original voter-approved mill levy, maintaining the validity of that mill levy, but still complying with TABOR. The prior year refund is for over-collection in a couple of funds. That gives a net mill levy. And then we have mill levy abatements. So we're allowed to recuperate or add on the abatement amounts from prior years. And that gives us a total mill levy multiplied by the valuation, and it gives us the total property tax for the county, which is $36,678,198. So these are all of the, go ahead, Anne.
I'd just like to add that this year, I think as the first year, we found that the revenue restriction that has prevailed is actually the 5.5% of the state, and not necessarily TABOR, depending upon the inflation rate that we use. So either way, it's a revenue restriction, so property tax collected cannot be increased more than 5.5%. Ever.
We want the public to
so
know.
I want people to know for next year.
Yeah.
When valuations will go up, we will still have those revenue restrictions in place, so it'll prevent us from collecting property tax in excess of 5.5%.
And that is true of the county. I just note there are some districts on people's property tax bills that have sought and received voter approval to exceed that 5.5%. The county is a very small percentage generally of that overall property tax bill.
And do we know, does that apply to open space in the school district?
I know it
tend to
applies
have
to
the
open
bigger-
space, CMC.
Open space has no revenue restrictions, so that is one that can increase in as much as the assessed valuation goes up. But it's also an area that you as board members can make a decision on whether to implement a temporary mill levy credit, should you see fit.
Or not.
Or not.
Yeah,
It's
but we
your
need to be
decision.
reminded of that
Yeah.
next year. Because I know that was a concern of people when I talked to them about the ambulance district question.
Right.
Okay.
Okay. No, thank you, Anne. So those were just a few comments for the two resolutions that are before you today for first reading with second reading next Tuesday.
Okay, I'm gonna bring it back to the board. Questions, comments, concerns? I am going to make a comment about full-time equivalent, about new employees. I watch that every year. I'm known for doing that. I appreciate the fact that we are keeping some people on as term limited based on grants and opportunities, and we'll be reevaluating those positions as we move along. We had a great deal of discussion regarding public health employees. One of them specifically was the epidemiology full-time continuous FTE. And in doing some more research about current health issues statewide, countywide, nationally, internationally, with the fact that we are seeing things in higher levels such as RSV, I got it right, I almost said, RSV, strep throat, the flu, of course, the pandemic, COVID, just because we have sheltered ourselves down for a couple of years now, and we have not really been exposing ourselves with small amounts of germs, which in some cases are good for you because they give you a immunity or lesser cause, depth of illness. So I am going to support the epidemiology position. I think we're seeing just trends coming out as a result of the pandemic, and we don't know how long those trends will be ongoing. And we need to keep an eye on things because even the smallest transmission of contagious diseases can have fatal impacts to families. And, be they young people or seniors or people everywhere in between. So I think this is something we're going to need to be keeping an eye on over the next couple of years. And I appreciate you guys letting me bug you about it every year. But I'll do it again next year, trust me. So are there any other comments from the board? We have two. Steve, please.
Yeah, I would like to acknowledge Kelly for bringing forward the idea of dedicating a large sum of money, $500,000, in this case, to affordable housing.
No, it was 5 million.
We've been, is it five?
You said $500,000.
5 million.
5
Just-
million.
You're missing a zero.
Because I knew it was 5, but I was off by one zero.
Kelly looked a little panicked there.
I don't think it had resonated, actually. I was like, wait a minute.
5 million. We've been needing to have this is kind of a war chest that allows us when opportunities arise, and we have several opportunities we've been working on that we might need funds quickly in order to accomplish these things that we're working on. And by having this money appropriated in our budget already, it will allow us to be more nimble and take advantage of opportunities when they arise. And we're not just waiting for things to come to us, we are actively working on affordable housing projects and trying to make things happen proactively. So thank you, Kelly, for bringing that to us. And it wasn't, I think it took us all aback right at first, but it was really an easy sell for us to agree to that because it makes a lot of sense.
Thank you. I appreciate that,
acknowledge
Steve.
Yeah, Steve, thank you for bringing that forward, and I want to thank staff for understanding that the board needed a little time to come to terms with how we might want to use that money with some ideas, not specific plans on the shelf, but again, the availability of those funds, if and when needed during the next few years, will be readily available, especially this coming year. We do have some projects in line and hopefully some projects we can actually push forward, which would be terrific for the community. So I appreciate that. Thank you, Steve. Kelly, go ahead.
Comment, thanks. Sometimes these just look like numbers on paper and like funny money or something. I mean, it is an astonishing budget, $181 million. When I ran for office, our budget was $127 million. I mean, this is a huge increase in 4 years, and I think it really reflects a lot of things, but one of my takeaways is just what a safe haven our community is in light of the COVID-19 pandemic, and I think what that meant for where we live and the community that we foster. And that's something I'm just going to continue to think about as we, I think, develop as a community and grow and, take care of each other, but also, what we're looked at and like what our ideals are and what our values are and how our budget reflects that. I recently learned that Monopoly was a game that was intended to demonstrate the power dynamics between tenants and landlords. And I thought, wow, I didn't know that. That really got twisted and its development over time. But, with all this money that we have, I'm glad we're dedicating it towards some of these social equity issues that are really, I think, become strained more even as our budget has grown and our community resources have grown. So thanks for your support on those things. I will say I've gotten feedback from childcare teachers, some I don't even know, that have approached me to thank us for that stipend and talk about how it's been really meaningful for their lives. So I wanted to share that with you too.
That's great.
Francie, go ahead.
Yeah, I just wanted to say something about the REMP fund. I know it's down. But it's really a good thing that the REMP fund is down. It's not great for CORE, but to whom the REMP funds go for the most part. But I was talking with one of my sons who is, I've mentioned it before, doing that Miners Shack Up in the Air project next to the Ute Bikes over on Main Street.
Explorer Bookstore.
Yeah, that project. Anyway, he was talking about how this big project that he was working on, but he's left. It's a Brightcore project. I think it's 15,000 square feet or something. How they're completely doing all their own solar and water plants, recycled water and everything, and that, well, he doesn't love the fact that the building is 15,000 square feet. He was talking about how the goal of REMP in the first place was sort of to push people towards more environmental sustainability and less carbon consumption and emissions goals for their building projects. And I think it's really working. I think they would rather do it on their own place than pay money and have it happen on some other place. So I think it's been a really successful program. And I just wanted to mention that to anybody who's listening who might not know what REMP is and why we're not getting the REMP funds that we could be getting. That's probably a really good thing because it's inspiring buildings that are going up to have what they need to be sustainable rather than just passing it on for another building. So, thank you.
Thanks. And I just want to clarify for the public too, as part of the increase in the budget, and help me with this please, ladies, is that we've been able to in this coming year utilize some of our funds to do some projects that we've been kind of holding off on. And so there's a lot of placeholders in the budget, hoping that we'll have actually, if we send out for requests for proposals, we actually get people to respond, and that the cost of doing construction projects and supplies will be coming down, because we've had to postpone things because we either didn't have anybody available to do the projects or the costs were so exorbitantly high, and sometimes doubling, if not more, the original budget, that we put them off, and hopefully this year we'll be able to bring some of those things to fruition. So I think the public needs to know that it's not that we're just frivolously throwing money into the budget. We do have plans and we do have projects that may just be placeholders for the coming year, but hopefully we'll be able to move some of them forward. John, did you have a?
Yeah, and I'd just add, Patty, within that, of course, is accounting for inflation, which has reached 40-plus year highs, and also some pass-throughs that we're doing, revenues that we collect on behalf of other entities like EOTC. We have some major projects that we're funding, and Snowmass and Brush Creek and those sorts of things have also added. To your point, they're projects and capital, and in some cases even on behalf of other entities other than us, and that's all getting captured in this budget.
So, yeah, I don't want the public to be getting nervous when they see that number. It's, we do have a plan, and the plan is very solid.
And another point is that the ARPA funds, which we actually collected and received last year, we are now budgeting for their expenditures. So that's another several million.
Because if they look at the property taxes we're collecting compared to the expenditures we're planning, there's a kind of a gap. Yeah,
Can I ask for some clarification on the REMP? Because we've anticipated REMP would be declining over time, which it has been. But I think this year we added some anomalies with a couple of projects that actually decided to pay into REMP, and so the numbers actually went up unexpectedly this year. So if anybody digs into that, they'll see REMP increasing.
Yeah, that's correct, Greg, and you'll see a fairly significant fund balance represented in our budget of, I believe, just over $2.8 million. However, those REMP funds, to Francie's point, as projects meet the goals, our climate goals, those revenues are subject to refund. And right now, with the changes to our energy code and the, I think, incentive that the REMP fees themselves provide, we're estimating that we'll be refunding 90% of those dollars that we collect. And so that leaves a much lower fund balance to allocate to projects.
Right, thank you.
But we have to keep that in the bank just in case.
Correct.
So.
Yeah, they did the right thing. We're giving the money back.
Well, yeah, and I also appreciate the explanation to the public about the mill levy reductions and the opportunity for the BOCC for next year when we have the reevaluation of property taxes. We're going to see some numbers that are going to be interesting, we think, and that the board will have the opportunity to discuss which areas we might be able to and decide to reduce a temporary reduction of mill levy for funds that we don't want to just collect because we can. So, okay, bringing it back to the board, this is a first reading set for second reading public hearing at a special meeting, which we'll be holding at 1 o'clock, I believe, on the 13th of December. So I'm looking for a motion and a second.
I will move to approve the resolution of the BOCC concerned with adoption of the budget and appropriation of funds for fiscal year 2023.
I have a motion.
Second?
Steve gave me a second. Bringing it back to the
Some
board.
reluctance here.
Seeing any comments or questions? Call the question. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
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 Thank
Aye.
you. Motion passes 5-0. Aye. The second part of this is the mill levy, setting the mill levy. Did you kind of went over that? So does the board have any questions specific to the second resolution before us is related to resolution levying general property taxes for year 2022 to help defray the cost of government for Pitkin County, Colorado, and its special districts for fiscal year 2003.
I'll move to approve.
I'll second.
I have a motion. Francie's given me a second. All those any questions or comments?
Does Ann have anything further?
Anything more? You guys are good? All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
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 Thank you, guys. You guys have put in so much work. So we'll have the special meeting on the 13th, and then we'll start over again, right?
Yep.
Thank you.
Thank you, ladies.
Ann, I hope you and I can collaborate closely in the coming year on all the property tax reform conversations that are underway. Yeah. All right,
Okay, next item on our, Connie's not going anywhere. Individual consideration items, first reading set for public hearing on December the 21st. And I'll just give everybody a heads up, that meeting we will have 3 commissioners in attendance. Greg, Steve, you guys need to be here because you will make the quorum, and myself, Kelly, and Francie will be out of town briefly that day. So, Connie.
Okay, fourth quarter supplemental requests. We had staff present with the board yesterday during the work session to go through all of the different supplemental requests, and the board had the opportunity to ask questions. So now it's before the board for first reading. This resolution increases the county's 2022 budgeted expenditures by $5,093,317. And that's offset by an increase in revenues of $3,816,996. That makes the net budget increase $1,276,321. There are a number of different requests in this resolution. In the Human Services Fund, the Supplemental Nutrition Program is a federally funded program that provides support for needy families and individuals to purchase food. And we are using more than what was anticipated in the budget. It's a net zero impact on the Human Services Fund because all of the benefits that are paid out to clients are reimbursed by federal funds. In the Translator Fund, the Upper Red Mountains site rebuild, Jeff spoke to the board yesterday and showed some pictures of the project on that site with the solar and everything they've done for the site improvements. There was a need to increase the appropriation by $100,000 and also provide a transfer from the general fund to support this capital project. In the Transit Sales and Use Tax Fund, and as John was mentioning, this is where we have a lot of that pass through to other entities. The budget for sales tax pass-through is over $20 million, but we believe that there will be more than this in sales tax in 2022. We're already at 23.4% more than 2021 just through September. So we're increasing the budget lines for the disbursement to RAFTA, Snowmass Village, and City of Aspen of those transit sales taxes. In the Conservation Trust Fund, we received more than budgeted in the past 2 years of lottery funds and are increasing the transfer to the general fund so that we can fully apply those funds to different open space projects. In the Library Fund, there are two different requests, one for digitization of historic newspaper copies, and that's $90,000, and then an increase for the cost of the library facility, both for personnel, natural gas, the boiler, and a number of other items. In the Airport Fund, appropriating $517,000 for the cost of aircraft incidents that occurred during the year and the airport's response for the cleanup of those. And this should be reimbursed in the coming year, hopefully.
Yeah, can I just underscore, people have been asking me about, is that a reimbursable, whether it's from the insurance company or from the owners of the aircraft, and the answer is yes.
Yes.
Hopefully.
In best case scenario, yeah.
We will be pursuing reimbursement through
Right.
the insurance companies, yeah.
So it is reimbursable, whether we get reimbursed or not, we'll see.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
we expect to be reimbursed.
Sometimes it takes time, but I expect that we would be reimbursed.
Kelly?
So I'm really sorry. I had a really hard time with Aloysius during these presentations yesterday, so I missed a lot of this discussion. But regarding these, is there any county code violations that are also implicated in?
Do you want to
Crash an airplane.
Yeah, if you crash an airplane,
Yeah.
you know.
It's not so much a violation, but as Dan will explain, there are provisions for us to collect costs.
Yeah. Okay. Sorry to have missed this yesterday.
No problem. So there is a provision in Title 10 of the County Code, Airport Minimum Standards, that states that the aircraft operator or owner or their designee is responsible for all costs associated with damage caused on due to an aircraft incident. So.
And then is there an additional fine that we tag on to that?
No, I mean, this is, it's an incident, it's an unfortunate happening, but they're responsible for all the cost that impacts from that, other than, economic impacts due to delayed flights, canceled flights.
They're not responsible.
They're not responsible. There's just no way to to really quantify those.
For the shutdowns of the runway.
Okay. Okay, thank you. Oh, sure. Appreciate it.
Okay, next, in the Public Safety Radio Fund, there are some increased costs for consultants, materials and supplies due to inflation, and then an additional microwave warranty that they were able to purchase this year. In the Risk Fund.
Sorry, one question on that.
Yeah,
Can I
go ahead.
Was, given the discussion we had in the morning with Forest Service, was there any conversation related to extending radios to them
I mentioned it, I
in this
brought it
budget?
up.
Okay.
The bid, I get a read.
And
I said,
Alex
"Yeah,
is here
we'll
from
do
the
that."
XO.
Yeah.
Alex is here.
So,
Really catching them off guard.
so I think the short answer to your question is that was not discussed in this budget. However, it's something that we can talk about. We need to figure out which entity would be taking responsibility for those radio costs, because they are shared between all the public safety entities. And that can be hard to get through the federal government for a few radios. But
Can't just give them to them?
yeah, we can. Like, for
4 or
example,
5
if
radios,
the
maybe.
sheriff's department wanted to have the Forest Service, I forget what we're
Protection.
calling them now, protection
Forest protection
officers, have some of our 800 megahertz radios, that's something that we could provide through the sheriff's department.
So we're talking
Yeah.
about one that maybe travels in their off-road vehicle. So when they're in areas where they don't have communication, they'd be able to communicate directly with our personnel.
Yeah.
So is that something we can just have staff cut, and if it
Yeah,
needs
I
to come
don't
back
think
in a
you
budget
need to do it.
supplemental in the
Yeah.
first quarter or something?
I don't think that will require a supplemental appropriation, but
We're just
We'll
thinking there
take
might be
care
a
of it.
radio laying around,
We'll
we
take
can
care
throw
of
it in
it.
the Rubicon and they can take it up in the backcountry.
Thank you for asking.
Okay,
All right, thanks.
Okay.
so we are at which item?
The
Risk
risk,
fund?
risk
Risk
fund,
management.
workers' compensation claims. We are able to close out some of the claims that we have had on our books. Not entirely, but getting there. And so some additional funds are being appropriated for those claims being closed out.
That was based on a shift of providers of our workman's comp insurance.
We are now on a policy where we are fully insured and will no longer be paying claims into the future, but these are leftover items from the previous policy.
Thank you, Connie.
In the fleet fund, an increase for the fuel budget line item. As Matt mentioned yesterday, with some recent decreases, we may not need this full appropriation, but it's there just in case there's the need for snow plowing. Hopefully the snow continues to come down. And then the last of all is for overhead cost adjustments when we charge different funds for the services provided by general fund departments like IT, payroll, HR facilities, and so on. And some of them were a little off on the budgeting, that we didn't anticipate the cost to be quite so high, so we are adjusting the budget. And this is an appropriation that we do every year in the fourth quarter. Any questions?
Just one
please.
final question. We figured out electric boilers for the library?
Well, we did talk about that yesterday.
I know, I'm sorry, Al was
Yeah.
a mess at this time.
Well,
so I
yeah, so we
didn't know.
talked about it yesterday, and they still haven't found any, they're still waiting on a solid bid, but they haven't found anything that
so
is gonna
we're,
work
No,
yet.
yeah, so we
the
have a,
electrification study needs to be completed.
Yeah.
yeah, so we are in the process of the electrification study. Kimley Horn is conducting that study for us, and they've been assessing each of our individual properties. They've been going through and looking at the electric panels and electric service that's going in, as well as the footprints. And then we'll be coming back with an assessment for each of our facilities as far as what the feasibility and needs are to electrify each. And that includes all the way down to our facilities, that we have in the Basalt area, on up into Aspen. So the library is included in that. We do not have that final study back yet. When we do, we'll be coming back to the board to look at the capital investment that would be required to electrify in all of our facilities, I'd imagine the library is square one because we're barely keeping those boilers
Okay,
on
so
life
this
support
is to
right now.
keep the boilers, partially to keep the boilers on life support.
Yeah, so
Okay.
we have 3 boilers right now. All of them are still working. They're taking some love and attention, and we're confident that we could operate the building on 2. And I'm trying to remember. I think they said towards the end of the first quarter, probably March or
Yeah.
such.
Okay, thank you. Sorry
And the
to
other
repeat.
issue with the library is the fact that the electric boilers draw so much energy, or heat pumps, that they're not sure that the infrastructure is there at the library.
Lights
That's
dim when
why,
they turn on.
yeah,
You know,
that's
one
why
thing
we're.
Call
I'd
reading
like
in
to
the
look
dark.
at again on that, though, is the, we talked about this a little bit last year, is the use of a lot of that energy for melting the sidewalks.
Right.
So that's something that I think would be good for us to look at again.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, any other questions? Connie, any other information? So this is a first reading, set for a second reading on the 21st, I believe, of December. Any other comments or questions from the board, or I would love to entertain a motion?
I'll make a motion to approve the resolution approving fourth quarter budget supplemental.
Second.
A motion, I have a second. Further questions, comments? Seeing none, all those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye, motion passes 5-0. Thank you.
Thank you.
I did have a question for Connie. Just, Francie and I have the RAFTA board meeting tomorrow. There was a concern last month about the sales tax revenue projections. I think we had the lowest, projection. And I think, is this what has changed in the since then? And I wanted just to drill down on that because we'll probably be asked about it.
No, our projection for 2023 has not changed.
It has not changed, okay.
We are
Okay.
still projecting conservatively, and our financial advisory board is projecting a recession in 2023. Not only them, but many economists are looking at that, and have stated that Aspen may not be immune from some of the impacts of a recession. But that needs to be taken in light of where our sales tax has been in the past 2 to 3 years.
Right.
It's been sky high with amounts that were unimaginable before. So especially in 2021 and then 2022, we've reached this peak that seems it may be unsustainable going forward into the future. Some of that is driven by inflation, but if the effects of a recession set in, that's sure to be dropping. So we're being cautious and conservative in those projections, expecting that the 2023 sales tax would be back down at the level of 2021, but 2021 was still a very high number.
Right.
So even though it's an 11% decrease, it's an 11% decrease off an extremely high number back down to a very high number.
It's a correction. It's really a correction. Right.
So minus
Yeah.
11% seems
Right.
really bad, but it's not. It's projecting that it's still staying very high, just not stratospherically high.
Right. So all the information you gave us last month is still valid. I just wanted to make sure in case we were questioned about that.
And
And
I
Dan's
wouldn't.
I'm sorry.
Okay.
Well, I was going to say Dan's last letter, I think to Ann that we were copied on, said that it had a very small impact on their RAFTA budget, and he was comfortable with it.
Right, yeah. RAFTA's fine with it. Just some of the other members were
Questioning our
Yeah.
still
sanity.
exuberant about their sales tax revenues.
And I would suggest that rather than us change our projections, have to not use our number if they don't like it. Quite frankly, I mean, it's I think there are different dynamics at play up valley versus mid valley and down. We have a lot of jurisdictions that are being covered. Our sales tax has gone up a lot more, and so the drop is more likely in a downturn, but also not as big of an impact because of where it's dropping from. But when it gets averaged in with entities that may not have had the steep increase, then I could see where it's more of a concern for RAFTA. But there's no reason they have to use our estimate.
Okay, thank you.
Okay,
Thanks for following up on that. I appreciate that.
so I believe I had a motion and a second.
You did.
You did.
Okay. So I'm going to call the question. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Thank you, Connie, and
Thank
we'll
you.
see you again on actually the 13th, we'll see you.
Yes.
And then on the 21st. So the next item on our agenda is a ordinance of the Board of County Commissioners adopting the 2021 International Building Codes and repealing and reenacting Title 11 of the Pitkin County Code, Buildings and Construction, Section 11.04, International Building Code, Section 11.08, International Mechanical Code, Section 11.12, National Electric Code, Section 11.24. This is going to take me an hour so everybody get
You guys
comfortable.
Yeah, and we shortened it.
International Existing Building Code, Section 11.28, International Fuel Gas Code, Section 11.32, International, keeps going, Energy Conservation Code, Section 11.44, International Fire Code, and Section 11.48, International Swimming Pool, most important, and Spa Code. So we have Jeffrey Erickson and Tony Popish here with us today.
Hi.
Welcome, gentlemen.
Thank you for
And
having us.
Suzanne Wolf.
I'm just
It's like
along
following along with it. She's here for history.
Yeah.
And you too, Tony.
Yeah.
Okay, gentlemen.
Yeah, I'm Jeff Erickson, Pitkin County Chief Building Official, and Tony Popish here is my trusty sidekick and encyclopedia. Yeah, so we are here to adopt the 2021 I-codes. We adopted the 2015 I-codes in 2016, and we're currently on a 6-year cycle. It's Title 11 of the Pitkin County Buildings and Construction is redlined as shown in Exhibit A. It includes comments by my staff explaining certain changes. The 2021 I-codes adoption contains mostly code language, cleanup, code section relocations, and a few key adoptions. The 2021 International Energy Conservation Code will remain in effect as adopted by the BOCC Ordinance number 16/2020. Staff anticipates future recommendations will be proposed to the IECC and Appendix A, whole project energy budget and renewable energy mitigation program as a result of the work with the Community Growth Advisory Committee. With that, I have the redlined code adoption. This is my first one, so I'm
Okay, you're doing great.
So we could walk
You get to do
through
it
questions
twice.
that you may have on what we are adopting and what we're changing, whatnot.
Yeah,
I
Francie.
was wondering if there, I mean, when I looked through this, it was sort of overwhelming to read every of the red lines. And I wonder if there are some that you think you should draw our attention to that maybe are more significant than others.
Thanks, Francie. I was going to ask
Yeah,
that as well.
yeah. Most of the red lines are changes to sections. Some are additions. I would say probably the most important thing is the Aspen Fire Jurisdiction dropping their requirements to 3,000 square feet
For fire sprinklers.
for fire sprinklers, as opposed to 5,000.
For the county.
It's a big deal.
So.
What does that mean?
So any addition, any new structure that over 3,000 square feet has to be fire sprinklered in Aspen Fire Jurisdiction, whereas Roaring Fork Fire is staying at the 5,000 which is currently.
And Carbondale, right?
And
Can I
Carbondale.
ask for clarity on
Yeah.
that? If someone's house is currently below 3,000 square feet and they request a renovation that would put them over 3,000 square feet, does that trigger a requirement to fully sprinkle the house?
Not fully sprinkler, but the addition would be sprinklered.
Wow, that's a.
And it also depends on the scope of the remodel. If they're taking enough wall coverings off to put a fire sprinkler in, and the fire departments are requiring that they be brought up to the current code. So I guess the question is, does the county want to follow the Aspen Fire District and go down to a 3,000 square foot requirement? Or do we just have the fire district in Aspen and then we have to monitor the others that are in Pitkin County at the 5,000 square foot level?
What do you all think? I mean, it's, you know,
I
a
have it
3,000 square foot home is pretty modest. That seems potentially burdensome.
I have it currently written as Aspen Fire Jurisdiction being 3,000 square feet and 5,000 others.
And is this for new construction as well? So if you're building a 3,000 square foot house, then?
And we talked about that at length some years ago, and it was the burden of people trying to build small homes. Not that we aren't concerned about fire safety, but I think that we have two of our other fire districts who are not moving it to 3,000. You know, we're not just Aspen, we are all of Pickens County.
So we would have Castle Creek Road
Now, those other fire
residents would be
districts-
sprinklering, and Capitol Creek Road residents would not be sprinkling.
Yeah, I think leaving it with the 3,000 within the city and the 5,000 within the other outlying jurisdictions, it makes sense to me.
I want to think.
Steve, is your hand up for that, or another question?
No, another.
Okay, I've got you on the list, but how does the board feel about that?
Well, what is the overriding differential effect of a sprinkler system versus not a sprinkler system? I mean, it's like, is it responsive immediately to the fire alarms, and so it starts before the fire truck gets there? It's an immediate response?
Correct.
These systems are not designed to save structures. They're life safety systems, so they're limited, and it gives you a pathway to get out of the house, but chances of it running out of water are going to be pretty good. And it's not really to save the structure like it would be in a hotel, for instance.
But to be clear, Aspen Fire is still going to require that these remodels and additions and new structures that are above 3,000 square feet.
Within their district.
Now, is
Within
this,
their district.
will this require additional water reserves for these properties? Are they gonna have to have an
Potentially.
extra cistern for this system, or?
Potentially, yeah.
Potentially. They may need to put in like a 20,000 gallon water storage tank.
Oh,
I mean, again,
20,000
for,
gallons.
in the more rural areas, so say Castle Creek Road is probably a good example where you're not on municipal water. Right, the fire districts are generally requiring a large, water storage tank anyway. So, and I think part of the capacity for that would be serving, so I guess I don't know, if you have a
So you
sense
can't
of
get
if
your
there
CO if
would
the
be
fire
more-
department doesn't sign off anyway.
Correct.
So a change to this is not particularly meaningful for the homeowner. Is that right?
You still
Like
have
if we decide to continue with 5,000 square feet, that's not particularly meaningful
No.
for the homeowner.
I'm changing this in the code adoption to align with the fire departments.
And with the other two districts, stay the same. And,
Patty,
yes, Steve?
I do have a comment about the sprinkler system. There was a fire in a house, an unoccupied house on East Soapers Creek Road. So the sprinkler system came on, the fire was inside the walls. There was no like active flames, but there was heat and smoke. It drained the entire 100,000 gallon water tank for Little Elk Creek Village. And then all these other houses didn't have any water until they could build their water supply back up. To me, that is a problem when one house can take that much water, and it didn't even put the fire out. I don't believe it. It was just really a waste of water. And I don't know, are there some sort of safeguards for limiting if someone's using the municipal water supply for protecting the rest of the community?
It may be
Yeah, it'd be a question for the fire district.
Which would be Roaring Fork.
Yeah, I'm a little confused about the water. So if you're required to have a 20,000 gallon separate system for your water suppression, or is it part of your regular water system? Is it?
Separate?
Separate for firefighting water supply.
And where's that water supposed to come from? How do you
fill
fill
the
that
tank.
tank?
It comes out of your well or whatever source you're.
Or often, I think often it's trucked in to fill the tank, usually.
Wow.
That's required by the Aspen Fire District.
Interesting. I didn't know that.
Patty, I'd like to, I appreciate you bringing this up, and Steve's comment. I know Brush Creek Village has, I'm going to say, is a fairly tenuous fire safety system. Our water system is piped in on a 4-inch pipe from Snowmass Village. We do have a water tank at the top of Brush Creek Village, but I don't believe it's anywhere near 100,000 gallons. I think it's, there's about 3 minutes of water in it if we needed it.
Is it full?
We can't fight a fire with it, a brush fire. So I think this is something that I feel like I need more information on. I'd be nervous about making it more stringent and requiring this because, one, I'm not sure where the water is going to come from and what other problems would be brought up.
Well, that discussion would be with the Aspen Fire District because their
Well, I think-
requirement overrides anything we do.
Well, it's
I think
currently 5,000, so they're reducing the requirement to 3,000 square feet. So
And
I guess
how-
that would increase the number of structures.
And how far does that district extend? Is that the Aspen Fire District?
Yeah, I mean, they're like you said, they're Capital
Like
Creek.
Woody Creek.
That would be,
Creek.
I would assume, so if you're in Aspen Fire District,
Yeah,
correct?
I believe we are in Brush
Right,
Creek.
so, I mean, we could bring back a map next time that would show you. And we could also ask somebody from, Aspen Fire to come and, explain the thinking behind their adoption of that requirement.
If we could, I'd love to invite the Metro District, Brush Creek Metro, for instance, or maybe another one to come to that meeting as well. Just because if there's a specific issue with the Metro District that I don't know about, I'm suspicious that there might be, concerns me that there might be. Maybe that's a good time to hear from them.
Well, if they wanted
Rick
to be,
Stevens.
I don't know what they can, it'd be lobbying the fire district to raise it back to 5.
Well, if they haven't, I'm going to guess they've had that conversation, but I'd like to find out if they have before we
With water usage?
do anything about it.
Well, unless this is a new requirement, it definitely hasn't been the case where I live. I mean, when the fire department comes out where I live, you have to be able to have the fire truck turn around and, it's like you don't need a 20,000 gallon water tank.
The water storage requirement varies because we have three different districts. Aspen may have a different, requirement versus Roaring Fork versus Carbondale. In terms of, some places they might ask for a 5,000 gallon tank, for a single family residence versus the 20,000. And right now, countywide, the sprinkler requirement kicks in at 5,000 square feet. So what this is looking at is that Aspen has now decided to lower that for their district. But the other two districts would still then, again, if we only do it for the Aspen district, Carbondale and Roaring Fork would stay at the 5,000.
Would you clarify one thing for me? I thought I understood, but I might not. So is the reserve tank of water just if you have a sprinkler system or for everybody? Is it just applicable over the 3,000 or 5,000 square feet sprinkler
It
system?
depends on your water supply. So if you're connected to a metro district, you don't need a storage
Right,
tank.
but if you're at a well?
Yeah, if you're,
And then that sprinkler system draws from your fire suppression water tank.
yeah.
And they usually gauge it on the size, the square footage of the house.
So, and I guess part of the tank is right. In some cases, it's right to feed the sprinkler system. It's also something, in a lot of cases, that the fire department can
tie
into.
Typically, they're dry hydrants where
Right.
they show up and they basically inflate a kiddie pool and they drain this tank into this pool and
And
they
suck it
pump
out.
with their fire truck out of the pool.
And those
Or
are those are two different requirements.
Right.
Yeah.
So it depends on, what the planning approval says is they figure all that out at that stage of the game.
And generally, they will base the 20,000 on, if you're building 3,000 square foot home, I doubt you'd have to put in a 20,000.
Well, 20 is
gallon tank.
kind of what we see as a normal tank size for outlying areas.
Well, because houses are generally greater than 3,000 square feet.
Yeah, yeah. Right now, because it's a 5,000 square foot
Yeah.
It
house.
probably also depends on the response time to the structure.
Oh, yeah.
These are questions probably the fire marshal would be better to.
And I guess I just would like for us to think about before second reading, I guess, should we be thinking about some more distinction between like a renovation that bumps it over 3,000 square feet versus
Or new
a
construction.
brand new, a total build of
Well, once
3,000
that,
square
again, that
feet.
goes back to the fire department, and they are making that call. So if there's a renovation, the fire marshal walks through the house and makes a call whether they need sprinklers or not.
Yep.
Okay.
But so the question to us
This is
is
helpful.
whether
Thank you.
throughout the rest of the county, we want to impose the same 3,000 square foot requirement as compared to the 5,000 that it is now. That's what you've put to us.
And in the code, the way the code is, the changes in the code are currently written, it's 3,000 within the Aspen and 5,000 within Carbondale and Roaring Fork.
Correct. Yep. And that's for, in the residential code and the building.
So if we were to amend
Roaring
it
Fork
to
and
3,000
Carbondale.
throughout the, like, Roaring Fork and Carbondale have 5,000. If we were to amend it to say all of Pickens County is 3,000, I would think we would have to have a discussion with both the Carbondale Fire Department or
definitely.
rest-
I'm not
Carbondale.
inclined to go in that direction.
No.
Yeah, neither am I.
I'm concerned
We
about
aren't
the water
either.
involved.
But,
We're
and I
not.
think one of the discussions we had in the past, Tony, if you remember, was when they were gonna say if you added anything on greater than, you had to redo the whole house with fire sprinklers, and the cost of that was just so high for
that's
people to have to
exactly it.
rip out walls and ceilings and, yeah. So we
Yeah,
did it
we are-
incrementally.
We are not currently requiring people to reinvent the wheel. However, if they come in with a remodel that is, 1,000, let's say 1,000 square feet, and they come in with a change order that completely guts the structure, then
That's a different story.
that's a different story. So
Yeah, and we had that discussion years ago.
Yeah.
33.
we had to come up here on Heather Lane this year, actually.
Yeah. So if we can bring back, Greg, if you want us to see if Rick Stevens can be here with the Brush Creek. And Steve, Steve, you have a question about this or still another one?
Still another one.
Okay, I've got you on the list. So if we can have them and somebody representing, I don't know, all three districts, fire? Or just Aspen Fire? Probably just Aspen Fire? The board good with
Yeah,
that?
yeah.
Okay.
Great, thank you.
Well,
Appreciate it.
that's on the 21st, and you two won't be here.
Well, I'll do my best, but no, I'm not.
All right. Any other questions? Steve, please?
The thing I'm curious about is we do this every 6 years, so we skip a whole cycle because the international codes change every 3 years. With the technology changing so fast right now, would it be wise for us to look at revising our international code and the energy code? I think especially the energy code, perhaps every 3 years, or alternatively, do you have sometimes add stuff in the middle of the 6-year cycle, like not wait for the whole 6 years to make revisions to our code with regards to energy efficiency and the different technological things that are changing so quickly in the energy code business?
That's a really good
Yeah, that's a good question. I think historically the 6-year cycle has been because it's so cumbersome to amend 9 different codes. Yeah, I mean, I think that's been the biggest.
Yeah, and the
hurdle.
actual code, international codes don't change drastically. It's probably more important to look at the energy code every 3 years than looking at the actual international code series of books.
Which is kind of what we have been doing. I think in 2019 was when Brian Paul came in. We did the Appendix A with the HERS rating and amended the IECC. So,
I think
which is
we're
probably
actually-
what's going to happen
yeah.
here in the next couple of years.
I think we're actually ahead in many ways with the International Energy Code. And there were some
Yes,
things that we
yeah,
were
yeah.
doing. And I think now that we've charged our good new community committee with looking at that, that'll bring it back sooner.
I think getting from an ERI of 30 to an ERI of 0 by 2030, that's going to be a big deal. So, I mean, trying to get to a net 15 by 2025 is probably the goal. So I would imagine in a couple of years we'd need to come back to you and relook at that. I know there's talk with I visited a growth committee meeting, and there's talk about house size and external energy use, and I think we're going to really need to look at that going forward. 6,000 square feet of snow melt, which is our cap, to offset that's 100 kilowatts of PV, and there's not a single house in Pickens County that can house 100 kilowatts PV. So
25 panels.
Yeah.
Interesting.
It's 400 amps of electrical energy to offset 6,000 square feet of snow melt. I mean, something's got to give with the external energy use.
And we looked at that extensively too, with then the offset of that would be if people had to have, what was the carbon emissions from all the bobcats that were up there plowing their driveways and their trucks having to bring them up and drive them around town, and what was the balance, and some safety issues because of some of the steep driveways in terrain that held snow longer than other areas. So we went through that. That was not taken lightly when we were looking at capping snowmelt driveways.
When you take the ERI rating and you're trying to get to a net zero, and then also throwing in this external energy use, you just can't install enough renewable energy on site to mitigate. And
Rick Ballantyne's calling me right now, so I don't know if he's watching the meeting.
How much more can the grid carry? So what about the geothermal driveway melts? That's probably, installation of that is probably ridiculous also.
Yeah, go ahead. Yeah, I guess I think this is a little outside the bill. It's connected, but it's more energy code than building code. But you know, I personally just think we need to expedite our timeline to phase out natural gas or phase out natural gas expansion.
Yep.
You know, in the county, I'm troubled every time, you know, we are faced with a decision about this, and then I regret not having just said no, even if it was going to pass anyway, on these things personally. So you know, the snow melt is being melted by natural gas right now because we can't get enough PV on site.
But if you move that to electric, it's a whole nother issue. Most of the load in a house is heating. A 15,000 square foot house at 8-foot ceilings, I did the math the other day, is 400 amps of electrical energy. I've never seen a 15,000 square foot house with 8-foot ceilings. So you're looking at roughly 1,000 amps of electrical service just for heating alone. So you're talking about going from natural gas to all electrification. I mean, these services are already 1,000 amps, 2,000 amps on a 15,000 square foot house. So we need to look at the size of the house. That's first and foremost. It's not the size of the house; it's what is going into the size of these homes.
Sure, exactly. Right. Yeah, I heard about a house that's being constructed that's going to have 12 million BTUs. Yeah. 12 million BTUs. That's just like.
Well, and I think in that whole discussion, we need to look at the availability of electric that would source these homes. We don't have the infrastructure based on our electric providers to source anymore. We're tapping out.
Or the real estate to put in the solar on site, as he says. So.
Yeah, I mean, so it's crazy, and some of these sites don't have the capacity for solar on site yet, but technology is changing, and that's going to hopefully be able to. But to try now and take natural gas out.
But 6,000 square feet of driveway melt, that's shovelable. I shovel 6,000 square feet every time it snows. So
be careful, they're going to hire you on red.
Why are we letting people do that? Why are we letting people do that?
Because they don't shovel. We can't mandate you have to shovel.
Well, they can hire somebody to shovel.
No, but then they bring their bobcats.
6,000 square feet is not very big for shoveling. It's smaller than their house.
They bring.
I think the message we need to have yes answers, right? We need to figure out the roadmap and like what are the components that each have to give to advance this goal. And I don't think we've articulated it as a goal as a board.
Yeah,
and that's something probably for future discussion. But I know for me personally, it continues to, like, it's on the horizon. We did talk about it when we talked about the building energy code updates a few years ago, and I don't think anyone's lost sight of it. I think it's time for maybe a check-in. Maybe it's a time for us to articulate where, you know, what the goal is, what our boundaries around that goal would be. So I digress.
And when we get into that discussion,
you're not digressing. You're not digressing. I think it's germane to what we're talking about.
Is it my turn? When we get into that discussion, we need to have the electric providers in the room.
Of course.
Because the infrastructure is not there at this point. And if we want to promote this, that's where we need to start. So that'll be a discussion for. But I do have one related to the code in front of us. Great. The tiny home code.
I have it pulled up because I thought you might.
Really? God, you guys are getting to know me way too well.
So the tiny home appendix we do have in this code adoption. And it's not.
What
it's-
page are you on? Just
yeah,
I saw
it's
it,
I
but
don't have it pulled up.
21.
21, thanks.
Yep,
I know it's a very cursory kind of code, but it's a start.
21.
Yeah, it covers homes that are 400 square feet or less. These homes still have to meet the provisions of the International Residential Code, the entire thing. It's a stick-built, on-site built structure. It's not a home that we're gonna pull the wheels off of and throw on a slab and call it good. So that's kind of what I have written in here. The reason it's written into the the reason that it's amended is because the International Residential Code has Chapter 11, which is the energy part of the code, and that is amended out. We adopted the IECC, which has more stuff in it, basically. And I changed the residential code numbers to the IECC code.
Okay, because I know that now Northwest Cog is supposed to have the link with all of the tiny home codes within our region and beyond. Because I've been working with Glenwood Springs to try and get them to be thinking about it. So you can just, and I was told by Community Development in Glenwood that it would take 3 years. I'm like, just lay out all the codes and pick and choose what you want. I mean, they're already done. You don't need to reinvent the wheel. So at some point, when you guys have some time and we have a breather, we might need to see if that's appropriate with board support, to see if we want to craft a code that really would allow some areas or whatever to do tiny homes. I mean, they're doing whole projects in Garfield County now that are pretty exceptional.
Yep.
Tony, did you have something?
Yeah, I was going to mention that manufactured homes are currently under the jurisdiction of the Colorado Department of Housing. So if you were to manufacture a home off-site, not stick-built, we wouldn't even be reviewing it.
And I will say, we do advocate regularly for very high energy efficiency standards on the manufactured home sphere. for that.
And there are some out there, but we're still looking at it.
But this appendix is a site-built.
Site-built
Yeah.
stick.
We inspect the insulation windows.
Yeah. Yeah. Trust me, I won't bring my tiny home shell into the county anytime soon. The trailer court wouldn't appreciate that. Go ahead, Francine.
Yeah, I have a question. So if we're going over building codes and the subject of driveway heating comes up, why isn't this the time to talk about that? When is the time? If we want
good
to
question.
change that as one example of something to change, is this not the venue for that?
Right. So we are adopting the 2021 IECC, the Energy Code. But within that is Appendix A, and that's where REMP and HERS, the ERI rating, that's where all that lives. We are not touching that yet.
Okay,
We're leaving that as is until we hear more from the growth committee.
okay, great, thank you. That's
So
very
it will
helpful.
be coming back, but we don't want to step ahead of the growth
Yeah.
committee on that one. Kelly?
I have a minor question. What is an unvented heating structure? Not structure, what do you call it?
Are we talking about an appliance?
Yes.
What page are you
Well,
on?
electrical boiler doesn't have to
No.
be vented, for instance.
Yeah, let me find the
No,
page.
this
I
would
was
be like
looking under the
gas-
fuel gas
gas-fired,
code,
like-
yeah. I just was
Those
Some
have
sort
to
of
be
a
vented.
gas or liquid-fired heating system that doesn't vent to the outside.
So is that like a decorative fireplace, natural
It
gas
could be-
fireplace?
It could be a decorative fireplace.
Those
but
would
after
have
the,
to be vented.
Popcorn Lane incident, we took that out of the code and said all appliances need to be vented to the outside.
So anyone who wants a fancy gas fireplace,
Needs a
would they
chimney.
ordinarily have a chimney or
Yep.
ordinarily not?
Or some kind of venting system.
Yeah.
Yeah, could be just PVC pipes going out, one for combustion air and one for exhaust.
There goes your gas vent.
Those things are legal,
Decorative
those
fireplace.
decorative
an
fire
electric one.
things? I mean, in our code?
Knew that was-
And I live in the city.
I would say the other big changes
strikes in your area.
are kind of clarifications that in the IECC that were left out on the last code adoption. One of the biggest ones is the prescriptive. So for all new structures, HERS rating is required, but on remodels and additions, and accessory structures, we allow the prescriptive method. And we, with the matrix, prior to Appendix A being adopted in 2019, adopted a 0.28 U value for windows, and that was left out. So I added that back in on page 28. That's my understanding, was that we were supposed to keep that in.
Keep that
And
in.
the current code, if we went with the book, would be 0.3, so, you know, we've upgraded these windows, not quite to the City of Aspen standards, but somewhere in between.
And is that equivalent of a 5-year-old double pane window, or is it beyond that?
0.28 window would be the equivalent of a wood-framed wall with no insulation in it. So if you had siding, plywood, studs, drywall, you'll probably get a U factor of about 0.28 if you did the math.
It's an inverse of the R, so
Right.
you're
Yes.
looking at
Right.
whatever that inverse would be for.
Yeah, it doesn't matter what you do to a window, it's going to be.
Yeah,
crap.
windows are,
So that's an
Obviously,
R5
the-
window, though, is what you're saying.
What's
That's R5 is the window. That's not bad for a window. That's really
Right.
good. Right.
For a window, it's good.
Yeah.
And that's where we're going.
No, particularly if it's facing south and bringing in heat.
but when you compare it to a roof at R60, it's not
Right.
that great either.
Yeah, so I added that in to the code adoption, and then the code went up to a 95% efficiency boiler and a 16 SEER rating HVAC equipment. So I adopted
The SEER
that.
rating would be for your air conditioning.
Thank you. So if the code is a 95% efficient boiler, then wouldn't that preclude your being able to get rebates from CORE if that's what the code is? Like you're not going above?
I'm not really sure what.
Yeah, I'm not
core-
sure I've seen any core rebates
Fine, I'll talk to
on
CORE about it.
boilers.
Because they are, you know, they do publish that, hey, you can get rebates if you have a really efficient boiler, but if our code requires that boiler, it seems like,
Well, that's,
But-
that's
Yeah, they
kind
may
of
have their
like
own number.
points for GMQS. If it's already required by the code,
Yeah.
why are you getting points for it?
exactly,
Yeah.
yeah.
But it also could relate more to if you're replacing.
I
'Cause I
know,
know
yeah.
in my family, we've had that conversation
Right.
about
If you're
replacing our
replacing this
old, not
level
so
with this
efficient
level, you
boilers,
should
right.
still get points.
Right.
Just
Then
a
I
quick,
think you could get a
quick
rebate.
question just regarding the windows again. You see, we do have some houses with floor to ceiling, entire walls or window. And I'm just wondering if, you look at what Amory Lovins did with his house so many decades ago and what RMI is espousing regarding, how close are these codes to meeting the sort of innovation that they've been promoting for so long? I don't know what the windows are, the U value are for the windows down at RMI, but it'd be interesting to find out, because with some of these massive vanity window houses, you think we could require a higher degree. Maybe it's 2 sets of the, it might be over and above, but for a window that is basically replaces a wall, an entire wall, maybe that's something we could consider for over a certain size house.
Or a percentage of glazing.
Thank you, that'd be better.
That'd be
Right.
something to pass on to the growth, to the advisory committee, that that's an option and an
That would be
opportunity.
a good topic for August Haas.
Right, yeah.
Okay,
Or require, curtains or something like that at night. I
Then
mean,
they have
because
to
if you
pull
have a
them.
south-facing wall and you want that to come in, then
Right.
we don't want to discourage that, but we don't want to have that be heat loss at night either, so.
and then what's the energy use of all their remote controls for all their curtains?
Exactly.
Because they're not gonna go pull those
The
drapes
shades
by
aren't going to do
themselves.
much for
I know, if
insulation.
they're not selling their driveway, they're not going to be pulling their blinds, of course. Jeff, thank you for your help on the demolition stuff. That was really helpful
Oh,
to me.
sure.
Okay, any other questions from the board? This was a huge undertaking, we know, you guys, and we know everything else is busy in your whole floor over there, so we really do appreciate your time and energy.
Thank you.
And, and so we'll see what comes out of the growth committee on that energy use and what changes, additions we might want to make at that time. So for now, this is,
Is
will
this
be
really within their scope, though? I just want to be clear on that.
energy
is that
code
okay?
is in their scope.
You know,
Yes.
I believe so.
Yeah, so they're considering the conversation has been both around potentially reducing house size, but also mitigation measures, and mitigation measures would be inclusive of energy code measures.
So they can get to the nitty gritty of we'll accept this proportion of a house can be glazed and this, the rest of it has to be.
They can
walls
suggest
of a
that's an
certain
issue that we
effect.
take up.
Yeah, I
Okay.
don't know that they're going to get down to that level of detail, but I think they would be getting down to.
We would like you to look at this.
We'd like you to balance
Like
these
stop
two and look
allowing
at these
houses that are all
mitigation
built of
measures.
glass, you know.
And then that would likely come back to staff to try and develop some recommendations that meet that.
Great.
Okay.
Thanks for clarifying that for me.
So this is set for second reading on the 21st of December. So are there any more questions or concerns from the board? Seeing none, it'll be a public hearing on that date. So seeing none, I would entertain a motion.
Kelly will do it.
Oh, geez. A lot of words
You don't have to
here.
read the whole
I'm
thing.
like 30 pages
Let's
beyond.
call it the
but-
I-codes.
Okay. Ordinance adopting
Oh, no, I
the
need to hear the whole
2021 IBCC codes and repealing and reenacting Title 11 of the Picken County Code
I'll second that.
and all subsections as listed therein.
I have a motion and I have a second. Seeing no further questions or concerns, I'll call the question. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
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 Motion
Aye.
is passed and moved on to the 21st. Thank you very much, gentlemen.
Thank you.
And Suzanne for being here. The next one is a really tough one for us. We've never done this one before. This is an ordinance of the Board of Commissioners prohibiting both the consumption of alcohol on unlicensed public premises and the consumption of marijuana for the duration of 2023, 2024, and 2025 Winter X Games.
Hello.
Hi.
I thought my agenda item title was long, but
Thanks, Alex.
It's so nice to, so would
Brevity is
you
the soul
please
of
give your
wit.
name for the public
sure, of
record?
course. My name's Alex Burchett. I'm the undersheriff for the Picken County Sheriff's Office.
And it's so nice to see you.
It's nice to see you too. So as you said, this has come before the board before. This is an ordinance banning the public consumption and display and use of both alcohol and marijuana during the X Games event out at Buttermilk. The current ordinance expired last year, which is why it's coming before you again for the next 3 years of 23, 24, and 25. This is a tremendous tool for law enforcement during the event. It allows us to mitigate and publicize the ordinance pre-event so that we can let people know that there is an ordinance in place that prohibits these activities. But it also is a tool for us to engage with the spectators. Even if we're not intending to write a summons or a violation of the ordinance, it still gives us the ability to legally contact an individual and let them know that they're not allowed to consume alcohol or marijuana. I'm happy to answer questions about the ordinance if you have any, but it is fairly straightforward as it has come before the board before.
Just the question is, those aren't the only two party drugs we have around here. Do you need to expand it beyond that?
At the time, right now, I don't think so. I think the ability for us to contact individuals who might be drinking in the back of their vehicle in the intercept lot will expose other potential recreational drugs that are present at the scene as well. So this gives us an opportunity to make that initial contact.
Got it. Great. Thank you.
And this is the smoking of marijuana or just the consumption, like edibles? That's a
So
harder one.
consumption being smoking, the use of, the
'Cause
public
the-
display of, so it's all encompassing.
Edibles might be harder to discertain as.
For sure.
So it's not just at Buttermilk, it extends to the intercept lot?
It extends to all unlicensed, all non-private pieces of property in the county
During
the X Games.
During X
From
Games.
12:01 a.m. on the first day through 12:01 the last day.
There are a
All
lot of
public
people.
spaces in the county?
Like if they're at the.
Park everywhere.
Yeah,
there's
if
a
they're
lot
in a
of
different
places.
parking lot than the intercept lot.
But they don't park in the Crystal River Valley.
No.
But they
So
park in the
you
Brush
wouldn't
Creek
be
Village.
enforcing it there, even though it might be.
No, our efforts, correct. Our efforts are obviously focused on the event and the special event area.
But you might get
Buttermilk
people staying in Redstone who are going to the X Games.
and the various bus stops along Highway 82, and there's all sorts of different areas that are peripherally impacted by the event.
They may not be parking, they may be.
Is this normal for a public event around the country, or is this something that's really specific to Aspen? Like, I'm thinking about those big events they have in Las Vegas that are outside, and all kinds of places where there's tons of drinking and.
It's a great question. I don't know how other jurisdictions throughout the country would handle special events of this size. I know it's been normal for us. It's been routine for us since I think 2008 was the first year that this was put into place. But I could do some research and let you know.
No, you don't need to, Alex. Please don't take the time to do that. I just thought, I was just surprised to hear that, like, some kids drive to the Intercept lot, and maybe not kids, maybe
Tailgate
70-year-old people, and they get out of their car and they smoke a joint, and they're now in violation.
Francie, I can
Would
say,
they be in violation if it weren't the X Games?
There's a state statute against public consumption of marijuana,
Okay.
anyway. That totally.
But can they be in their car and smoke marijuana?
Not in the public.
Okay. Thank you.
and part of this is for the public information benefit,
Absolutely.
being able to have this conversation publicly. I am hopeful that our reporters are listening in and will report this duly for all interested parties. And it just heightens that awareness. And Greg, going back to your question too, because those other substances are not legal to obtain, we figure
They're already
that's pretty
covered.
well known. Yeah, and so that is one of the reasons. And Francie, in terms of the history, this really was based on our own experience. I know the first time we passed this, I think Ron was here at the table for that one. It was based on our own experience and looking for that tool to be able to communicate clearly to the public, to raise awareness during this week. It is one of those events that maybe has some unique characteristics in terms of how people are getting to and from, and our concerns about substance use.
You've clearly never had beer sloshed all over you on Rafta trying to get home after X Games.
No, I have not. I don't attend the X Games myself, so.
And we will stand the IMT up for the event, not to stray a little bit from the topic, but we will stand the IMT up. And this ordinance, as I said before, and John alluded to, is part of our public outreach campaign.
So is this true, for instance, at the Jazz Aspen events?
No, this is specific to the X Games.
So it's not that you're outside in a public place drinking beer, it's that you're at the X Games drinking beer.
It's that you're in an unlicensed spot, so you can drink within like the beer garden within the confines and the perimeter of the special event. So not the fact that you're simply outside drinking beer, but if you're in an unlicensed area of unincorporated Pickens County, then that's what the ordinance covers. So you can't drink on a Rafta bus. You can't drink standing at a bus stop. You can't drink in the back of your car, tailgating in the Intercept lot waiting for the bus. It's those situations. And that's generally where we find the violators is, the folks going to and from the event on the bus that have a beer stashed in their jacket and they're just trying to drink before they go in. Or it's a situation like they're tailgating, like they're going to a football game. We'll have law enforcement driving through the Intercept lot. And again, it's a tool for us to stop and say, hey, just so you know, you can't do that. And, oftentimes those contacts will lead to something else, as we talked about. But it's those specific areas.
We'll have to get you up here for X Games.
Yeah, you should come. We'll bring you over.
I used to go,
Yeah,
but
okay.
No, thank you.
You can stay in the command post. It's okay. We'll keep you warm.
Crowds are not my thing, especially when they're mostly middle school kids.
Patty, do you have a question for me?
Yeah, I do. Thank you for calling on me. I appreciate it. It was raising my own hand. I just want, for history, it's because we had really not great experiences with people getting to the Intercept lot, knowing they couldn't drink at the event or smoke dope at the event. So they were doing these things at the Intercept lot and then getting on the bus. They're not necessarily drinking on the bus or drinking at the event, but they were doing what they wanted to do at the event. They were doing it prior to getting there. So that's why it's really specific, for the most part, to the Intercept lot. And it allows the officers to have some credence and strength behind when they go in there and people are, sometimes they get pretty well hammered before they get on the bus because they know they can't drink. So they drive to their slot, get hammered, go to the event, hopefully sober up so they can drive home once they get back to the Intercept lot. Hopefully. So anyway, that's the reason we're doing this. And thank you for bringing it to us early.
Thank you.
Because in past, sometimes we were like, oh my God, we forgot to do it.
I committed to you 2 years ago to stop bringing things to you as an emergency ordinance. So
Yeah.
here we are.
I wasn't going to say that, and we do it for multiple years knowing that we're going to be doing it again. So,
I'll see you
so
again
this
next
is
year.
before us. It's the first reading, except for second reading public hearing on the 21st of December. So if there's not any further questions from the board, I will entertain a motion.
I'll move to approve the ordinance prohibiting both the consumption of alcohol on unlicensed public premises and the public consumption of marijuana for the duration of the 2023, 2024, 2025 ESPN Winter X Games.
Okay.
I'll second.
Are we still calling it ESPN Winter Games?
It's not
This
ESPN
was
anymore.
written slightly before
And what is
that
the new
announcement
name?
was
Do you
made.
remember? I can't remember.
They're just calling it the X Games
Oh,
now. It's just
okay,
strictly
well, that
the
makes
X
it
Games.
easy.
Oh, it's not even ESPN
Nope.
anymore,
Yeah.
is it?
And the only comment
is
I'd
a-
make is this is the 15th year, 16th
I think it's the
year?
21st. It's almost
Yeah,
we did
it's up there.
19 like 2
So
years
this is
ago.
a tradition that we do this.
We kind of
Just-
lost track during the pandemic.
Well, I
'cause
remember
of the-
last year, I just, you know.
Yeah, so all the years
was
I wasn't
passive
sitting
last
here
year.
approving it, I was working at X Games for ESPN.
For sure.
Well, I would recommend that when we make sure that ESPN is not in the,
It won't be.
Okay.
This was written slightly prior to the,
All right,
the
I have a
official
motion
announcement.
and I have a second. I'll call the question. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Thank you, Alex.
Thank you. Nice to see you.
Good to see you.
Thanks. Nice to see you.
Okay, so now that we can't drink and smoke dope at the Intercept lot, we're gonna move on to,
Where you can drink.
yeah.
That's the
Yeah,
only quote that you
exactly.
use in the paper,
This
you
is
know
so you
that.
can get alcohol at the airport. Oh, and you're here. I have a question real quick before we start this.
Yes, ma'am.
I noticed on the safety committee that we're creating, it said K in front of the Aspen ASE.
I was wondering.
Oh,
about
yes.
that
What is
too.
the K for?
Oh, that
West of
is,
the Mississippi.
so the full identifier for an airport in North America would be a K followed by the three-letter
Never
designator.
seen that before for ASE.
It's old school, I
Is
guess.
it ASE? It's ASE, isn't it?
It's ASE. The FAA will use KASE.
I've never heard
Yeah,
that.
I was totally wondering about that too.
I thought it was
What is
because
this?
K is my maiden name and you were giving me credit for the airport.
Well, and we were. That's exactly what we're
So
doing.
it doesn't change to a W on the east side of the Mississippi.
like a radio station.
Okay, I thought it might be tied to that. It just starts with K.
All
Got
right,
it.
so what we're hearing now is an ordinance of the Board of Commissioners approving a third amendment to ordinance number 21, 2017, and approving an amended lease agreement between Jedediah Aspen LLC and the Board of County Commissioners for the food and beverage concession at the Aspen/Pitkin County Airport, or KASE.
Absolutely. Well, thank you. Good afternoon. Dan Bartholomew, Airport Director. I believe on the line is also Rhea Burrows with Jedediah's in case you want to hear anything from her as well. Yep, there she is.
Yeah, she's here.
So what this is essentially the first option of their current lease for Jedediah's. With the opportunity to have an optional year, Jedediah's approached us and said, perhaps we can sweeten the pot, if you will, a little bit for the county and the airport revenue by amending their lease agreement with us from a revenue standpoint. So very quickly, what they're looking at here is they have agreed to, or proposed actually, to amend their minimum annual guarantee, which they provide to the airport, from $96,200 a year to $200,000 a year, which is quite a difference. Although with the business they do at the Aspen Airport, the minimum annual guarantee is pretty mute. Their overage is always above that. But they're also changing the amount they'll give to us for their overage as well, from a percentage standpoint, in addition to allowing us to capture some of the new business opportunities that they're bringing to the airport, that being catering to the private aircraft as well. So they have opened a kitchen down Valley in the Basalt area that is now catering to the private aircraft, and we're going to get a piece of that as well with this new agreement. And they've also agreed to up the amount they're contributing towards their utilities for the terminal as well, from $800 to $1,000 a month. So that is an addition as well. With this AIS, there is sort of a forecast adjustment of what the existing lease agreement would be for this year versus what this renewed or amended lease agreement would be with the current business structure, and then also the amended lease agreement with the additional business, the private aircraft catering that would come into play in this structure. And you can see it is definitely a net positive, well above and beyond the MAG for this.
We're not extending the lease term, we're just changing these provisions.
Correct,
that
we're not
they've
extending
brought
lease
to us,
term.
right?
They're in their first of their 2 optional years that is on top of their typical 5-year lease agreement with the airport.
Got it.
And this this ability to cater to GA won't be affected by a new FBO or anything like that?
You know, that's a good question. That would be a question for Leah. Yes, it could, potentially. Because, you know, a new FBO could come in and do everything internally, let's say. Yep.
Okay, any other questions?
What is the benefit that runs to them?
As far as, I'm sorry?
Just renewing the lease?
Just renewing the lease for the most part,
Okay.
yeah. That is it. You know, and the other thing is, you know, just from a more of a business operating standpoint, Jedediah's has done an incredible job for us. They're very compliant. If we ask something of them, they're on it immediately. If we notice something that may be amiss, they make that change immediately. And they seem to be, you know, we have little, if any, complaints from our clientele at the airport about Jedediah. So
that's a shift.
Yeah,
Yeah, I know we had some rough spots
Yes.
at the beginning, which was kind of to be expected. And
yeah.
they apparently got smoothed out, which is great.
Yeah, Rhea does a tremendous job.
Yeah. Any other questions from the board? Rhea, you are on the line. If you would like to speak, you have been moved over, correct, to a participant? So if you'd like to say anything before the board makes a motion here, please unmute.
I think I did. Can you hear me?
Oh, yes, we can hear you. Nice to see you. We'll hear you.
Nice to see you. I was trying to turn on the video, but I couldn't. But that's all right. I just did have a little something to say. And first, I just wanted to say thank you to the commission for your time and consideration with this request. Mike and I are both grateful and excited to be able to continue our work at the airport in Aspen. I will be celebrating my 20-year anniversary with Jedediah's in a few weeks. So
congrats.
I have been able to be a part of the Aspen operation. Thank you. It is pretty exciting. Since the beginning in 2017, and I know and feel like we've made significant strides in improving the operation over the course of those years. For me, this has been most evident in the increase in revenue and payments to the airport. So as Dan was saying, we've exceeded the MAG pretty much every year we've been doing this. And our first year we did 1.6 million in revenue and paid 160,000 to the airport. And this past year, revenue was nearly 3 million and we paid 300,000 to the airport. And compared to employments, while with some variations, have stayed about even over the course of those years. So this is exactly what we committed to do in our original bid and contract with you. And I will continue to commit to this with an extended contract and continue to be directly involved in making it happen. This was another promise we made, and after 5 years, I still am involved in the daily operation of the concession and will always be both reachable and responsible to the airport management. I would also like to say thank you to Dan for working with us with our request for a contract extension. I very much appreciate his help and support through the process. The simple reason that we are able to come to you with these improved terms is that we know we can not only sustain this level of business, but feel like we can continue to build on it. As of this year, we have rented, as Dan said, the kitchen space down Valley to give us the room to keep growing. So we use that space to cater to the FBO, and we provide a bunch of the prep work for the airport concession. I know that at times, one of the things that is difficult for the commission is that we are based in Wyoming and not in Aspen. We want you to know that at this point, we do feel like a local company and feel like we're part of the Aspen community. The kitchen rental we mentioned will be a coffee shop in 2023, and we've begun building our event catering business and have catered a few events this year. So we are now growing beyond the airport and plan to be in Aspen for a long time. Thank you again for your time today.
Great, thank you, and it was nice to hear from you today. So I'll bring
Thank
it
you,
back.
Betty.
Thanks, bring it back to the board for questions. You good?
No, I'm waiting for you to recognize me.
Oh, I'm looking right, yes. I recognize you. You're Greg. Oh, so
Thank
nice
you.
to see you.
It's gratifying to see that Jedediah's is doing well out there and able to grow. I noticed your new storefront down in Elgibel. I think that's where maybe that's where the kitchen is in that corner. I appreciate it. I was going to say. Perhaps my concern about being based in Wyoming. You're coming out of Jackson, right? Or is it Jackson Hole or Jackson Airport? Was that
We are, yes.
Yeah.
Right,
Yep,
so
that
it's
was
another
our original
sophisticated mountain resort town. I want to encourage Jedediah, you and your principals, Mike, to go and look at the concessions in the airport restaurants. Perhaps not around the U.S. as much, but maybe if you have a chance to go and look at them in Europe, in places where you see the most amazing displays of food, and it'll give you an opportunity to go. I would recommend do it because I think Aspen has. I still think we have a sophisticated clientele and an international crowd that come here, and I think Jedediah could do even better if they started looking at how the food is presented and the quality, not the quality, but the way it's presented, I think is just so impressive. And I have to say, I don't think Jedediah really is. I only go in a few times when I go, and I think it's adequate, but I think Aspen would demand more, and you'd probably make more money if it was something a bit more upscale. Maybe that's the way to put it. I'm trying to figure out how to say this because I know you do give a good service and you're obviously doing well, but I also think we could be more sophisticated in what we offer people when they arrive in Aspen or when they're departing.
I second that.
Well,
When you're stuck at the airport for hours, it's a little disappointing.
I will just say that we need to keep it affordable because there's hardly anything you can buy at Aspen to eat that's affordable. So, and we're not going to let Greg travel anymore outside of the U.S. Yeah, I mean, whatever. And if your boss wants to send you to Europe, Greg
Yes,
will help
I'll
fund it.
recommend that he do that. I'll
Yeah.
send a letter of reference.
But I just, for me, it's affordability because not all, as we know, more and more of people that are moderate median income are traveling in and out of our airport, where people with deeper pockets are now flying more by GA, as we know. So, and they apparently have a great restaurant over at the FBO. So I would like us to just look at things that remain affordable to people
Sure.
who are using our airport.
I think that's possible, even with what I'm suggesting. If I could, I also want to just ask about packaging. How are you doing on recyclability or actually compostability of packaging? I think whenever I go through DIA, I get so discouraged to see all the plastic going into the trash after 3 minutes of use. Is there a way we can do something more enlightened regarding compostable packaging for products?
There is. So we are using recyclable packaging, but not compostable, but I can and will definitely look into compostable packaging. At times that can be difficult because especially hot food and hot fried food doesn't do well, doesn't hold up for a long time in compostable packaging.
Got it. I understand. Yeah, it's a balance. If you appreciate
It
you
is
offering to
definitely-
look into it.
Yes, you bet.
Thank you.
You don't want it to compost in your carry-on bag.
You don't want it to compost before you're done with it.
Correct.
Okay, I'm going to bring it back to the board if there's no further questions for a motion, and this again will proceed to a public hearing, second reading on the 21st of December.
I'll move to approve the ordinance approving a third amendment to ordinance number 21, 2017, and approving an amended lease agreement between Jedediah and the BOCC for food and beverage concession at Aspen-Pickens County Airport.
I'll second that.
Great, I have a motion, I have a second. Seeing no further questions or comments, I'll call the question. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Motion passes
Aye.
5-0. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Are you done with us
Thanks,
for
Dan.
today?
I am.
Seen a lot
Nice
of
to
you
see
lately.
See you on Saturday? See you? Okay, perfect, thank you.
Can we take 5 minutes to go to the bathroom and get water, or did you have a?
Well, I know we have people waiting for, but, yeah, if the board, because I was gonna take a break before land use, but if we're gonna take it now, we're gonna just roll for the rest of the day. So why don't we take 10? Is that good?
Well, we're halfway through. I may need another break depending on how long land use goes, but I can just excuse myself. Okay. Thank you.
Great, great. We are back. This is the Board of County Commissioners. This is our regular meeting on Wednesday, December the 7th, 2022. We have a long agenda before us today, and we are on item number 11. And this is a resolution of the Board of County Commissioners approving and authorizing a grant from the National Association of City and Council Health Officials? That's interesting. To review mobilizing or action through planning and partnerships, 2.0 Phase 3, continuously improve the community. These agenda item summary titles today are like kicking me. All right, so Ariel, I believe you're here. Is Suzuho here today too with us?
I am here and Suzuho is not. Can you all hear me okay?
Okay, yes, we can hear you. Please, you have the floor.
Great, thank you. And I just realized as you were reading the title, there was a typo. It should be city and county health officials.
That's what I thought. I'm
my
like,
apologies for that.
That's okay. I'm like, where do we fit into this? Okay, perfect. Thank you.
All right. So I am the public health planning analyst, and public health has applied for a grant from NACCHO to review a framework called Mobilizing for Action Through Planning and Partnerships, or MAP. This framework was developed in 2001 with the purpose of guiding local health departments and communities they operate in to improve community health by prioritizing health issues and identifying resources to address them. We don't use MAP. We do use a similar framework called the Colorado Public Health Assessment and Planning System, or CHAPS, to carry out our community health improvement work, and I'll talk about that shortly. So in 2019, there was an evaluation of MAP, and based on those results, NACCHO is in the process of redesigning the framework with the intention of better embedding health equity and community engagement into the process, as well as providing more guidance and more guidance and training around this framework, excuse me. And so that brings us to the application of Pickens County Public Health to participate in this redesign. So like I said, we participate in the CHAPS process in the state of Colorado. This is something that all local public health agencies do. That's part of our public health planning and improvement. While CHAPS and MAP are not exactly the same, they have similar steps, both with the goal of improving public health locally and incorporating equity into a public health improvement. So by participating in the MAP redesign, the goal is for us at Pickens County Public Health to use our community health engagement and health equity expertise to help improve the framework. This framework is used by local health departments around the nation, and the redesigned framework should be available in July of 2023, so coming right up. And so what this grant involves is a $5,000 award, which if BOCC decides to accept, will put toward covering part of my salary. So participation spans over a 6-week period and involves a virtual kickoff meeting between us at the health department and the folks at NACCHO, and that can be up to 1.5 hours depending on the amount of questions we have. Reviewing the draft guidance and materials for MAP Phase 3, the part of the framework they are specifically requesting assistance redesigning, participating in 2 progress calls with NACCHO both this month and in January for a total of 1 hour, so 30 minutes for each call, participating in a focus group for 1 hour with other participants in this process, and completing an online survey for feedback, which will take up to 1 hour. And then that will just end with us submitting an invoice to NACCHO after the work is completed. Do you have any questions?
Does the board have any questions or comments? Do we have Steve back on here?
I don't see him.
I don't think he's here. Okay, so it's just the 4 of us at this point.
He's here. He just hasn't started his.
Oh, okay.
There he is.
All right. Hi, Steve. Was wondering where you would be disappeared. Kelly, please.
Thanks. Hi, Ariel. Congratulations on the award. I'm wondering, what value beyond the grant, monetary value, do you anticipate for this?
Yeah, great question. So we do at the department have a bit of expertise around community engagement and community health improvement, and we prioritize equity. So we believe that we can bring our experience to help provide feedback to better improve this framework for MAP.
So this is, okay, let me understand this a little better then. So you are collaborating on improving the framework that others will then apply around the country.
Right, so this is a framework designed for community health assessments and community health improvement, which is a process that all the local public health departments in Colorado do, and probably most departments around the country. So this framework provides guidance of the best way to go about community health improvement, community engagement, and health equity principles.
And will this allow you to develop more relationships with other similar organizations?
I believe so. It will absolutely be great for networking.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, any other questions or comments from the board?
Question,
Go
if
ahead.
I could, just wondering if, maybe you were already talking when I first came in, I'm not sure if I missed something, but is the 5,000 can actually cover the time that it's gonna require to fulfill all the requirements and interviews, and is, you coming out ahead on this?
Yes, it will. It's a total of about 7.5 hours of work.
Okay, great. Thought so. Thank you. This is it's great to be, to be included in this. So it's something we can all be proud of. So thank you.
Steve, please.
Yeah, and maybe you already said this, but I was curious where the other 4 counties are who were awarded this also, or were there just 5 got given the award?
Yeah, so 5 local health departments total, and to be honest, I'm not sure who the other 4 are. There is a focus group in January where I assume I'll find out when I get to collaborate with them.
Yeah, I was thinking, I think they're very likely in other parts of the country, so that's terrific award to have Pickens County recognized for being one of the 5 in this kind. I guess it's kind of a model project, being one of the first ones to get to do this. So congratulations on that.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. This is, yes, Greg?
Oh, it's a public hearing? I was going to make a
No,
motion.
I'm just gonna say this is a first reading set for public hearing and second reading on the 21st of December. Greg, did you?
I would make a motion that we approve and authorize the grant from the National Association of City and County Health Officials, NACHO, to review mobilizing for action through planning and partnerships.
Great, I have a
There's
motion.
so many jokes I want to make. Okay, I make a second.
Nachos with 2 C's. We like nachos. That's lots of cheese. in it.
Nacho,
Okay.
ordinary public health department.
It's a nacho motion.
Nacho, keep it on track. All right, so we have a motion, a second. All those who approve signify by
Aye.
saying aye.
Aye.
Motion passes
Aye.
5-0. Thank you, and
Thanks,
we'll
Ariel.
see, I was looking at you, we'll see you on the 21st. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, next item on our agenda is a resolution. Boy, these titles, we gotta work on these. I'm gonna have to talk to Lindsay and Matt on this one. This is a memorandum of understanding, 2 memorandums of understanding between Pickens County and Colorado Department of Human Services, Office of Early Childhood, Division of Early Learning, Access and Quality for Colorado Child Care Assistance Program, Prowers County Hotline, County Connection Center, and 1, the second intergovernmental agreement with Garfield County for the provision of child support services for the citizens of Pickens County. All those who approve, signify.
So there's 3 different resolutions
I have,
on the agenda.
but we have one more under
2
item number,
MOUs.
this is item 12, we have item 13, and then we
Yeah,
have,
okay.
yeah, we've got more coming, but
So
this one is 2 MOUs and 1 IGA. Correct?
Hi, hello, Lindsay Maish, Director of Human Services here, and this is 3 separate resolutions and 1 AIS document for you. So the next 3 resolutions are going to be for these 2 memorandum of understandings and the 1 intergovernmental agreement.
Okay.
So, and we've put them all under the title for the first, well, for the agenda item summary for the, that's why it was so confusing when I was trying to print them. I was printing all these. So they're all
thing,
grouped, but we
same
need to
one.
pass them individually. So the first
Yeah,
one
we'll
we're gonna
definitely-
look at passing is the reso approving a memorandum of understanding with Prowers County.
Yep, so these next three items are all mandated services that we provide in human services. So all of them, what we're looking at is getting approval because they're just these are our understandings between the different mandated services that are provided through other counties. So they're reimbursed through either state or federal in our allocation. So I think that we call that net zero. There's a little bit of an increase in some of these, but not much. It's really just to be able to cover inflation and some other things happening in the landscape around us. So the first one is Prowers County. This is for our Child Welfare and Adult Protective Services hotline. Prowers County offers this service for all the other 63 counties in Colorado. And it's really to answer and process our child welfare and adult protective services related hotline calls on behalf of Pitkin County. In the MOU, it just states what their responsibilities are and what ours are. And really, our responsibilities are to make sure that we can complete final dispositions on the calls. So the increase is, I think, around $1,400. Not very much, but again, it's reimbursed through our allocations through the state, through either state or federal funding. That's the first one.
Okay, let's take that from here. So does the board have any questions or comments about this first item, which is the MOU with Prowers County, which we have done in the past? Seeing none, I'm gonna call for a motion.
So
Steve?
moved
To
to
make a
approve.
motion to approve
I-
the resolution of our board approving a memorandum of understanding between Pitkin County Human Services and Prowers County Hotline County Connection Center.
I will second.
Great, I have a motion and my second. Any further comments or concerns? Seeing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
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 Motion
Aye.
passes 5-0. So the next one, I believe, is the MOU with CCCAP, which is,
Yeah, that's CCAP.
which is the Colorado Child Care Assistance Program. I just wanted to
Yeah.
make sure the public knows what our acronyms are standing for.
Thank you. Yes, so this one we brought to you in July, and I had warned that there may be some language changes. There were some counties that had come together and really wanted to see, as this contract moves into the Department of Early Childhood, that there was really specific language around what the state's responsibility is, what each county's responsibilities are. And the main things to be aware of in the changes of the MOU is that they really wanted to highlight the transition from the Colorado Department of Human Services to the Department of Early Childhood. They wanted that to be really clear in there. They wanted to reflect updated statute reference and language in there. This one used to be in tandem with Colorado Works. So they wanted to make sure to remove Colorado Works, any specific reference or requirements that got stuck in there from earlier years. And then I think the biggest one was to include performance measures of timely processing, case accuracy, as outlined in CCAP, and really being clear about what our responsibility is at the county level as well as the state level. So this is coming back to you again. This is kind of the refresh. You already signed the one in July, but this is the updated one that will need a final signature by the 31st.
Okay. Comments, questions from the board? Thank you, Lindsay. Seeing none, I'm going to bring it back to the board for a motion.
I make a motion that we approve the memorandum of understanding with the Colorado Department of Human Services, Offices of Early Childhood, Division of Early Learning. Is that the right one? Access Quality
Yeah.
for Colorado Child Care Assistance Program.
You got it
I'll
right.
second.
Motion second. Thank you again, Lindsay. Any other comments, questions? I'll call the question. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
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 All right. Lindsay, you're up for the IGA with Garfield County for Garfield County Child Support Services.
Great, I'm happy I can help you make up some time to move through the agenda. These ones should be relatively easy. So, Pickens County, we sign an intergovernmental agreement with Garfield County to provide, this is one of our mandated services, child support services. Really what that is being able to set up a child with support for medical health insurance or other collecting child support payments, existing child support orders, things like that. There are certain measurables that are connected to this contract that they report on to us regularly. So this is just refreshing. This one as well has been increased a little bit for inflation, I think about $5,000. Again, reimbursed through our allocations through state and federal funding.
Okay, board have questions or comments? Seeing none, I will ask for a motion.
I'll make a motion to approve the intergovernmental agreement with Garfield County for the provision of child support services for the citizens of Pickens County.
Okay.
Second.
I have a motion, I have a second. I'm going to call the question. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. And
Aye.
again, a huge thank Lindsay for moving us along on these 3 items. Appreciate it.
Thank you all. Take care. Bye.
Bye.
Okay,
Bye first.
so we have now, I believe, our individual consideration items, 1 reading. And Suzanne, for clarification, these are public hearings?
Yes.
Let's hope so, since Hawk's
made
been
people
waiting all day.
wait
And Hawk, I'm sorry, we're not gonna allow public comment, so
And is
thank you
Lindsay
for
going
waiting
to-
for us all day.
Do
No.
they do CDHS at the same time as CCI?
All right, so the first item is a resolution
Oh, perfect, great.
approving a rural and remote short-term rental license application by Mine Claim LLC for 100 Upper Hurricane Road, Pickens County. And if, Suzanne, if you would be so kind, or is Jeanette on? I didn't see her.
Jeanette is unable to join us today, so I get to take.
Okay, if you could just
Her
briefly
place.
explain for the public these next 2 items so the public
Definitely,
knows
I
why
will.
we are hearing these.
Yes, I'm planning to do that.
Or you can turn it over to your cohort in crime over there, but.
Alex is gonna join in because he's been helping Jeanette quite a bit.
Okay.
But we were just gonna pull up maps and more to orient, on the 2 different sites, but I can start with just sort of a general overview, and then we can go into the 2 different applications, but just wanted that in case there was anything I needed to refer to. So just, again, the broad brush, there are 2 applications in front of you today for short-term rental licenses in the rural remote zone district, both of which are in sort of the Little Annie, Richmond Ridge area. One for 100 Upper Hurricane Road, the other for 2750 Little Annie Road. When the board adopted Ordinance 28, 2022, for the short-term rental regulations, you included a provision for rural remote properties that those would basically be sent up to the BOCC for a determination about whether to grant a license or not. So there's reference in the language to the licensing authority, which is really Jeanette usually, or staff, who issues licenses based on the criteria in the short-term rental code. If they meet the code, we issue a license. I think, Alex, what was the latest? We've issued 80?
88, I believe,
88
licenses.
short-term rental licenses throughout the county. But the difference for rural remote is that the licensing authority or staff is not issuing those. They would all come to the BOCC with a recommendation from staff on those. So they're the standard short-term rental criteria to issue a license. And then there were additional criteria put on for rural remote applications. And those criteria essentially recognized, you all have been in the conversation, so I think you're pretty familiar with this, but that there are different considerations for these properties in rural remote. And so the criteria require a demonstration that adequate emergency services are available to the property, adequate provisions can be made for the safety of the renters and guests, considering the remote quality of the property, and that the rental activity and the activities associated with servicing the property will not be injurious to other properties or owners, public and private, or to the qualities inherent to areas in the rural remote zone district in the area of the rental property. Sorry to repeat code, but I think it's helpful to really touch on those additional criteria that are considered for rural remote. And then again, I think just broadly, since it, comes up, I think in a number of the comments you've received, the intent of the rural remote zone district, which I think was very important to that whole conversation about whether, what it would look like to have these in rural remote. And so the intent of the rural remote zone district is to conserve and protect the natural environment and its resources while allowing for limited recreational uses and limited residential development, preserve the small-scale, low-density backcountry character and lifestyle, retain undeveloped areas, and allow for the transfer of development rights to areas that are more appropriate for development. This district accommodates only small new structures and very limited types of development. So again, I think just sort of, it's kind of setting the stage for rural remote. So then first we'll look at the 100 Upper Hurricane application. And I guess actually I want to make sure, because you thought Coulter was going to be here in person. Are you here? Sorry.
Do you want Coulter to come up?
You're welcome to come up and join us at the table. Sorry, I was suddenly like, wait, we want to make sure
Alex,
that
would you just make sure his
applicants are-
light?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
How's it going, everybody?
Hey, Coulter, this is,
I want to talk directly into that. It's very sensitive. Speaking.
so if we have
Um,
questions and stuff that
so-
need to be directed to you, I'll direct them to you.
Okay, perfect.
Thank you.
Well, thank you for your time considering our application, and I think I'm here. My brother's watching the Zoom, but I'm here to just answer any questions or concerns you guys have and go into more detail on the stuff we've submitted already. So I guess go ahead.
you.
I'm sorry, but what was your name?
Coulter Smith.
Thank you.
Okay, so I'll walk through, some of the criteria and some of the comments we've received, and then take questions from you. But, so again, for the code criteria, just walking through, we look at the rental history, and there is a demonstrated rental history for the cabin at 100 Upper Hurricane. Oh, sorry, we were gonna show you, kind of locate this. So, maybe zoom out a little bit just to orient.
So everything we've got highlighted there is the property, and then as we zoom back out, just to give you guys an idea of where we're looking at. So Highway 82 is coming through here, and as we drill in, this would be coming up Castle Creek Road there, and the property at the top there.
And I should know off the top of my head, but Coulter can help me, how many acres?
It's about 692 acres.
692 acres, and again, there's, I guess for the background on that, the rest of the property was sterilized through issuance of TDRs years ago, and they retained only one right to develop a cabin in rural remote. And so then this cabin was built. So that approval goes back to, 1999 originally, when we established the envelope, and then they came back through site plan review in 2007, after which they built the cabin. But basically, when you, if we dropped in the layer that showed, a sterilization or, TDRs issued, again, off the top of my head, I don't have the number. I think I put it in there.
We had we took
19,
19
17?
cabin sites off of the.
So again, there was a substantial removal of rights with TDRs at that time with the one cabin developed. So there has been a rental history over the past 5 years for the cabin. The applicant is represented, it's in compliance with all of the county codes, applicable county codes, building, energy, et cetera. The fire district has working smoke and carbon monoxide detectors and fire extinguishers, sufficient potable water, functioning septic system. They have an owner or manager who's available at all times to address any issues. They provided a safety plan that responded to a lot of our criteria and explaining how they manage, again, recognizing that this is a remote property and how they work with any renters to address, to safely get them there and back. Again, parking, they've said, adequate parking on site. So again, that sort of speaks to some of the basic criteria under a short-term rental license. As part of a rural remote request, we did talk to, public safety, talk to the sheriff's office, who again, we're always acknowledging this is rural remote. Part of the designating it rural remote is that there's limited emergency service available. It's limited in the summertime. It's severely limited in the winter since it's over the snow access only. So really in the wintertime, if anything happens, the response is from mountain rescue at that point. The fire department can't get there. You know, the sheriff would work with mountain rescue, but that would be the responding agency to anything that would happen, you know, in case of an emergency. We did receive comments from the caucus through Joe Wells, who I know is here, you know, speaking to this use of a short-term rental not being consistent with the intent of the rural remote zone districts, and noting that all tourist accommodation uses are prohibited uses in the rural remote zone district. So when we categorize uses in the land use code, you know, whether that be a lodge, a hotel, you know, those kinds of things, those are all prohibited uses. And also not consistent with the Maroon Castle Plan, which does not support any additional commercial uses outside of the urban growth boundary. So we also, I know in the last couple of days, it wasn't in the packet, you received a letter from the Little Annie Homeowners Association. I'm just kind of looking at everybody to make sure that that was,
Yeah, I
got
have a
that one.
copy here.
Okay, perfect. I know John Doyle also submitted comments, which were forwarded to you, and unfortunately, I heard from Marcella Larson that her comments had not gotten into the packet or been forwarded.
we got I them got them.
You did. Okay, great. Okay, I was going to read that into the record, but if you have received them, then I don't need to do that. So, all of those people submitted, you know, opposition to this and concerns. Again, some of those go to both applications, and more broadly to the approval of or the consideration of STRs in rural and remote. But so that those that sort of falls under the caucus and various public comments we've received. For staff's recommendation, you know, looking at the application, we found that the applicant has, with their, you know, having an established history, has been able to demonstrate that they have adequate emergency service, they have the systems in place to, you know, provide for that, to address the safety of renters and guests, and, you know, and manage that appropriately. A couple of concerns we had. The current advertising conflicts with the current code. I mean, there's a maximum guests per night that's based on the number of bedrooms. And Alex, I may need you to help me. So I think they were advertising for 9 and it would be 6. Sorry, I've got that.
That's already been changed.
Okay. And then a concern, and we've heard this elsewhere, obviously, is short-term rentals being used for special events. When you rent the cabin, you assume that then you can also invite all your friends to join you. And any event that would happen if somebody's rents it and is having a wedding up there or something like that requires a special event permit. That's a separate process. So the short-term rental license only allows them to have 6 occupants staying in the cabin. Special events would be separate from that. So
But what qualifies as a special event? What if they have 20 people there? Is that a special event?
You know, it gets sort of, you know, I mean, again, if it's a residence and you invite your 20 friends over for a dinner party, that's your private party. I think with this, the commercial nature of it is these people are renting the property, so then they're also, if they're holding an event, it really kind of differentiates from it being the owner having their own private party on the property. So 20 people, 50 people, you know, that would fall under, and there are also specific criteria for special events in rural remote. So, again, it's not intended to be a party venue when you're running it. Does that mean you can't have some of your friends come join you? No, but you know, at some point when you're bringing a whole bunch of people up there to gather, there's somewhere in there where it's going to trigger that it should be considered a special event.
But it's murky.
I mean, again, from the perspective of, I think if we look at this as the commercial use is the start of renting the cabin, and those people are then furthering that commercial use and bringing other people in as well. I think that triggers, again, when we differentiate with an owner of a property under the code having their own private party, that would not require a special event permit.
Kelly?
Are these permits subject to conditions?
The short-term,
Like, can we condition a specific permit or no?
a special event permit
No,
or a short-term rental license?
license. Can we condition one of these
Yes, we have
licenses?
proposed conditions.
Yeah.
So yes.
Great.
You can.
can
We've
add to
proposed
those.
some, you could also, have additional ones.
Thank you.
Our other, sort of primary concern is, the winter access, that it's over the snow only, and that makes it even more difficult for emergency response to get there. So in that case, we have proposed a condition of approval on here that it would not be for winter use. And I could grab the specific language, but generally that
It's
would be.
described clearly in the.
Okay, yeah. So that would be a limitation on the short-term rental license for this property.
I have a question about that.
You direct them through me because I'm keeping lists, so.
Okay, so
Yeah,
I'll
yeah,
wait.
yeah. No, you can go, but just so I can keep track.
Okay. So we have the hut system where it's really inaccessible, and you ski in, which I've done with Hawk and kids in the past. And it's not considered, and there is money exchanged, and you have to pay the hut system and everything to use their hut. So, I know I brought this up before when we were originally discussing it. I'm still a little unclear on why we would be not allowing over snow travel for an STR, but it's clearly the only way to get to the huts. I'm just wondering, maybe it's you guys who need to answer that, but.
Why is the hut, we don't really manage the hut system, do we?
We do not. I mean, they have, certain of them, if they've been built in Pitkin County, have gone through some review process with us. I mean, we clearly don't regulate, obviously, that's their
And
whole
there's
intent.
snowmobile
but-
access only, right? You can't, cross-country ski access only?
It looks like John's jumping on. I'm not sure if he wants to chime in.
John Ely, did you have a comment to this?
When the board discussed the regulation, we made a specific exemption for essentially the both of the hut systems. We carved it out as being overnight stay accommodations that are managed with or part of a federal permit. Both the Braun and the 10th Mountain systems are managed through a federal permit, and so we've simply exempted them from our regulation. If we change the regulation, we could capture that. It's within our jurisdiction, but at this time, the regulation does not extend to the hut systems.
Yeah, I remember that now. Thank you, John.
Okay.
Let's just see if there's anything. So I think in terms of, the recommendation from staff is that we found that it meets the various criteria. But the one question, again, which is the question that's, I think, been outstanding since you all first adopted the regulations is, really, is a short-term rental license injurious to the qualities inherent to areas in rural remote in the area of the rental property? It's sort of the threshold question here. We are hearing, I think, a lot of comments from the neighborhood, the caucus, people just saying this is a commercial use that's inappropriate in rural remote at all. So again, in the case of 100 Upper Hurricane Road, they're meeting the other criteria we've established for the short-term rental of, making sure that they can address, some of those concerns. But in the end, this is in rural remote, and is a form of commercial use, commercial lodging use. So I think that's really the kind of a threshold question for you all.
That's perfect to lead into my question. Is it a commercial lodging use when it's not taxed as commercial?
Maybe John can jump in on that, but I think that's what you're hearing a lot from
it's not taxed as
the
commercial.
concerns.
The property stays residential or whatever the tax rate. It's not changed to commercial. And lodges are exempt from STR, from this business licensing for STR. So my conflict is it commercial? Is it a lodge? What is it? And they could still rent for 31 days. They're still allowed to rent your places up there, be them long-term. So, and you're still allowed to have your guests come and visit you up there. if you wanted to have your friends go up and stay. So John, can you help clarify for me, because I think it addresses a lot of the comments we've received from the neighbors and the caucus about commercial use. And my question is it or is it not? And is it a lodge, or is it not?
Sure. The distinction of whether or not it's a commercial use is not relevant to whether or not there is a requirement to operate under a license for STRs. When STR regulatory authority was delegated to the county, it did not hinge upon a zoning designation necessarily, but simply a licensing ordinance that was adopted, or resolution that was adopted by the local jurisdictions. So, and in point of fact, that even if an STR license or the ability to operate is granted to a property, it does not change its property tax classification necessarily from whatever it might be to commercial or business or anything like that. So the issue, though, is broader in that there is a recognition that STRs have the capacity to change the character of a neighborhood depending on how they blossom and are approved for use within the community. I mean, if the density of STR approval is such, then you might be able to see quite dramatically a change in character of the community from something that is residential to something others. And so even though it's not a legal distinction to focus on, it's certainly a distinction in reality. As far as a lodge goes, for a operation to be considered a lodge under the land use code, you need at least 5 bedrooms for rent. It's 5 separate units, so to speak. And that's not the case with the STR regulation. So lodges are exempt, but then again, this property coming in for a license is not considered a lodge under our codes.
Great, thank you, John. One last question, Kelly, I'll go to you. So, just for example, Powder Tours is a commercial use back of Aspen Mountain, and it's in rural remote, but we allow that as a commercial use in rural remote. Is that correct? Are they exempted out for some reason? Because they're on Forest Service or private land? But
It's under federal permit.
But it's still a commercial use in rural remote.
Right, that pre-existed rural remote.
And Jeep tours. They go up and down the back of the mountain. They're constant, especially in the fall. That's a commercial use, and that crosses on county roads, and that's still allowed in rural remote.
It occurs in rural remote. It's not something we've ever
thought about.
I'm thinking I won't say haven't thought about. I would say it's not anything we are currently regulating.
Okay.
And long-term rentals too.
And what?
And long-term rentals as well.
Long-term rentals are allowed because a lot of those cabins up there.
Right, isn't that commercial?
No.
Why not? I mean, if you get money for it.
Yeah, but it's just long. You can rent your house and, I don't think it rezones your property to commercial.
No, but technically it's kind of commercial. It's an exchange of money for something. But I sort of jumped in front of Kelly. I was just sort of building on what you said. Sorry, Kelly.
Yeah. No, that long-term rentals, we don't tax them. They don't have a lodging fee or anything that comes back to the county. You're just allowed, you have to claim it possibly on your income tax.
Definitely.
But, yeah. Okay, Kelly, please.
I just want to clarify, we do require the collection and remittance of sales tax, which we would require proof of in a renewal, right? Okay, just to add to your
Yes.
scope
Yes,
of, right.
That is collected through the state, and so,
It's on,
yeah. So that is collected through the state and is often remitted through a booking company or such. In the case of an individual, they need to register for it.
And then I wondered if either Coulter, hello, welcome, thank you.
Yep.
And or Suzanne or Alex, in the rental history and the way that I view the packet, it's blacked out.
Redacted.
So is there just a narrative description of when rentals are taking place? And
I think Coulter would be the best one to.
Yeah, so just so you guys know, by no means am I trying to run a commercial operation back here. I think the most we've ever rented our cabin is 25 nights in a whole year. So that's less than 8% of the time, just to be clear. I'm not like trying to do this every weekend. I've never marketed it through Airbnb, VRBO as a short-term rental. It's 100% word of mouth with friends, clients of mine, people that we know. So that's how it's historically been rented. I would say 85% of them have occurred in the summer anyways, already. So that's not much of a change. It's not easy to rent a place like that in the wintertime. Getting cleaning ladies up there, all of that, it's a pain in the ass. So not that we don't want to do it, but historically it's been summertime rentals.
So since Coulter's speaking, does anybody have a problem if I let him do more presentation?
No, I have a quick question on top of that, if that's
Okay.
all right.
Yeah,
I'll
go
take
ahead.
to Coulter. So are you willing to accept no over snow access?
I mean,
You don't.
if we're going to get the license or not get the license, yes, of course.
see.
Is there any way that we could make an argument to maybe do some stuff to get them approved in the future? But for now, no, I think we're fine with just summer rentals, if that's what it's going to take to get this thing approved.
I'm gonna let Coulter, but as the applicant, if there's anything else you'd like to add before I bring it back to the board and open public hearing?
I mean, no, I guess I'd just like to add this, this property's been in our family forever. My brother and I built it in 2007. Took us 5 summers. Our plan was never to turn this into a rental property. It was going to be a family kind of legacy property. But it's not easy to maintain. At 11,000 feet, there's a lot of expenses, so we decided to try to offset some of our carrying costs and all that with some rentals. And it turned into a bigger animal than we thought, just word of mouth. And we've got a lot of people that really love going up there. The people that want to do 10th Mountain Hut, but want it to be a little bit nicer. Those people may not be able to get to 10th Mountain Huts, but they can get to our cabin. So it's been a really good experience for a lot of people, a lot of clients of mine, friends of mine that will rent it occasionally.
Does the board have any further questions? Because I'll open the public hearing. Greg, you're good? Steve, you're good?
I'll wait for public hearing.
So this is a public hearing. I'm going to invite members of the public. We have one more mic over here, or right in front. Bless you. There's something in this room. I've been having multiple sneezes in this room. I don't know what it is. So any members of the public in the room wishing to speak on this item on our agenda? Hawk, you can fight over it. Hawk, I'll call you first and you can come forward. You've been so patient with us. Thank you.
I'll come forward. So my comments are for both of the short-term.
So first I need you to give your name on the record, please.
My name is Hawk Greenway. I'm a neighbor and resident in the rural and remote in Little Annie. And I have a general comment is that nobody that I know of really likes to have the government tell you what you can do with your property. And I think a guy ought to be able to do pretty much whatever he wants with his property. That being said, I'm against the short-term rentals in the rural and remote area, in part because you can always do a longer-term rental of your private property there. My mostly, and this doesn't apply to Coulter, but to your other applicant, I think that if you purchase a property that's subject to rural and remote, and if you understand the rural and remote code and the ideas behind that, it's akin to buying a piece of property or a house next to the airport and then complaining about airport noise, to then complain about it being not a commercial area. And I know that Coulter's properties were owned prior to the rural and remote, and supported rural and remote when it came in, and did such an amazing job with the 19 TDRs pulled off and sterilized, and for which we're all quite grateful back there. So if you have purchased a property that's rural and remote, and then you come in and say oh, but wait a minute, I don't really want to have a rural and remote quiet place back there. I want to have a money-making area or rental. I sort of feel like you should have done your homework before you purchased. My next point was the emergency response, and that is something that, as a neighbor living there, who's the first responder when you come across somebody off the road, stuck, somebody who's behind a tree down on the road and no idea how they're going to get through there. It's going to fall on the neighborhood and on the neighbors. And it's a long ways back there for your emergency responders to get there. So I was really glad to hear Suzanne mention that that was a big part of your consideration. I feel like my third point would be that if you want to water down the rural and remote code, this is one of the best ways to do so, and that it's a real erosion of the code every time you allow the idea behind rural and remote to be basically ignored by allowing commercial uses back there. So for those three reasons, I'm pretty much against the expansion of short-term rentals into the rural and remote area. Parking, summertime is not a problem out at your place, but wintertime, the parking, as you were expecting me to discuss when I spoke earlier on Little Annie, is, it's definitely an issue, and it will remain an issue there. So I think summer use, with the exception of perhaps fire danger, everybody in the woods wants to have a fire, makes more sense to me. So doing a winter limitation on short-term rentals makes a lot more sense in terms of emergency response and so forth. But in general, it's like the code has got its problems. We've all had our issues with it, but it's a lot simpler if it's just the code is the code. It's a level playing field, and we all play on the same set of rules. Thanks for the opportunity.
Thanks for being so patient.
Thank you, Hawk.
with us. Hawk, it's really nice to see you. I know that you're safe back from flying in Alaska.
Yeah, thank you.
At least for the time being. All right, next, please. Is there anyone else in the room who would like to speak on this item?
I was gonna let
Okay, I'm gonna go.
neighbors weigh in. Since
I'm gonna go
I
online.
sort of misled them and told the caucus that this would be early in the agenda.
Did you hadn't seen our agenda when you said that?
Well, the agenda didn't load correctly thanks to my new operating system, so.
Okay, all right, I'm gonna go to anyone attending online. If anyone attending online would like to speak on this item, please hit *9, and that will raise your hand. Marcella, if you would like to, yep, you need to unmute, which is there you go, and just give your name for the public record, and you have your time, your 3 minutes. Thank you, Marcella.
Okay, I will speak quickly. 3 minutes is short. So I'm Marcella Larson, representing longtime landowners before year 2000 along the ridge. The discussion regarding adequate access to emergency services has been de minimis, I think, as Hawk Greenway kind of described. This property is much farther away than the Little Annie application, which is recommended for denial. Ideally, there would be mileage from Castle Creek Road and or the gondola included in all applications. Also, I don't see a real referral to search and rescue or the fire department. Short-term rentals, even if precluded in the winter, present an extraordinary EMS challenge and wildfire risk in the summer. As has been discussed by others, this approval really flies in the face of the intent of and is injurious to the rural and remote zone, and its strict limitation of uses and turns this property really into a commercially operated resort cabin, which is prohibited under the code for at least 120 days a year, regardless of what the applicant says in terms of how many days they use it. This is not the same as the HUT system, nor is the HUT system or long-term rentals synonymous with commercial resort cabins. I would note beyond that the 120-day limitation, there's a really easy end run around the STR regulations in general, with leases of 30 days versus 29 days or less a year. And again, how are you going to enforce and monitor this? Finally, if the BOCC decides to go ahead and approve this intensive use of the backcountry, the term approved for rental should be modified to include a more realistic assessment of access via Little Annie and Upper Hurricane Road, which is basically at best the end of October, and to this location, the beginning of June. Thank you for your consideration. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Marcella. All right, any other members of the public online wishing to speak on this item? If so, *6. Chris Bryant, I see you there, and then we need to get you, allow you to speak. Oh, Chris, I got a lot of power over you. I'm gonna allow you to speak. Okay, your mic is off mute, so the floor is yours.
May it please the chair. My name is Chris Bryan. I've appeared before you on behalf of this client. These are my friends Coulter and Bridger Smith and their sister Colby Fulton. You'll see a letter in the packet that I submitted to staff along with a safety plan. And I am speaking in favor of it. I've been to this property numerous times. I think that this can be one of the model STR properties. These gentlemen have grown up here. They love this property. They have taken care of this property. They want to do everything that the code and staff require. They've agreed to all the conditions. I know that we've heard some public opposition in the form of a couple of speakers, but it sounds like their beef is generally with the way your code is drafted in particular. As for my friend Marcella's comment about emergency responders, I would point her to pages 235 through 236 of the packet, which specifically calls out the information that she said she couldn't find. And I also want to point out that if they're not allowed to do these STR rentals for what, 25 days a year, 30 days a year, you know, less than 10% of the year, those costs help mitigate their property taxes, their insurance, and their maintenance. And if they're not able to do that, this is not a billionaire family, ladies and gentlemen. If they're not allowed to do that, they're going to have to sell to somebody who doesn't have to worry about those costs. And I don't think that that's what this county and this community want, is more privatization. I think that this family, for the better part of 70 years, have been wonderful stewards of this property. They have, as Paul noted, have sterilized voluntarily surrounding sites that could have been built out, and they did not. And this is a property that is not commercial primarily. This is something that's used by their family and their friends. I've taken my family up there. I think it's a wonderful piece of property that they care greatly about and want to ensure safety, and they've done everything staff has asked for. They've agreed to the conditions that have been imposed, and they want to come back here a year from now and say, we had zero problems, and their rental history shows they've had zero problems. I recommend that this board approve, with the conditions set forth in the staff memo, the resolution before you. Thank you.
Thanks. Thank you, Chris. Okay, going back to our online attendees, is there anyone else wishing to speak on this item, which is the short-term rental application for the mine claim on the back of Aspen Mountain at 100 Upper Hurricane? Anyone else? Oh, you have to hit *9 to raise your hand. I'll give everybody a few minutes. Seeing nobody. Joe, I haven't forgotten you. Okay, I'm going to bring it back and welcome Joe Wells, who's been so patient with us. Please come forward, sir. And I have printed out the letters that you also sent on to us, so thank you. And just give your name for the public record.
I'm Joe Wells. I'm the coordinator of the Castle Creek Caucus. I don't really know where to start because, you know, some of these questions that have been raised. First of all, Suzanne did a good job summarizing my objections based on the fact that none of the tourist commercial uses for accommodations are permitted in the RR zone. And she also did a good job summarizing the master plan language, which has been in place since 2003, which prevents or recommends against any further expansion of commercial except within the UGB. And that's not directed at the rural and remote zone. That's the remote area and the rural and remote zone where that language applies. We're in the process of amending the caucus master plan. That language carries over into the new plan with some additional language added at present, which says new commercial businesses in existing and new locations are not supported due primarily to impacts on rural residential roads and rural character. You know, a couple of uses were mentioned which contradict the master plan language, the powder tour operation, the Jeep tours. You know, these things have sort of just kind of grown over the years from fairly small operations, family run. Now the ski company owns the powder tour operation. So it's just become a much bigger deal. And we have these Jeep tours, they basically just started operating, and everybody just ignored them, even though the caucus has asked you to control these commercial uses. So I don't think it's out of character to suggest that resort cabins should not operate in the rural and remote zone just because these other uses have been allowed to get a foothold. So the one code reference which hasn't been touched on is your language in the code, which reads, new commercial development should be located within established urban growth boundaries unless it is of a scale and capacity deemed to be appropriate within the identified boundaries. So, you know, that's where you have to make a judgment call as to whether this increased intensity in use is appropriate in the rural and remote zone. So I'll leave it at that.
Thanks, Joe. Okay, I'm gonna bring it back. Oh, yes, Tom, would you please come forward.
Oh.
You need to come up to the mic to say anything, because nothing gets picked up by grassroots.
Okay.
And please give your name for the record.
Hi, my name's Tom Barron, and I've lived back in the Little Annie Basin, as some of you know, for almost 40 years. I just have a question first before I speak, which is, do I still have an opportunity to speak in particular against the second application?
Public hearings.
All right, so my remarks are on the larger questions that have been raised here about the appropriateness in rural and remote areas to have short-term rentals. And since this is the first application you're talking about, I'm going to weigh in a bit on that. I just, without repeating what's already been said, I just want to emphasize that there are huge health and safety risks of renting to folks who don't understand don't have the experience and skills living in the backcountry, and I would also add sometimes they don't have the respect for the land, which is really required to live sustainably and healthfully back there. It's also can be dangerous, and as Hawk correctly said, if someone comes up and doesn't know what they're doing mechanically or with dangerous activities like said is starting bonfires, which I have unfortunately encountered back there, it puts everybody at risk who is there. We are the front line for those kinds of experiences. And then you add into this, you have serious wildfire danger, and I don't have to tell you how real that is. We've all who live back there have learned how to manage those risks. But someone who doesn't have that experience, even with no ill intention, could easily cause something that's not just a serious problem for the backcountry areas, but for the whole county, and which we all want to avoid. So I just feel like it really, in the end, it comes down to what is rural and remote really about, and do we value that? The character of this landscape, as John Ely said, really is at risk here. There is a slippery slope. Even if you have a good, conscientious renter of a property, that could ultimately all it takes is one rental with somebody who's very careless and who goes off shooting wildlife or starting fires, and we're all diminished and at risk because of that. So I would urge you to please think very carefully before granting any short-term rentals back in the rural and remote zones. And if you do decide to do that, please at least make some very clear requirements that make it difficult for abuses to happen. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, thank you very much. And you will have an opportunity to speak on the next one too.
Thanks, Tom.
As will Joe,
And Joe.
as will anybody. So, okay, I'm going to, anyone else who's online who wishes to speak, please star 9 to raise your hand. Okay, seeing none, the board, seeing no more comments in the room, I'm going to close the public hearing on this item and bring it back to the board for questions, comments. Francie.
I think we have a conundrum here because we had an opportunity to say no STRs in rural and remote, and we didn't. And so we put out the requirements, and Suzanne and her staff have worked hard to figure out how to meet those requirements, and she makes a recommendation that we approve this according to what we wrote into our covenants. So I don't really see how it's not disingenuous of us to then deny Coulter and his brother because they fit the requirements that we established. And there was some arbitrariness in it for sure, saying, well, each application has to come to the board for approval. And that gives us, I suppose, the arbitrary power to say no to all of them. But as I recall, one of the reasons we were hesitant to say no to all of them was because of the Smith property, if I'm remembering correctly. So I feel like I would be disingenuous and a little bit off the mark to say no to an application that conforms to the requirements that we established.
Kelly, just respond to that point.
Yeah.
I just would like maybe John Ely to weigh in on what the code, related to rural and remote, allows us to do with regards to Francie's concern. Like, how would any denial be called arbitrary or capricious? Is kind of what I'm interpreting her concern to be.
An action is arbitrary and capricious if the board takes it in a manner that exceeds its own jurisdiction for action, or in a manner in which it does not employ or follow the applicable rules and regulations that the board has adopted or, that exist in state law. So in this context, we have only one regulation that governs the licensure of short-term rental activity, and that is the newly adopted code. The language Suzanne and others have referred to several times is fairly explicit concerning applications within the rural and remote zone district. My recollection of the discussion of the board is that the board was not prepared to do a blanket denial in rural and remote, but recognized that properties there might face unique difficulties, but it would be better to evaluate properties and the applications that they would present rather than excluding the possibility of the activity within the zone district. That background is to some extent irrelevant now that we have an enacted code. And so what the code requires is an analysis of essentially impacts on 3 different itemized criteria for rural and remote, in addition to the criteria that exist for STRs as a whole. And, you know, the board has been presented with that in Suzanne's memo and her offered resolution. So, I mean, the offered resolution does not, in my opinion, amount to an arbitrary or capricious action on the part of the county should that resolution be adopted.
What about the reverse, if it's denied?
If the board makes sufficient findings that the requirements of the code are not satisfied through the application, then that action can be demonstrated to be in compliance with the code and would also not be arbitrary and capricious.
Okay, thank you. Great clarification. Any other comments from board members before I
For what?
bring up my comments?
Oh,
Before I speak? Yeah, I think it's the great questions have been asked by the board and information provided by the public. I still have this concern about commercial because again, the property's not designated commercial. It's evolving. The business licensing of this is definitely evolving at the county level, which we said when we passed it. It's truly a living document, and we'll be bringing it back. We've already been meeting with Redstone about some potential changes. These licenses are only issued for a year. Any violation during the year that these license, we can revoke them or we can take steps to mitigate the issues, but we can just revoke and you're done. And that's for all short-term rental licenses because it is a learning process. We are also looking at being able to issue the first license based on past history. If you've had a history of issues with your neighbors, be it parking or noise or wildlife or whatever, then that's grounds for not issuing a license, is my understanding. This property has been rented for many years. We've not heard of any issues. The neighbors, as far as I know, don't know of any specifics of having to come to the rescue. I think the property owner's willingness to limit it to the summertime use when access for everyone is easier. I do understand this property's kind of tucked back in, which in some ways is good because anybody who's there doesn't really affect their neighbors, but also it's the rescue time response, and I think everybody knows that rescue and response from public safety is not guaranteed back there, regardless of winter or summer or whatever. There was apparently referrals made to the fire district. It was Mountain Rescue.
We spoke with the sheriff's office.
Okay. So
met with
about
them.
Mountain Rescue. The other concern I have is, I think it could, if this was to pass, I don't know where the board stands on this right now. I would like to see more emphasis made in the conditions about wildfire. We do this, I think, in other short-term rentals, no outside fire pits. I know that's really wonderful to have in the summer you can buy those little pots now to roast your marshmallows for s'mores, but we find that people don't know how to put fires out in their fire pits. They leave embers, the wind comes up there and those embers spread. We know that embers are a significant cause of starting wildfires and escalating wildfires. So I think that's a minor thing that would be, I think, a comfort zone for me as far as wildlife, and also notification of whoever might be renting as far as what our fire flag warnings is, if it's red flag or which level which changes, but that's really important so people know they can't do X, Y, and Z during those certain levels of fire warning. I think that information needs to be made to anybody who's renting or anybody who's up there. We try to get that message out to everyone. I also think it would be important just so people know that any of the renters register with Pickens County Alert so that they get any information that maybe they don't receive it necessarily up at the cabin, but if they're coming or going or in town or in an area where they do get it, I think that would be important, just as a heads up and education. That also goes out for anybody who lives and comes into Pickens County. We want people to register with that, just so if there's an emergency issue, people are aware. Wildlife, I know that the applicant said they've only occasionally seen bears or foxes, but I think we have emerging issues with moose that are traveling in places. We have moose in the trailer court in downtown Aspen that walks our streets.
Moose on Tyhack this morning.
Who's on
On
Tyack?
this morning?
Yeah, see, and they don't den in the winter. So just information on which we are trying to get out to everybody with open space and trails. We have it posted of all our trailheads, is what do you do if you encounter a mountain lion? How do you respond? Those kind of things. It's just great information to have available to people who are renting, or even your friends that are up there. And it's just a simple poster on what do you do if you see a bear, blah, blah, blah. Any issues specific to our bears. With trash, just the basics. Also barbecues, propane. I know that there's times when our wildfire warnings say no outside barbecues other than propane, or just none at all at different levels. Just to up the ante as far as, eliminating possible risks of wildfire or encounters with wildlife.
Patty, maybe Coulter can respond to this, because I know
Yeah,
there are
well,
measures that I don't know were in his safety plan, but that he does have on site that specifically address some of the things you've raised.
Perfect. Coulter.
Yeah, sure. So we've got 2 fire pits up there. One's a gas fire pit that's on our deck that's very safe. No combustibles. It's got the basalt pumice rock or whatever's in it. And then we have a movable fire pit that's, similar to one you'd see at a campsite. And in the past, typically, if it goes from 0 band to 1, that's gone. So we take that out no matter what. We do allow them to use the one on the deck.
It's gas.
We also have, it's propane. So we have propane that goes to our grill that's also on the deck. And so they're kind of close to each other. I've got automatic shutoffs on the gas, so you have to actually turn a timer on both of them, so you can't just leave them on full time. So it goes off after an hour, and then you have to do it again. So there's that safety precaution. Our cabin, we used all combustible or non-combustible materials. Our deck is made out of wood, but the whole cabin's made out of recycled polystyrene blocks and concrete. It's clad with stone that we got from the site, stucco, and we have a standing seam metal roof. So we've taken as many precautions as we can to make sure that our cabin isn't the thing that's going to burn. If somebody started something out in the brush, that's definitely a concern of ours. We always have a hose out by the fire pit, so we direct everybody, if there is no ban and they are allowed to do a fire, we make sure they douse it with water before they go to bed. We also have a fire extinguisher by every single thing. I mean, we probably got 10 of them up there.
I know. I saw that. I'm like, boy.
Yeah.
Covers 1,000 square feet.
Yep. We also have cameras everywhere. For the wildlife thing, we literally have never seen a bear up there. And
I'll
we're at
send mine
11,000
over to
feet,
visit.
so all the animals are actually a lot lower. I mean, I've seen elk down by Stonies, which is probably 1,000 feet below ours, but they don't come up to our property. I see an occasional fox, occasional deer. That's about it.
But just any information that just for general education, because
Yeah, no, I think all those suggestions were really
Yeah.
good, and we can.
But thank you for
100%.
for filling me in on your barbecue and your fire pit. Because I know that's an amenity when you go camping, it's great when you can have a contained, and when I go camping with my kids, it's usually wood out in the, in a contained space, in a legalized campsite.
Yeah.
But, so.
And just another comment, all these people that rent my cabin, I either know 75 to 80% of them, or I vet them very, very well. 10th Mountain Hut, anybody can just book that. I talk to every single person to make sure they understand exactly where our cabin is, all the risks, 4-wheel drive, everything.
Okay.
So it's not just like somebody's on Airbnb and they just can book my cabin. It doesn't work like that.
Great, thank you. Alex, did you have something more? Okay.
I was just going to say, the one thing you mentioned about the being aware of fire bans or restrictions, that is a requirement
Good.
of any license.
Just
That
wanna
the
make sure.
licensee or manager must advise renters of.
Because
So
that
again,
changes from sometimes hour to hour. And 1 minute, like Thursday could be red and Friday it's not. So that just keeping people up, or vice versa, is even more concerning. But that's really, and I wish more people in our community were aware of that. So every chance we get to educate is important. So I'm going to go to Steve here. Steve, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Patty. My concerns were mainly about fire also, and I'm reassured from what we were just told. I was going to say an outdoor spigot does no good unless there's a hose attached to it and you can get water just instantly, because that's what the first 30 seconds is what you can put a fire out easily if one should start. Also, having a fire in a fire ring, in an established fire ring that is properly constructed and maintained can prevent most any fire from even starting, and also respecting any fire restrictions from the sheriff's office, I think is extremely important. So I feel reassured by the answers we got on that, and I wonder if those should be put into the conditions of approval, just to assure that they will be actually those restrictions and techniques will be followed. Then to get to the bigger issue of commercial versus residential. The short-term rental is for residential properties. That's what it is designed for. People can rent their house for longer than 30 days, or they can rent a residence for longer than 30 days with no restrictions. The short-term rental thing is a provision where people can rent a residence for less than 30 days. I don't see this, it's kind of maybe a hybrid between a commercial and a residential thing, but the main part of it is it's a residential use that is allowed. We put in provisions in our short-term rental rules that would allow short-term rentals in rural and remote if they meet a certain fairly high standard of safety precautions because it's more remote, it's in more of a backcountry place. And I think a lot of those, we probably got a lot of the ideas from the Smiths because of their presentations at the public comments when we were looking at the short-term regulations. And I'm in favor of allowing the, giving them the permit for this short-term rental on their property. They've been there a long time. They've contributed to the community largely by preventing a lot of development on the backside of Aspen Mountain on their property. I think that's commendable. I don't want to punish them now for following the rules on short-term rentals and say, no, you can't do a short-term rental because we're changing the rules. I think they've met the standards we set, and I am in favor of approval of this application.
Any other comments? Go ahead.
I'm feeling the need to call for an exec session because I feel like the guidance that we were given during the ordinance review is being a little distorted in the context of this conversation, and I'm not sure if it's appropriate to do that, have that conversation publicly, since it was in the context of advice from attorneys.
So, Mr. Ely, we have a request to call for an exec, and it used to be really easy. We would just move next door. So I'm not sure how to call for exec and get Steve hooked in and where we need to go.
Well, I'm going to send out an email to you, Patty, and to Steve for a link to jump into a Zoom call for the exec. I think that you and the other commissioners present and anybody else from the staff, and particularly Suzanne and Alex, if you want to attend, you're probably going to be going upstairs to the Maroon Creek conference room.
We'll go next door to the Roaring Fork room.
Okay, there's an owl over there. I'm not sure. I wasn't sure what's.
They have a meeting they're setting up for
5 o'clock is the Maroon Creek, Maroon Bells meeting. It's at 5
Do we
o'clock.
want the computer and the owl for the?
No. That takes too long to set up. I'll just take my iPad over to the other room. We'll hover around it. Steve, you can cue in from your iPad at home or your computer at home.
Oh, we can all cue in with our computers. So
Well, then John is to send it to all of us, and if John, you want to send it to everybody, the link? We'll all take our computers next door.
Let's be specific who you send it to.
We'll send it to everybody.
Like to Joe and everybody.
Patty, he needs.
What?
John. I'm like,
I know.
Can I
I'll
make
get
a motion to go into executive session for the purposes of attorney's advice for CRS? What is that, 402.4B?
Second.
Wait. Get our CRS. What's the CRS, John?
24-6-4024B. And this is for, as Kelly stated, attorney-client consultation regarding this application.
Okay, I have a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second.
Okay, all those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Grassroots will be stepping next door, and I'll let you know when we're coming back. Welcome back. This is the Board of County Commissioners' regular meeting on Wednesday, December the 7th. We have been in executive session. I need a motion from the board to go out of exec, please.
So moved.
To adjourn. I couldn't think of the word.
Motion to adjourn.
Thank you for help clarifying. Francie, would you give me a second?
Second.
Oh, thank you.
Wasn't
All
even
those in
listening, I'm
favor,
sorry.
please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All right, we are back in regular meeting, regular session. Thank you, John Ely, for helping us conduct an executive session. So I'm going to bring it back here to the board. We have had our public hearing. That is closed. Staff, do you have anything more to present?
No.
Mr. Smith, do you have anything more?
I don't think so. I think we.
Okay, great. Thank you.
most of the subjects.
Thank you for being here with us today. I'm going to bring it back to the board here for further discussion.
You want me to go, or do you want to go?
Sure, go ahead.
Okay. Okay, thank you. Thank you, Coulter. It's nice to see you, and I know you've been generous with your cabin for Wildwood, for the board to use, and I do appreciate that. And my position isn't personal or directed at you. I've been one of the long-standing folks throughout this whole process that has been a stickler for zoning and adhering to underlying zone districts and the articulations of uses in the county. And this, I think, is pretty consistent throughout all of our conversations with the STR issue. And so for me, I don't think that STR uses are appropriate in rural or remote zone district. I don't think they adhere to the specific use of the zone for limited recreation, limited recreational use, and the remainder of that code section. And I just continue to really have very grave reservations about emergency preparedness up there as compared to other areas of the county, and the ability for users to have enough knowledge on how to safely behave and to mitigate danger to the community. I do think zoning really is a community benefit that I think we should adhere to in this case. And so that is, I think, the main substance of my concerns with the application. You know, we have, in a sense, a natural limitation now on the number of permit applications we're accepting, but I do have concerns about in the future when we revisit all of these conversations and we revisit how new applicants might be able to enter into the system, that this sets a precedent of, telling people they need a sat phone and fire extinguishers and, propane gas amenities in order to apply and receive approval. And so that's what's difficult for me about this, and I won't be supporting it.
Okay, Greg?
Yeah, thank you. I want to just take some excerpts here. I've got a letter from Christopher Bryan, an attorney in town, from September 1st, describing the cabin and its use. It says, the cabin allows short-term guests to enjoy hiking and backcountry skiing. Primarily, however, the Smith cabin is used by family members throughout the year for get-togethers and special occasions. So I assume that's with family members. And then it also says, the cabin was never designed or intended as a full-time residence. So I just think that's kind of notable, because as Steve was trying to draw the distinction between residential use for STRs. Was that accurate, Coulter?
Yeah.
And you've pretty much said that you pretty much know everybody who's been there,
Pretty
who
much.
uses it.
Yeah, and
Okay.
because it's owned by me, my brother, my sister, neither of us are going to use it full time. We like to share it. We all like to use it occasionally.
I'm just going to go to what was a really, really easy search that I did on social media. First of all, I found an article in the Aspen Daily News that just talked about what a great cabin is for parties and for rental at a fairly extremely high rate. And I know a lot of people have been up there to various events, and so it just doesn't make sense. There's a disconnect for me. very easily be searchable. You can find a wedding planner called Junebug Weddings out of Texas, who show a picture from your deck up there, and it says, see this romantic Aspen elopement, in this great wedding location. They're advertising your place, and they have about 20 people on their list of credits of who's involved. It's a full-on commercial operation, catering by European caterers, cake by another company, DJ, live music, videography, hair and makeup, wedding, the groom's apparel, rentals, transportation, Rocky Mountain limo. I'm just looking at this and saying, I think there's a disconnect from how this has been represented to us and what has been happening up there over the years. And you don't have to talk around town too much to hear about all the activity that's been up at the cabin. So when I hear it's a family thing, and maybe all these people who came to this wedding, the Aspen Daily News talks about they can accommodate up to 120 people. I'm not buying it. I just simply am not buying it. I think that in an effort to get an STR license, you and your attorney have played it down to the point where I'm not sure it's credible. And I could find the Daily News article. I did email it earlier.
Who was that article written by?
I'm not sure. It was
Is that Curtis Wackerly's article?
But there have been more than one.
I know,
If
but you had 0 facts. Those are all bad facts. I never responded to
Right.
his
Well,
calls, but anyway.
what it sounded like was an advertisement for the Smith cabin, and I think it's been in magazines. It's been on social media. You've been using this as a commercial enterprise, right?
We've had a few small wedding elopements since COVID hit, when people didn't want to have a big wedding. They've had a few smaller weddings.
Small being
30
120?
people. No, never. That's what I'm saying. That's bad information.
Right, yeah. It seems to have been advertised this way for quite a while. So I just don't believe this is the appropriate use of rural remote. I've got to say, I'm sorry. It just seems like this is a commercial enterprise trying to figure out how to continue one way or another. And I think this is one of the things that this is an example of what I most worry about with rural remote. So I'll be voting no on this. I can find you that Aspen Daily News article, and I'll submit it I've actually sent it to Charlotte so she could put it in the record. Without much effort, I'd encourage everybody to go do a search online for events at the Smith cabin and see what comes up. It doesn't sound, there's a disconnect for me. Thanks.
Okay, well, I'm not going to go through how many times I've been misquoted in the newspapers locally, and how many times I've wanted to respond, but sometimes it's too overwhelming to respond to. So I'm going to judge things on the merit of the face value, not on social media, because I just choose not to put my life into social media and judge people by what is said on social media. So I'm going to bring this again to the board to see if we can come to some, I just want to see if there's a motion that somebody would like to put out at this point in time, unless there's further comment or questions requested by the board.
Well, I'd make a motion to deny.
A second.
Okay, we have a motion to deny on the table. All those in favor of a denial, please say aye.
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 All those opposed to a denial, please say nay.
Nay.
So it's a 3-2. So I need another.
Did Steve say anything?
Oh, Steve, you're muted.
Sorry, I said nay.
So John, how do we then address, can we do a motion to approve?
Yes, you can.
Okay, I need a motion, if someone would like to do a motion to approve.
I'll make a motion to approve.
I have a motion, do I have a second?
I'll second.
Thank you, I have a motion, I have a second. I'll call the question, all those in favor of an approve, oh yeah, Kelly?
Discussion.
Discussion.
Yeah, you had raised a whole lot of conditions, and I'm still gonna vote no, but I don't want.
The conditions
to
are pretty much
reconsider.
already in the, and Coulter already clarified that in further information about fire and animals. He agreed to, can we put that in under what, thank you, Kelly, under wildlife?
And that was just providing sort of information, education.
Yeah.
And the fire restriction piece is covered
Covered,
in the
it's
standard
covered.
language. You did say no outside fire pits, and Coulter did speak to
He
how
said they have a gas one and have one that's in a constrained.
So it would just be subject to the fire restrictions
And if
in
fire
effect in the
restrictions
county. So
get
that's
raised at any
standard.
level,
Okay.
that fire pit is gone.
And the only other thing I had written down was the registering with Pitkin Alert.
Yeah.
So I guess that would be a recommendation to guests.
Yeah, and I think we should require that with all of our STRs, but as we know, the STR ordinance will be evolving as we move forward, so let's keep that in mind in the future. Thank you. Thank you, Kelly. Yes, Kelly.
Thank you. I just would like to point out that the criteria, in addition to the criteria for short-term rental licensing that is universally applied, that for the rural and remote district also allows the board to look at, let's see, must meet the criteria for any property located in rural or remote, are also referred to community development, public safety, and caucus for review of the application and adherence to the code criteria. We have heard concerns about public safety. We have heard from the caucus who have requested that we deny this application, and I want that to be on the record.
And public safety was a discussion with the sheriff's office?
Correct.
In regards to mountain rescue, I believe? Or in general, just with public safety?
I mean, the conversation with
Include concerns of no ambulatory or other emergency services during the winter when travel is limited. The only emergency services would be mountain rescue. Outside of winter access, review of the safety plan outlines adequate communication to 911, recommend an AID, and adherence to county codes such as wildlife protection and wildfire mitigation.
And so the recommendation not to have winter rentals,
It
you know,
follows
was
through
coming
the way the
directly from
conditions are written.
that, yeah.
Francie?
Yeah, I would like to check with you, Coulter, about the advertising, because I think it is important that if we're on the verge of okaying this, that you don't take it as a license to have big weddings up there, or even apply for a special event license so that we're not having a lot of people up there who are smoking outside or whatever it is they're going to do at a wedding. I mean, I want to proceed assuming that you're going to be operating in good faith and not advertising on VRBO all over the world and bringing in people whom you don't know and who don't understand the backcountry of Aspen. So, I mean, at this point, I'm taking you at your word that you pretty much, it's word of mouth, you pretty much know these people, but it is concerning that there's an ad online and stuff. So I just would like you to speak to that one more time before I vote.
Yeah, no, we will take it very seriously. I mean, if we get this approved, I don't know what is out there online, so I guess I'm gonna need to do my own research to see who's putting stuff out there. But no, that's not our goal, is not to have 100 people weddings or anything like that up there, which we've never actually had. We have had some small elopements up there.
Mhm.
And yes, there's been, a cater up there.
I mean, I think some kind of personal communication between you or one of your siblings and the renters is really important.
Yes.
My son ran a STR for a while, and I can tell you that they were all different kinds of people that, came and went. And so, you have presented yourself to us as a small town guy who knows everybody who goes up there, and I want to believe that that's the way it's going to be. So
that's how it'll be.
Okay.
And
Can I
I'm just gonna,
propose-
before, I'm gonna tag on to this, is okay with the board. And I just wanna be a reminder here that we have the authority to revoke a license for any violation of any of the things that have been made public or that are in the conditions of approval that have publicly been declared by the applicant. So, okay, I have Kelly, and then I have Greg, and then I have Steve.
I would like to propose a condition that special event permits not be issued to anyone other for the purpose of hosting an event for anyone other than the immediate owners. on this property. So not on the behalf of a tenant or a renter, that if Coulter and his sister and his brother want to host a special event, they can apply for a special event unit permit for their own use, not for others.
You know, I don't necessarily have a problem with that. What I have a problem with is that we really haven't defined what an event is, what is the event, and we're remote and it needs a special event permit. So that's something we need to be addressed in the future.
I think if you separate
criteria.
out, somebody's renting the cabin to occupy, somebody is also renting the cabin to hold a special event, that requires a permit.
Okay, so they're.
You look at it as a separate use, you know, again, which is kind of how we have to, because the regulations are totally separate. Again, they're not, you know, they're going to know if they're renting it to have a wedding up there. Clearly, you know, that's, you know, they would be aware of that. So that would require a special event permit. Again, if it's Coulter having his family gathering up there, that's a private, that does not require a special event permit.
But if they hosted a wedding up there,
again, if
for
they're,
themselves, they would get a special event permit anyway under special event permit criteria.
If they wanted to use their own home for a wedding?
Right.
if you have your own home for a wedding, it's your wedding and there is no special event permit. If you're renting out your home for someone else to have their wedding in it, then a special event permit is required.
Yeah, I don't have a problem with that, but I don't know, Kelly, are you gonna support this?
No.
Moving forward without it? So.
Well, I wouldn't mind exploring that just a little bit more. So, in other words, you're suggesting, if I'm not mistaken, you're suggesting that no renter at the Smith cabin could apply for a special event license. Is that what you're suggesting?
Yes.
In other words, she's saying you can't rent the cabin for a special event.
Yeah. I just have to think about that for a second.
And Greg, I'll let you go.
Okay. I just want to go back to the article I referenced because I thought I should share it with you. It's the Daily News article. And I just want to read it so we can be specific about what was said.
You're reading the whole article to us?
No, I'm reading you a blurb. It's an Aspen Daily News article. It's called Smith Cabin and Short-Term Rentals. The quote is, "The Smith Cabin has its own Instagram feed," so something presumably that the Smith are in control of and publish, which describes the site as a, quote, backcountry luxury rental property, quote, and its own website, your own website, which advertises the cabin is available to rent for $4,500 per night during the summer and $9,500 per night during the winter at, quote, event rate of $14,400 for 2 nights, 3 days, as many as 120 guests is also published. The materials depict a pristine setting, stunning views, access to recreation, interior comforts, kitchen decor, plumbing, that resemble a mixture of backcountry hut and high-end hotel. The quote goes on to quote the website or Instagrams to say, "Book the Smith Cabin for your wedding, next friend and family gathering, corporate retreat, or backcountry weekend excursion," the website says. Access in the summer is by 4-wheel drive, vehicle only. In the winter, you can access via cross-country ski, hire a snowmobile or Aspen Expedition guide, presumably to take you there. That was the article, just for the record, that was published in the Aspen Daily News. So they're referring specifically to the advertising that Coulter's family has published.
When was
about
that
this.
article published?
I don't have the date here, but I can find it for you.
Okay, can we move on to Steve here, who's had his hand up?
I wanted to ask about, in the resolution, it mentions there's actually a link to special events, and I wanted to find out from Suzanne what in rural and remote area, what are the special event restrictions, like for how many people, all those different things that might be different for rural and remote than for other special event permits.
So there is a matrix in the code related to number of attendees. So if you have 50 or fewer attendees, 1 time a year, 1 day event, it says permit is not required. which is interesting because we don't have that kind of threshold for anywhere else in the county. So when we did specifics to rural remote, it's different than we do everywhere else in the county. We don't have a threshold for number of people at events. But so 50 to 100 people, you need a minor event permit, and you could do that 2 or 3 times a year, and then not allowed more than 100, but not to exceed 200. Sorry, except there's a note. And again, if you do any more than 3, same as everywhere else in the county in a year, you're a special event venue, and there's a whole separate process. And that would be a prohibited use in rural remote. You could not be a special event venue.
So under 50, you don't need a special event license or a permit?
50 or fewer, you could do that once, and it says you do not need a special event permit.
I think a lot of this came out of that small wedding on the back of Aspen
Yes,
Mountain
that's exactly
devastated
where
the
this all came from.
vegetation and the,
I'm looking at a picture of that wedding.
Yeah, it
There's
was
like
pretty
28 people.
enormous.
Oh,
The one I'm
wedding.
looking at is
wedding.
28 people.
No, this wasn't 28 people. It had caterers.
No, the big
and-
one, that was not Coulter's you're talking about.
No, I'm not talking about, I don't know about Coulter's.
I'm looking
talking
at a
about the-
picture on Coulter's Instagram. There's a wedding, it's 28 people.
Okay, well, I'm talking about the one that gave rise to our concerns about special events on the back of Aspen Mountain.
Yeah, right, I know what you're talking about now.
Okay. Suzanne,
I mean,
please.
If I applied for a special use permit for like a tiny wedding, is that, that's just
you
not,
don't need to.
no. Okay.
I mean, it could just be limited to the number of people who can stay at the cabin.
Well, what do you, you
6
mean
people,
any
you-
event? Really? That'd have,
Well, I don't think there should be events in rural and remote. I mean, for someone that you're renting, that's renting a cabin back there. This is me. This is my opinion on it.
Well, I'm concerned about special events at any, that have 150 people, even if you own the place. I mean, that's not appropriate. But anyway, getting back to the task at hand. Steve, did you have any other questions there?
No, and I'm just wondering if we should just say have a condition, no special event permits. It's a short-term rental, limited to 6 people staying there.
I would say, I think the family should be able to have a family dinner of 20 people, or friends. I mean, it is their property, and I know you have to respect property rights at some
no, I
level, and
agree
you don't
with
want to
that.
disrupt the neighbors. So I think that renters should not be able to have special events that require a permit. Is that the condition, Kelly, you would like to put in here?
well, that would mean over 50 guests. So I could support that.
It's just, is it unique to one property? So one renter, one time could have 50 guests a year?
No,
Once
it's
a year.
one rental per property. It's not per renter, it's per property.
Yeah,
But that's what I'm saying. It's per proper, so one renter at one time during the year, even if you prohibited special event permits from being issued.
No, I'm saying no renters can have, oh, I see what you're saying.
You know, because
They don't have
it
to have a
doesn't
permit.
line up with the special event permit language. So if there's a specific condition, that it would have to be tailored for this property.
Well, do we have to change the code to do that?
I mean, I think what you're doing is the restrictions on this, I don't know that you have to, I guess I'm
She's
not sure.
saying
what you-
even if you're under 50 and you're renting, you can't have a special event, even if she's saying you can't, because right now you can have an event under 50 at the cabin without going through the permitting process.
Correct. And that's, again, if you're a special event. If Coulter's having his own private party, that is not a special event. So again, if we're talking about renters, and maybe John Ely needs to weigh in, I would think that would be making it more restrictive than the code, and I don't know if that's an issue or not, to say that you
That's
can't
my
even
question.
have that one.
So John, how can we address this to say that renters cannot have special events even if they're under 50 people?
I don't want to say that.
Rent, they're restricted to the number of people. that
John, we
are-
can't hear you.
Really?
You got marbles in your mouth.
You're echoey. You're like in a deep well or something.
Now we hear Steve
You
very
can't
clearly.
lean back in your chair and relax. You have to stand up to your computer and speak into the
You
mic.
sound like a teacher.
Imagine that.
Don't slap me.
All right, guys, we still have other items on our agenda.
Yes, when you
Let's-
sit up to the mic, we can hear you. Imagine that.
All right, John, go, please.
You know, it's an interesting prospect where the restriction is going to exceed the underlying restriction in the zone district. But in relation to the activity, the board has some latitude. It sounds as if what you're talking around is a restriction to not exceed the number of people who are permitted to occupy the house under the short-term rental license. I'm not sure what that number is. I don't have it pulled up in front of me. I think it's 6.
It's 6 on this unit.
Okay, so the renter is restricted to no more than 6 people.
So if the renter wanted to have 4 friends over for dinner, there would be 10, and they wouldn't be allowed to do that.
Right.
Yeah, I wouldn't support that.
Or if they wanted to have
Sounds like that's what you're talking about. If it's not, then, you know, don't go there.
Well, I think 50 is probably a wee bit much for having for dinner in a cabin, but I don't know how to address it, John. I'm at a loss.
Well, the reference in the short-term rental code is to environmental health assessment of the on-site wastewater treatment system and what it can hold, what it can service. Typically speaking, what Kurt represented to me was that there's, Kurt Dahl with environmental health, is that there's not typically a surge capacity built into on-site wastewater treatment systems under the county permitting regulation. So it's not as if you exceed the capacity of the system by having guests over, you're running into problems. And so the concern is the capacity of the on-site wastewater treatment system.
Unless they have a porta potty.
Whatever that is, that's the limit of people that should be there.
Okay, so you're telling me if you have 10 guests over, they are not allowed to use the facilities while they're there? Only
Well,
6
there's no
can.
practical restriction on that, Patty, but I suppose that you get to it is by limiting the number of folks who are in the rental.
I think we're getting a bit far on this, but I still do have a motion on the table here, so.
So you're proposing an amendment to the,
Additional condition.
and so since who made the motion? Did I make the motion?
You made the motion, Steve seconded, or vice versa.
So that would mean that I would have to accept that amendment, or we'd have to start over again?
You have to accept the condition? No, you don't have to accept it, we cannot.
No, I know. Either we accept it and move on, or I don't accept it.
And we move on. Kelly has said she's gonna not change her denial vote.
Yeah, I know. I don't accept it.
Excuse, can I just comment? Do we have any, are we comfortable that the oversight and enforcement aspects of this are enough to make sure that applicants like this and the many others that will probably follow are going to comply? Do we have the ability to know what
No, we have
happens
no enforcement.
5-6 miles back on Richmond Ridge at any given time of the year?
We'd be relying on complaints. I mean, again, right now, when you approved the short-term rental program, you approved 2 FTEs, one intended to be an enforcement person. That is not a position we've hired for at this point because we needed to get the program up and running and then have to evaluate what that need is, you know, if that's really a full-time position and what that would look like, you know, to really, you know, is it that? But again, I think with any of the licenses, you know, right, the few things, some of the complaints we've heard on other licenses, not rural remote, relate to rentals that then our special event run, events as well.
Got it. So I think I
so-
can take that to mean that really enforcement's not even on the radar. Right? The sheriff's not going to get back there. The Forest Service is rarely ever
Well,
there.
if there are complaints, they will.
Wait.
So,
Yeah.
I mean, nobody patrols it. It's not like it's on the regular beaten path.
We don't patrol in Big Brother anybody with enforcement. We base all of our enforcement pretty much on complaints.
Kelly
We don't
hasn't
call
done
the
that, so
sheriff
do I.
or the Forest Service necessarily on a building code violation. This is, and we have neighbors up there who have spoken up about the impacts to their neighborhood, and I'm sure that the neighbors up there, we hear from them all the time about issues of violation of people who are up there and running rampant, winter or summer, or spring or fall.
Or ski coat trucks. that
So
are
we,
not
yeah,
using their
we
jet
heard about
brakes.
trucks and trailers and people, getting stuck and so I'm sure we will hear from, which we are dependent upon for all of our enforcement, is complaints filed.
And we've received letters and comments today
Yeah.
about this, right?
Yeah, about issues in general to what happens up there, we hear all the time. So Kelly?
I would really like to encourage some definition about how special events are going to be handled. Because right now, any renter can bring up to 50 people up there at any time. Free, when Little Annie's free of snow. And I think that is a terrible precedent to set in rural and remote.
Okay.
I also would like to encourage that some clearer language around the duration of time is spelled out in the permit. Right now, the resolution reads, when Little Annie is free of snow, typically November to April. Perhaps
that's when
some
it has
clearer
snow.
guidance, May 15th to October 15th, might be, make this a stronger permit, stronger license. So I just would like to, this is the first time that a permit is being issued in rural and remote for this activity, of which you have heard very clear opposition to, of which I have very clear opposition to. And I know we have other things, but that makes this a very important conversation, and I think we need to spend the effort to drill down.
Well, and I think that we need to, in the future, look at 50 people, for people who own a property up there that have 50 people without a permit. That's a lot of impact for rural remote. Okay, that being said, that's a whole nother issue we'll have to address in another time. Right now, we can address the conditions of this application before us. So we need a clear definition, I'll get to you in just a second, of spelling out the time frame, not just random November till April. I'll get to you, Coulter. And we need to fine tune this special event issue. And if we just pull off all special events for now, gives us next year when the application has to come back for renewal to change that condition, I think we can clearly spell out a time frame, not just, it could be November to April, something more specific, which we do on the Castle Creek Road, for example, which is kind of same elevation issue. So, okay, that's where we're gonna try and go here, because Kelly's right, we need to clarify that, and we, if we're here till whenever, now that we know we have one item off of our agenda later, we have a little more time. Francie, please.
I have one question.
Get to Coulter.
In response to Greg thinking there's going to be a lot more applications, do we have any history of STRs from any other cabins on the backside of Aspen Mountain?
History of use.
Yeah, I think it's difficult because there could have been ones that operated, like the next applicant had a previous owner that operated as an STR. And so if there was activity, that's when we find out when they come in and apply. And so right now we know of 2. There's potential for more, but we just don't have any information.
2 meaning the 2 current applicants?
The 2 current applications, yes, correct.
Okay, I just want you to know, Kelly, I totally respect your point of view and where you're coming from, particularly in terms of the caucus comments. But like Hawk said, I do have some reservations about how much we are telling property owners what they can and can't do on their property. And I'm trying to balance that out. I'm also trying to have respect for, the backside of Aspen Mountain, which is a special place, and without penalizing Coulter's family. I don't know whether you built this place as a wedding venue or as a possible source of income. You say you didn't, but it's pretty fancy for a family weekend thing. So in trying to compromise, I would accept a limitation on how many guests there can be, but it's not going to be 6. Like, I think if you're spending that much money on a place and you want to have people over and do your fancy, maybe you're a chef or something, you know, and you want to do your fancy cooking, then I think you should be able to have people over. So I'd like to see, I could live with something between 6 and 50, you know, some kind of limitation so that it's not a gigantic party. And that would be one place where I could compromise to make this more palatable to my colleagues and also to the residents back there, so.
And I don't know how we would come up with that number and justify it, but I'll look to legal counsel. John, can we just pick a number?
Are we approved?
Let John
Okay, go
finish
ahead.
answering this.
Is he talking?
He's going to. He knows how to.
John, are you thinking about it, or did you not hear my question?
I'm
We-
definitely thinking
Okay.
about it. I guess it would make, it would be consistent with the discussions of the board. I think that if you focused on a number that you felt was incompatible with the existing uses and other properties in the vicinity of this particular applicant property, to derive that limitation, given that the limitation in the other underlying zone district is 50. If you could relate it to something that is of concern to the board in regard to the impacts on the quality of the rural remote zone district and its stated goals and purposes vis-a-vis the other properties in the vicinity of this property, then that would make sense. And then that number, however the board derives it, would relate to that factor as opposed to, well, anything else.
I have an idea.
Kelly has an idea, but I've got Coulter on here to allow him to maybe address.
How many cars can park? Oh, yeah.
You mean like in designated park? I mean,
On your property down the driveway.
Like 600.
you have 600 acres, you can park
No, I
500
mean,
cars.
you know, not just out in the wilderness, but right at the vicinity of the park, the cabin.
I mean, pretty comfortably, I would say. I don't really know, because we probably had 20 cars up there comfortably, and you could probably fit way more than that.
Well, that's more than I was hoping.
That would have been a great justification.
Yeah.
I mean, where the disturbance area was, when we were building it,
Yeah.
is kind of a disturbed area where
You can
park cars. And to get back to the time thing, just kind of, we can't get up there till June 1st every year,
That's what I
like
was
no
gonna
matter
say.
what.
Yeah.
Like, usually it's probably between June 1st and June
So
15th.
June
pushing
1st, they
that date
close
back.
Independence Pass, November 1st, so June 1st to
And November 1st is when
November 1st?
stop.
The board okay with that? Thank you.
Yeah. Just
All right, got one down, one more to go, and then we'll probably have another one pop up, but,
I think that there needs to be a little addition to that, because there are years where you can only get there after June 1st on a snowmobile.
Well, it has to be free of snow.
Has to be.
Yeah,
free
it
of
has to be
snow.
free of snow. That's what I say. These dates or when it's free of snow, some kind of language like that.
Yeah.
Okay.
'Cause we heard an issue today about slippery slopes on the back of Aspen Mountain with cars and some kind of signage, so it just carries through with that. You know, it could be July and we have snow. We've had snow July 4th, guys, and that road gets slippery. So, okay, let's do June 1st to November 1st, okay? We're good?
I just want to say, I think that what it sounds to me like is we're trying to come up with a criteria for permitting commercial use in rural and remote, okay? I think regarding the shoulder seasons especially, you know, when you have a condition that might be dry dirt at the bottom of the valley, and then mud halfway up, and then snow beyond that, the remoteness becomes a much greater factor. An ambulance simply can't get there. They'd have to shift to a snowmobile or a snowcat. You have situations like that. So it just seems to me that we're really trying hard to permit something which rural and remote has been designed to prohibit. And I don't understand what's going on here. I would recommend and ask that my board consider tabling this so we can review all the material available to us.
One of the reasons we put it on at this date was because of the time frame of the holiday. If we table it, it doesn't come back till after the first of the year.
Fine, that's fine.
Well, I'm not willing to table. Kelly said
So if you
right.
want to, I think we're rushing then, because some of the questions John Ely seems to want to think about before he answers, I'm really not comfortable with this. So you've got my no already.
You can move to continue.
But I'd like to make a motion to continue this.
I'll second.
I have a motion to continue and I have a second. Any other comments? I'll call the question. Yeah, Steve, please.
Just a minute. Point of order, we have a motion on the table.
Oh, we have a
Does
motion to approve on the
Finish
table.
that one
Thank you,
first.
Steve.
I thought a motion to continue.
John,
proceeds
can I,
that.
what do I do?
That's,
The motion to continue leapfrogs over the pending motion
Yeah.
until it's resolved.
So we can call the motion to continue and then deal with the motion to approve.
It stays on the table for the next meeting. We pick it up with the live motion on
If we
hand.
continue, we may
Right,
not
if
continue,
we
we don't know that yet. I have a motion on the table to continue. All those in favor of continuing this?
Can we have some discussion about that?
what information do we want to gather during the continuation?
Greg, what information would you like further to clarify?
I would like to have a more thorough analysis of the proposals that have been made as contingencies with John Ely. And I think also it'd be probably prudent to have everyone to review the information available to us that may not have been shared today.
I'm not sure what contingencies you're addressing.
Well, we've made several conditions on
Conditions.
this approval.
The conditions of approval.
Thank you. Oh, wrong word.
Yeah,
Thank
okay, I
you.
was a little confused. So, the only condition of approval that I think is still outlying is the number of people to call it a special event. So I have a suggestion there. That's the information is there more information that you're wanting clarification on?
I'm still uncomfortable with the stated intent of the operation versus the history of the operation. So I think we need to look more deeply at that so that if this does get approved, we have a really clear knowledge of what it is we're approving.
And what information would you like us to delve deeper in that social
Rental
media?
history, marketing, promotional history, the use of the property versus the stated use of the property, and I'll probably think of some others.
Well, even if we do happen to find that it's been advertised as a wedding venue and stuff, if we make it clear that that can't continue, it doesn't really matter, because we didn't have regulations then about that. So, you know what I'm saying? Like, yeah, I was a little surprised to see the wedding, but then when I counted the people, I was like, well, that's what he said. You know, that's exactly how many people he said.
One wedding that was there, correct?
Right, I understand. It sounds kind of like what you're hoping is to convince us to vote differently.
Yes,
if we have
definitely.
time.
There's no question. I'd like to convince
Based
you
on
all
a
to vote
characterization of
differently
the application and
based
the
on the
applicant.
application, the characterization, and the history, but also on the intent of, as I interpret, what rural and remote and STR are for.
So we're really rediscussing writing the code as we're talking about revising the code now as compared to in a year or whatever, when we just finished the darn thing a little while ago. You know,
I
mean,
don't feel comfortable trying to revise the code and make exceptions in this forum at this time.
We're not revising the code, we're writing conditions of approval.
On one permit.
One permit that will be specific to this application, which is allowed by us to do per the ordinance when it comes to rural remote.
Which will become a precedent.
Not necessarily. We can, if we deny the next one, do we have to approve them all because we approved this one as a precedent? No. We can change it based on the site specifics of the application and the issues that the applicant brings forward and how the applicant addresses our concerns, that I think we've been very clear about is part of the ordinance as it's currently written. So,
I think Steve had his hand up.
yeah, Steve, please. And then, John, did you want to say something? You look like you're perched. Okay, Steve, please.
I think that we might want to have specific parameters in terms of short-term rental. If there is a short-term rental that is tied to a special event where there are 20 people there, the septic system is designed for 6 people for overnight. If there's 20 people there, they need to have a porta potty there on any other special event. Anywhere else in the county, maybe that would be one of our, maybe we have extra requirements for if a special event is being held at the same night that it's rented as a short-term rental. It's sort of proposing using it for 2 different uses. One is a short-term rental and one is for special events. But I think we should specify the special event requirements on this, since it is a short-term rental application and it's getting muddied in with the special. It's a short-term rental application. It's getting muddied in with special event requirements and permit stuff, which is confusing the issue.
Right.
So maybe we need to spell out specifically special event requirements for this property if we issue the short-term rental permit.
Well, special events legally are over 50.
Right now,
So-
in rural remote, you can have a special event for 50 people without a permit.
One per year.
One a year. And we never mention how many times you can flush the toilet. So,
Pee outside.
yeah, you're in the wilderness.
Exactly.
That being said, John,
Well,
please.
now-
So I would
now-
like that, that's the kind of thing I would like
Okay.
to have clarified with.
Okay, that's the one
con-
out.
Continuation.
That's technically the one remaining if we choose to continue, but we might be able to address that tonight. John, please.
I'm probably not adding anything useful in the sense that we are conflating right now a special events permit regulation, which we do have, and we do have specific regulations relative to rural and remote, one event. And the STRs, which do have a different set of requirements that were adopted by the board. The overall impact does go together, and so if the board is wanting us to look at, the impacts of special events in rural and remote and re-examining that, that's certainly something that we could look at as a code provision. John, I don't know if you have any concerns about the tying conditions around special events versus just capacity around STRs. It seems like that's where we're getting hung up, but that would be a broader discussion that could happen as part of a continuance, or moving this forward. But we are conflating the two right
Oh,
now.
yeah.
I think it's
I'm
going to
gonna I'm gonna conflate it even more.
Okay.
When we have a special event at a home that's not in rural remote, it's an STR, do we limit, how do we manage those special events? Because we know that people rent houses on Red Mountain for weddings.
So I think with the new short-term rental licensing, we're certainly hearing about more locations where we haven't heard about them in the past. So it's not like we've been running around enforcing about weddings on Red Mountain. We have not been aware of them. We're becoming aware of some of these locations that are doing short-term rentals or wanting to license for that, and hearing that the neighbors complain that they've been also having events. So we're just starting to, hear more of that. But so right, are there events happening in the county that aren't getting permits and we're not even aware of them? Yes, I'm sure.
So I have a suggestion. Since this is a one-year license, and since we're gonna be bringing back short-term rental ordinance, hopefully within this next year, for whatever changes or just to see how it's worked or not worked. I would like to suggest that we limit this, put a condition on for special events to be limited to the current owners, or the owners, not the short-term rental, and that one special event currently right now could be, which is allowed in rural remote, is up to 50. We cut that in half at 25 without needing a special event permit, and you can have one of those a year. And that would be from June 1st to November 1st.
Patty,
Kelly?
can I just call the question on the motion to continue?
No, not yet, because if we resolve this, that may make a difference in if people want to continue or not. Just like we're not calling the question to approve because people are wanting to try and convince us otherwise. So Steve, please.
Yeah, sorry.
And then
Can you
Francis,
deny me if I call the question?
You can call the question and I will pack up and leave the room. So let's just.
Can't do that.
Yes, I can.
If you.
Steve,
Steve, go ahead, please.
Well, I was going to say I still want to continue it. If you call the question, Kelly, then we have to have a vote on whether to call the question or not.
No, we don't.
That's,
We've been in
that is a
CCI
waste
too long.
of time.
Well, there was
All right, Madam Chair, it's your
Johnny
prerogative.
Lee has his hand up. John, please. If somebody's got background noise, would they please mute?
In regard to the issue of the special events, you know, there is overlap within the regulations of the county, and frequently one set of regulations or a code will refer to another. In the short-term rental regulation, it is justifiable reasons to deny an application if the property has been associated with a code violation in the past that has not been rectified, or that was unreported or unenforced. The code violation could be anything. Could be fire code, could be building codes, could be special event code. So if there are properties that are running events that are in violation of the land use code, that is something to consider in the issuance of a short-term license. In the issuance of the short-term license and dealing with a special event, as I paused and searched for the appropriate response earlier, I would advise you to just focus your limitation on what you believe is appropriate for the property under the rural and remote criteria. What I mentioned before was that its potential for being inappropriate or injurious to other properties in the neighborhood of the permitted property within the rural and remote zone district. You can expand that to include all three rural and remote evaluation criteria, which is emergency service and the safety of renters and guests. So by relating the property to those standards, I think the board can resolve the issue of what an appropriate limitation is on the number of folks coming into the rental property. When the property is not being used for rental activity, you know, the underlying zone district controls the ability to use that property by the owners themselves. If it would be a little bit of a stretch to go beyond that to try to change the applicability of the zone district through the short-term rental code. Then you'd be referring to one code to alter the stated limitations in another code. That is somewhat problematic.
Okay, so John, that means that we can't say, and I don't have a problem with this, we can't say that the owners of the property can only have one event X, Y, and Z. They are able to, as the owners of the property, to abide by the code as currently written for all owners of the properties within rural remote outside of short-term rental.
That's how the rural and remote zone district is currently.
Okay.
That's simply what's provided in the rural and remote zone district.
So if we were to say tonight as a condition of approval for this application, if we were to say for just this year, because it's a yearly, business license, we were to say no special events, no use greater than for special event. But then, you want to have people up for dinner, that's like maybe 5 people, and they're not going to be spending the night. And I don't want to really restrict people who might be renting it to have somebody come up even during the day for a picnic on the property. I don't think that's fair, so I'm not going to go there either. Forget that I was going to say that.
I was gonna support your idea. I was gonna say 20 people, not 25, but it's not really that important. I mean, I would imagine that this would be an incredible place to rent and have a small wedding. And what is the problem with that? Why is that a bad thing? Weddings are good. They're joyous events, and it's a beautiful place. And so, or maybe it's a funeral, and I think a reasonable number of people who aren't going to flush the toilet every 5 minutes and make it overflow, when people are there for 3 hours, they're probably not going to overuse the toilets. And so I think we could have a restriction. I do sort of support having a restriction because I think it's respectful to your neighbors, and I'm concerned about the traffic going up there if you have more than like 20 people anyway. I mean, that's a lot of cars on that road, and that's annoying for neighbors, but, I live near a bike trail, it's annoying. So anyway, I would support Patty's. I probably would vote against a continuance. I don't think we need one. What Coulter's done in the past, I don't think is necessarily appropriate when there were not regulations on there. If he says he's going to abide by regulations in the future, I'm going to believe him. And so I don't need to go through all the websites and everything of what's happened in the past. I'd like to move forward, and so I wouldn't support the continuance, but that's just me.
Kelly and then Greg.
I think Greg was first.
Oh, I was just going to say, John Ely has just said that if there were violations of various codes, whether it's fire or special event or any of those sort of things in the past, it might be it'd be something to consider when considering an STR permit.
Were there violations of the code in the past on this property?
I don't know enough to have an answer for that, and I'm not sure
I'm going to ask
we
staff,
have
did
that
we have any
information
complaints
yet.
filed against this property in the past?
We have not received any complaints, so we have not had any enforcement action related to that.
Is the complaint what makes the violation, or is the act making the violation?
If you don't get caught, you didn't do it.
Okay, I understand your
No,
ethics.
I'm just being horribly facetious.
Okay.
No, but we can't just say, oh, somebody could have complained because you could have done an event. There has to be some kind of record.
I think there's
of the
a
event.
record online of events, and I don't know what it would tell us. I honestly don't know.
Well, I looked at a picture of it. It was 28 people.
28 people.
That was one wedding, but I think there have been others, and there have
No.
been other events too. There have
Okay,
been-
you know what, guys, I'm
Okay.
stopping. We're gonna vote to continue this or not. Do we need a date certain? Because we're getting ourselves nowhere. And Greg, if you want to provide some information on social media or whatever for us to take into consideration, that's fine. I know
don't
the
have
board
that
will review
now.
it.
That's why I'm asking
That's
for us
why
to continue it.
just let me finish.
Okay.
Please. That's what I'm saying is we're getting ourselves nowhere, and if you think that information is pertinent, I'm agreeing that if you think it is, that's valid, and then you need to find a way to supply it. I am not gonna spend my time searching social media, because I don't even know how to get into social media. So, I'm gonna bring it back, do we need a date certain? And I would rather us not continue this, because there was a reason why we put it on tonight, because of the upcoming holiday season, and that's gonna be thrown out the window. So, do we need a date certain?
Before we vote on continuance?
We need to have a date certain if we vote on continuance, because it needs to include the date certain.
Okay.
It's a public hearing, so yes, you would want a date certain.
Just make sure.
Yeah.
The permit that we're approving wouldn't allow for reservations right now anyway. So I don't think we're doing any injury to.
Why would it not allow for reservations?
Because
Oh,
we're not
because it won't
over
take place
snow.
until June.
Yeah, so I think we have
Right,
more time
right.
than you think.
So,
So yes, date certain.
that is, yeah. So
What
what
did you say,
date certain would you
Susan?
like?
Yes, date certain.
We
to
need a
continue
date,
to.
okay, I'm seeking the date.
Give yourselves time.
Seeking it from us?
I'm just looking at Suzanne, how much time do we need to
Well, we're not asking
We've
her
been
to do
pushing a
anything.
lot of things to January
I guess, right, there
already.
would be a question of, right, what exactly it is.
What are we looking
looking
for?
us to do.
If
I
we're
mean,
continuing, we're continuing for the purpose of collecting additional information for the purpose of decision-making is what I understood.
Thank you.
But what would we be asking Suzanne to do?
Well,
Find a social media that shows that.
Presumably, staff is gonna be doing the research, or providing information for the board unless it's the board's intent to spend that time doing its own research and bring that back for conversation.
I would like to have staff do it so that nobody thinks there's any particular bias.
And what are you asking staff to look for? Violations of the
That-
code based on events that happened with over 50 people? Or more than one event of 50?
I think just an examination, exploration of the actual history of the use of the cabin in the last, say, 5 years.
Before we had short-term rental, so it would be only applied to the rural remote code. Because we didn't have any short-term, because they're not regulated, because we just passed that in July.
Right, so I think the question is, do we feel like there has been a violation of the special event provision?
Right.
That's a question I'd like to have answered.
Right.
And you can seek counsel from the county attorney as to what documents that. If it's social media, or if there's actual record.
Magazines, newspapers.
Looking at dates, January 11th or 25th are the two regular meetings in January.
Well, let's not do the 11th, let's do the 25th. Is that okay? We got things that may be rolling over to the 11th, because it's the first meeting of the year.
I know just on the land use front, we have Turnabout Ranch on the 11th. That's our only land use item. And on the 25th, well, it looks like that would be the date we'd be continuing Bennett to. And right now, we had two other land use items, but my understanding is both of those are asking to get pushed out farther. One of those was the Willoughby Way
That's been pushed
application.
for-
I think they still don't have, what they need,
The
so I
HOA.
think that will be pushed. So I guess the 25th would be the,
Is the board okay with the 25th?
Well, aren't we gonna vote on whether or not to continue?
I need to
Choosing
know
the
if the
date
board's
first.
okay with the 25th, because I need to have a date certain as part of the vote to continue.
So I'd amend my motion. Did I make that motion? I think I did. So it'd be to continue to the 25th.
Thank you.
Second.
So we've got an amended, I'm gonna vote on the amendment to that. Well, John, I don't need to vote on that. I can just call the question, right? We're gonna continue to a date certain of January 25th, 2023. And hopefully we will not still be sitting here by that date. All right, I'm calling the question. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? I'm opposed.
I'm opposed.
Okay, so it's a 3-2. So I'm sorry, Coulter, we're gonna continue till the 25th of January. And you can be meeting with staff in that interim to assist with them in determining if there was a violation of the special event.
Yeah, if you guys want to call me and ask me questions, feel
Okay,
free.
thank you, Coulter, appreciate it.
Thank you. Sorry for the hassle.
All right, next we have,
Patty,
yes, Steve?
just for your information, I absolutely have to leave at 6 o'clock tonight. We have our dress rehearsal and I absolutely have to be there.
Fine.
So I don't know that we're gonna get through all of this other stuff before 6 o'clock. But I'm giving a fair warning
Thank you,
here.
Steve, for letting me know. Okay, we are now moving on to the next item on our agenda,
4:15, like I.
which is a resolution denying a rural remote short-term rental license application by BA Colorado LP for 2750 Little Annie Road. And are you representing the applicant? Yeah, please come up.
Yes, my name is Alex McIntyre.
Alex, thank you for being here, and I'm sorry that we
Quite
are
understandable.
keeping you so late into the
It's,
evening. Well,
the
we're not
first
quite
time
there
for
yet.
both of us, I guess.
Okay.
Sorry, I'm on here on Zoom, two representatives as well for BA Colorado LP.
And what was your first name again?
My
Excuse
name
me?
is Dylan Howard. Do you hear me?
What's his first name?
Dylan.
Dylan, sorry, Dylan.
No problem.
Okay, all right, staff.
Will this work?
John, are you out of here?
Looking for a charger for.
Okay, staff, you can please.
Thanks, Patty. I think we've laid the groundwork for what we're talking about. So I'll just speak to the specifics on the 2750 Little Annie Road application. And I think, again, under the code criteria review, I'll just jump straight to that. This property did change hands in March of 2022, and they've provided documentation of one rental since that time, since they acquired the property. So there's been one rental. They've addressed some of the other criteria in the code. We have heard from a number of adjoining property owners and neighbors with concerns, similar to what you've already heard about safety measures, availability of an on-site property manager, and adequate parking. As well as our concern addressed about winter use. In this case, again, I think the big difference is that this property, it is a new owner to the property. There isn't sort of a documented rental history of the property. And just some of the documents that were submitted raised concerns for staff about their understanding of the remote nature of this property and what it really takes for the property itself and to have renters at that, at a property like that. So, again, I think public comment wise, there were a lot of letters in the packet as well as some additional ones, but letters opposing from Will Cardamone, Tom Barron, Jenny Harris, Jordan Greengrass, the recent email from John Doyle, Marcella Larson, and the Little Annie HOA. And again, I think just speaking to really the lack of familiarity with the rural remote quality and to ensure safety of guests and what the impacts are on the neighbors from the use. So staff has recommended denial of this application. Let's just see if there was anything I missed. I think that's it. I think we've covered so many of the other issues already. I think those are the primary differences with this application.
Okay. Bring it to the board for questions to staff.
Oh, I don't have any.
No, I'm going to bring it to the board first to question staff.
I'm good.
Does anybody have questions? I do have a question. There was an issue brought up with two address numbers. One of them was because of deed restrictions, because it's like an accessory dwelling, or?
So this property has a historic cabin right down on Little Annie Road, and that was deed restricted for local occupancy. So there was just confusion when they submitted the application. That was the address that pulled up. The new cabin that was built, that Dan Bunta built and Mary Manning,
has a different address.
Right, that's the 2750. So that is the dwelling that is proposed for rental.
Not that there's two separate addresses, but I understand.
Separate structures.
That's something that we've worked with GIS to correct, and that's why within our permitting software we connected with GIS so we can verify addresses, and in a case like this, correct it going forward. So all the other services that utilize that have the verified address to access them should emergency or anything else arise.
Thank you. I just wanted to make sure I wasn't, that I was reading it correctly. Okay. So Alex and Dylan, you are representing the applicant. I'm going to give you some time to present to the board. So you just need to give your name for the public record. And
Sure, my name is Alex McIntyre, and I wouldn't necessarily say that I'm representing the Mr. Aronat. I am the property manager.
Okay. So
For
Dylan, is Dylan then representing the?
Yes, Dylan and Ivan, who are both
So
present.
you're just here if we have questions?
That's correct.
Thank you. All right, Dylan, please.
All right, so my name is Dylan Hamilton. I also want to clarify that Ivan also is joining this. He was my colleague that worked alongside with Pitney County on the application itself, and spoke very often with the county regarding this application itself and the building of this file. How I first kind of wanted to go about this, because I don't want to rehash any matters that we've already kind of touched on in the last meeting with Coulter. I really want to address the ABCs that were sort of included in the resolution relating to the denial, as I believe there's some confusion, and maybe this is a result of kind of our back and forth conversation with the county since we started this application in July, because we did attempt to try and have this rectified way earlier, but as things moved along and changed with the county's structure of this application, we tried to make sure that we were compliant this entire time. So one of the first questions, and a lot of this kind of does tie back to Coulter's application because it's a very similar situation in terms of location, ruralness, the safety concerns, and the various criteria of that such. And for some reason in our application, we were very specified about parking, a detail in the safety plan, as well as the location of our caretaker, which in this case is Alex. So I kind of wanted to quickly address those concerns. So the first comment, and this is for your reference, this is FA of the resolution that was prepared by the county. So in relation to that, it references the property manager and contact information that provided for the off-site manager that can respond remotely. I don't believe that was accurate. So the setup of this property is that Alex is the primary caretaker of this property full-time, year-round. He's present there and he can kind of attest on that behalf of what he does there and his functions. But it's specifically related to the STR. He is going to be the one that will essentially be greeting anyone who would be coming. He would also be available to be present during that time while renters are there if that was needed. And he's also available for basically any services or anything that a guest would need while they were staying there. As he's a local of Aspen and familiar with the region, has been working extensively on this property and is setting up all the safety features, the vehicles that are accessible to this property to ensure that there's access year-round, snow, summer. So I wanted to clarify that he is not physically on site, but he does live in Aspen. And in this property, the unique element is that there is this mining cabin, which is allowed to be occupied by the owner and his family, as well as workers for the owner. So in the case that it became required by the county or was needed in order to approve our application, we can make it available that Alex would be present at the property during the time renters there to ensure safety and security of the region, and also to make sure that these guests are respecting this area, which I understand is very prestigious and needs to be treated with respect it deserves. There's various safety concerns there. There's wildlife. So all these matters can be addressed by having him present at all times to ensure that there's no one deteriorating anything, causing fires, or any of the other comments that were mentioned during Coulter's meeting. So that's on that first point. The second point I want to mention, there's specific indication about how we detailed the Aspen Police Department versus the Sheriff's Office. I just want to clarify that when we went about creating our safety plan, the county actually provided us with Coulter's safety plan, which is what we based ours off on, and it contains the exact same information regarding to the police department. Yet for some reason, this wasn't addressed in Coulter's application, so we're not really sure why it's being singled out in ours. And the third application was again relating to parking, which my understanding is was also the same concern presented in Coulter's situation as well. This property does have a driveway similar to Coulter's that runs right up to the property itself. We've also made clarifications on the winter use of the property, and based on what I'm hearing today, and we weren't actually provided that reasoning of putting a potential limitation on the months. We are very open to that as well. However, basically this property, all the vehicles that are brought here during the winter time, and Alex can attest to this, are not left on the property. They are parked privately in Aspen, and he uses snowmobiles to get around, and the snowmobiles can also be parked at the property directly because there's a driveway. So in the summer and winter months, this shouldn't really have an effect on the parking situation of the property or the adjoining neighbors or anyone else. So those were really the three main points that were brought up in the refusal or denial resolution. So I kind of wanted to quickly just summarize those issues, and hopefully this answers any maybe of potential miscommunications that were held during our various communications back and forth with county.
Great, thank you. And I did pick that up about the police department on Coulter's. We just got caught up in other issues. So, because
Okay.
the police department does not respond up there. And actually, part of rural remote is no emergency responses are guaranteed. So if an ambulance can't get up there, because ambulances don't necessarily have to respond, I'm just saying that in general, so we're all aware of that. Does the board have any specifics here? Kelly, please.
You have a very limited rental history that I would like to further understand. Is the 4 days in April the only rental?
Nope. So that actually isn't the only rental, but it was the only rental. Again, property was acquired in March, I believe it was March 15th to be exact. This occurred about a month later, and then basically it was up for rent, as we demonstrated in our affidavits that were joining this application. We had one from the owner attesting to the active marketing of the property, as well as we had a property management company that's located in Aspen who was managing a listing for us. It was rented, I believe, about 3 times, and maybe Alice can clarify on that as well, but it was rented about 3 or 4 times prior to the effect of the law, but after the May 30th deadline that was imposed by the STR limitations. So I wasn't going to present data about further rentals because I wanted to adhere to the criteria that was set out by the council.
So is that saying it was rented 3 times prior to the new ownership? Or prior to the
No,
ordinance?
3 times after the May 30th cutoff associated with the STR regulations. However, that was kind of between the effective dates of this STR.
So illegally renting. Okay.
Yeah.
So it was illegally rented. So let's look at when it was legally rented.
No, the criteria for the STR only came in effect on September 30th, and we again tried to address this in July, but it took until now to get to this final stage. It was prior to the law coming into effect.
But the rental terms were prior to May something, right?
So there was one rental prior to May 30th, and then I think what Dylan's saying is there were 3 after that time and before September 30th when the license requirement went into effect. After September 30th, you had to have a license.
Right, but only those eligible before May were allowed to apply for this round of licenses.
That's correct.
That had to show a
Yeah, I
proof
get
of
that.
rental prior to May, and they had 1.
And I have questions about that. Did you manage that rental?
Yes, I did. Yep.
Okay. How did they get there? How many people stayed there?
I believe it was 4 people, and we had the a tracked side by side. We actually have 2 tracked side by sides that we can use to shuttle either equipment or people to the property.
On
the
snow.
road?
On snow, correct. So it's like a side by side that usually has wheels on it, but come winter, once the roads become inaccessible, we change those over to tracks so we can.
Oh, it's the same vehicle for both.
Same vehicle, but just different.
I'll just say it's just a little fishy. Maybe not, but the owner and the renter are related. Are connected. You can do a quick search and find that they sit on the same board of chairmen, and it's I don't know. It just feels to me a little fishy.
As if it was really
for the
rented
one
in.
rental demonstrated for compliance for this application.
Okay, any other questions or concerns from the board? Steve, please.
Questions about the access. So where did the side-by-side tracked vehicles pick the people up and deliver them to? Where did they park their car?
Yeah,
Did they have a car? Where, getting to the property is one thing, but where do you leave from is extremely important for the Little Annie area.
Absolutely. So there's 2 kind of designated parking areas. One is known as winter parking, kind of commonly referred to as the boneyard, where people kind of stage their snowmobiles, and that's where the county stops plowing the road.
Right.
So that kind of serves as a short-term parking area. And then also down at the bottom of Little Annie Road, there's a smaller lot that will maybe accompany maybe 5 vehicles. And that, excuse me, and that can also be used as a short-term parking. I believe that the limitation there is 72 hours.
Is that the one that's right on the road, right on Castle Creek Road?
So that is where people usually stage to run snowmobiles and snow machines up the road. The parking lot that I'm speaking of is actually on Little Annie. It's like 2 turns up on the right-hand side. The HOA also maintains a private plow truck for the area when the city can't get up there. County party.
Francie.
So was this property purchased as a vacation place for the owners or an STR opportunity, or what are their intentions in terms of their own use of the property?
So this property is used as a secondary residence for the owner. He's very familiar with these types of rural climates. He has another properties in Quebec, Canada, where it's a similar setup where it's very limited access. It's essentially landlocked. So he's very familiar with the kind of rural elements that come along with a property of this nature, was always very interested in this area. And basically kind of as he started vacationing in Aspen, fell in love with this area, was introduced to Coulter and other agents in the area who presented him this Little Annie property, and it was purchased for his use. Similar to Coulter, the idea behind the short-term rentals is simply to supplement the costs associated with living in this rural area and to maintain it and keep it prestigious, and also to ensure that the land is upkept in the most proper manner that it should be. And that's why we have Alex there full-time, and he can attest, the work he's been doing, and I guess also Brian's instructions, the owner, as to how he wanted it to be kept and to ensure that, nothing changed from how it was received, but also improved upon to ensure that, the area would always be kept up to standards for this climate.
Do we have any information as to the use of the cabin prior to the new ownership?
I'm sorry.
Do we have any information as to the use of the cabin prior to the new ownership? It was Dan's, right?
It was Dan and Mary. I don't think we were provided any information if, they had any rentals during their ownership.
Okay. And I have a question about the owner.
Yeah.
Maybe I should,
Yeah.
In discussion with
Alex,
other
maybe
people,
more.
we have heard that property had been rented in the past. We hadn't gotten any confirmation of that, but just in discussions, we had heard that that was the use of it.
Great, thank you. And as to the current owner, and he has property in Quebec that's landlocked, and he's familiar with, over the snow maybe access. Does he rent that short term, or is that a residence that he just uses?
So he has a few properties in this location. There have been some that have been for rent. Other are, because it's kind of his family's home, so, it's typically used by the family. There have been some rentals in the past.
Okay, thank you. And where does the owner live permanently, full-time?
In Montreal, Quebec.
Montreal, so Canadian. Okay, thank you. I'm gonna bring it back here to the board. Well, I'm concerned about the lack of experience particular to our rural remote zoning and our rural remote nature on the back of Aspen Mountain. And the time frame, the owner has only been there since March. So not even a year. Comes in right away and applies for a short-term rental license. Has multiple properties in that some of them he rents out or whatever in Canada. And I think having experience such as other families have back there with the nature of the beast, summer or winter, are really important to managing any safety concerns of the neighbors and any respect for the nature specific to our rural remote zoning. So I am at this time comfortable in supporting staff's position and recommendation on this. But I'm going to bring it to the board for comments and questions. Greg?
Yeah, I agree with that. I think I'm going to support the staff's recommendation. I think that this is a very sensitive area, and that the neighbors might be, hundreds of yards apart, but they all know what's going on and what each other are doing, and it's a fragile area. It's a road that is easily damaged by traffic and not often repaired, and it's a dangerous area, certainly in the winter season, where it's a hostile winter environment, and I know a lot of people who've lived up there a long time would agree with that, yet they've managed to make it work. I also think there's a certain nature to rural and remote, which it's about finding, getting away from the world and commercial activity and all that. So I think it really, just on its, I think that this just simply isn't a good fit. Thanks.
Francie, please.
Yeah, I just want to address the owner vacationing in Aspen. Well, vacationing in Aspen is really different than being in a cabin on the backside of the mountain. And so I'm concerned that somebody who likes vacationing in Aspen thinks that this is living in Aspen. It's really not. And so I'm concerned about that. And, you know, I think that you probably have familiarity with what it's like, but I would recommend that this owner own this for a year and come out here and spend some time there and become familiar with it, and then reapply next year, possibly if he still wants to and understands what it means to be responsible for people you don't know living in a place in the backcountry, and you've only contacted them through some kind of service or something. I mean, I think that the owner needs some experience with this cabin before he puts it up for rent.
Did I hear some relationship possibly with those who are renting it rather than just?
Well, possibly that, but at least some kind of relationship with the
the
house
land,
and
with the
the
land.
area and what it means for people to come and visit there. And, some time understanding what it means to have that cabin. I mean, I think you probably understand what it means, but he doesn't. And I don't know if the owner does, but.
So Alex, go ahead.
Thank you. I would just, to Dylan's point, I'd like to reiterate that Mr. Arnott, he does own a boat access only property up in Quebec. So similar to what we have up here, like it's tough to get to, and you have to be self-reliant, self-sufficient, and prepared. With that said, we know we have all the proper protocols in place. We have multiple sat phones. We have an AED on property. We have Starlink internet, as well as a cell phone booster. So we do have all the proper protocols in place, as well as the capability to move people off-site if necessary.
And and if it was to move forward, it would be restricted, I think, to just summer, because we already have huge traffic parking issues at those small parking areas with people just bringing up their trailers with their snowmobiles.
Excuse me, if I may. Something that Dylan and I have talked about as well is having people park in town, and then myself or somebody else could transport them to the winter parking area where we could, go into the snow machines and go up to the property from there.
That's a great suggestion, except there's no really overnight long-term parking in town. So that's another tough one. So, yeah, but I
really
appreciate
could find
that.
something to do with that. I do think that one thing that I would require, if I were to vote in favor of this, which at this point I have to be honest, I'm not inclined to do, next year maybe, but I would really appreciate your going with them all the way to the cabin, and and so just being in town and having them up there. So that would be one criterion that I would like to see, is that the manager accompany them to the cabin, because it is different than Coulter's situation, and I'm not sure where I'm going.
Yeah, Alex,
Yes.
and then Steve, I'll call you, but Alex wanted to respond.
Yes, sorry, to that point, we are significantly closer to the parking area than Coulter's cabin is. We're a mile up the road from winter parking, so it's really not that far. And we have also talked about myself or one of my associates bringing the guests directly to the cabin and giving them the proper introduction so that they felt 100% comfortable, and show them hands-on how everything operates.
Okay.
I just wanted to quickly add that similar to what was discussed in Coulter regarding restrictions, without being any snow available on the ground or no snow around, we're very open to those restrictions. We already did specify that we're willing to limit this, and so we're very open to similar dating that you've referenced in the past.
Great, thank you. And where are you located?
I'm located in Montreal, Quebec.
Okay, have you ever visited the property or the backcountry in Pitkin County or Aspen?
I personally have not.
Okay, that would be good too, if you. So Steve, please, you would like it. Steve?
I'm just sorry, I just wanted to add one, I'm sorry, Steve, I just wanted
That's
to
okay.
add a quick comment there regarding the comment about, staying longer and applying later. I think that I can understand that perspective. Unfortunately, the criteria associated with the short-term rental application somewhat prohibits that ability to hold off. I mean, we do have the one, but we to add, we would like to have added more, of course, but it was, after the cutoff date, and, so it's hard to demonstrate history, considering the time restraints that were there. So I just wanted to clarify on that point.
Can they come back after denial for next year?
There's nothing in the code that would prohibit them from not
They
coming
can't
back.
rent, yeah.
They have rental history approved by the attorney. So yeah, in next year, if they were to come back, I don't see anything. I mean, I guess I'd look to John to confirm that, but I don't see anything in the current STR code to prohibit.
John, can you confirm that?
There are no limitations in number of times you can apply with a succession of applications following a denial.
Great.
Okay.
So next year is there.
Okay, thank you. Kelly?
Yeah, again, I don't think this is an appropriate, oh, Steve has had his hand
Oh,
up for a
Steve.
while.
Oh, that's right. Sorry, Steve. I just skipped right over you again.
Yeah, that's what I get for not being in the room. The 800-pound gorilla in the room. I am totally opposed to having this available for short-term rental during the snow season. For a couple of reasons. One, you keep talking about the winter parking area, and I think in the letters we have gotten, and I've been there in the winter time, that can be completely congested, so there's no room for anything there. If you had people showing up and wanting to park their cars there, staging snowmobiles from the Winter Road farther up Little Annie Road is totally unworkable. And I think that all the local residents who have sent letters and are in the room there at the meeting room would attest to that. Also, this sits in an open snow slope that when we have done other applications in the Little Annie Basin for any land use application, they were required to do a complete avalanche analysis of the site just to verify that it is safe for, not in an avalanche zone. I have no evidence that this is not in an avalanche zone, because where it sits in Little Annie Basin, there could easily be an avalanche that would totally demolish the house and kill the occupants of the house. And I'm not going to approve anything in the wintertime for that site. That would limit it only to the summertime, similar to what we're talking about with the Smith's property. So I want to hear the public comments too, Patty.
Okay. Anybody else? I'm going to open this hearing for public comment. Are there any members of the public in the room wishing to speak on this item? Please come forward and give your name again for the public record, sir.
Thanks. Hi, I'm Tom Barron, and my name hasn't changed in the last hour, but
I'm surprised.
I thought about it, though. I thought about a different identity. Seriously, you folks are awesome. Let me just say, because time is precious, to be really quick here, there are at least 4 significant distinctions between this application and the one that has been continued. And they are, first of all, there's no rental history, although a questionable one possibly before the May deadline. There is not, in any case, years and years of clear history as there is in the Smith cabin case. Second of all, you have a remote owner, and as you all have pointed out, that comes with a degree of ignorance about the region, about the serious issues involved in the backcountry, and in this area in particular. And I, with all due respect to what Alex, who has just been hired as the caretaker, having been up there for almost 40 years, that 1 mile that you described is actually about 1.5 miles. It incorporates the steepest incline in the entire Little Annie Road and the longest incline. It's a place where I personally have helped out more mechanical breakdowns, snowmobiles, trucks, you name it, people going off the road. It's a major, serious place. You can't just say it's a 1 mile, no problem, up from winter parking, which, in addition, as Steve and others of you have pointed out, is a mess. It's really, this is a very serious issue, and I fully respect the fact that these new owners have gone out and bought new snowmobiles and all the rest, but really you need to understand the place before you attack it with short-term rentals and inject all of that risk. And the other, of course, significant difference here is that the staff has denied this application or recommended denial, and I think for very good reasons. So you put all that together, please remember, this is rural and remote. This is something that a lot of us fought really hard for back in the 1990s, to protect the precious and very fragile character of that landscape up there. It's really not a small thing that Pitkin County has made an important statement that these places are too precious to compromise and that they deserve that added level of protection. And I really feel so strongly this is the beginning of a slippery slope. The whole short-term rental issue is deeply troubling to those of us who live up there and treasure it and try to be good stewards.
I'll add, Tom, short-term rentals is deeply troubling to all of us around the county.
Can I ask a question?
I appreciate that.
And you are a good steward.
Sure,
I'm
we don't
trying.
usually allow that, but I will.
I just wanted to ask a question. Avalanches came up. Steve brought up avalanches, and I know we've had avalanches in the vicinity. I think that cabin was probably sited in a place that is itself not in, it hasn't been swept away in 140 years, as far as I know, but the surrounding hillsides around it are, when I see them, I think of them as avalanche slopes. And I'm just wondering what evidence you might be able to provide or historical knowledge you have of slide danger, especially on that section of road, and then also just in the valley surrounding. If somebody were to leave the cabin and decide to just go out laterally for a quarter mile, either in any direction, would they be endangering themselves?
I will tell you, I'm not an avalanche expert. I've had on our, place when we built our cabin back in the 1980s, I did hire an avalanche expert to answer that exact question. This particular property is significantly exposed, and I will tell you that it's not just for these short-term renters. This is unlike the Smith cabin in the sense which is 1,500 feet higher. This has immediate neighbors, and directly below this cabin is the cabin of my dear friend Jordan Greengrass, who did submit a letter in opposition to this application, immediately below. And Jordan, every single winter, has to deal with runaway snowmobiles, people who have gotten their tracked vehicles off on the ditch and need help. In one case, I think it was 3 years ago, the snowmobile flipped and a person died. Jordan couldn't get there in time to help him.
Right.
But it's not a small thing, and this is a very exposed part of the Little Annie Basin.
The reason that valley is
thank you.
Oh, just the reason the valley is open is that it's been swept by avalanches. The reason there are no trees, right? Okay.
Well, a lot of those trees were cut off years ago for other
Thank you.
purposes. Thank you.
Thanks, Tom.
Suzanne.
Do you want me to speak to, well, I mean, again, both of these applications, when we approved the locations for cabins, I won't say surrounding area, but we would not have approved a cabin in that location if we would have looked at the avalanche hazard for
But
that
it's
site.
100 and something years old.
The avalanche,
Yes.
the cabin itself
Not the
is
historic,
in a safe
yeah, I
spot.
mean, again, the new cabin that was built,
Right.
which is the one they're looking to.
Right, one behind
But
the
it's
little
it's
one.
in a safe little island, in a more dangerous
Right,
gully.
again, but
Right.
is there hazard elsewhere in the basin?
Kelly?
Clearly.
Did I read correctly in the memo that this is not even allowed to be rented short term, that they're supposed to be
That
renting
is the
it?
historic cabin,
That's the
the
little
one
one.
down below, again, the one, they were designated historic and then had the right to build a new cabin. It's the new cabin
This
that
one
would
was
be
deed
rented.
restricted.
The other one is deed restricted.
Thanks for that.
Thank
Oh, yeah, the other, the 27.
2600 is deed
2600.
restricted.
Okay, sorry, we interrupted the public hearing. I did. I interrupted.
That's okay. No,
I
that
did.
clarified that at the beginning, so you must have missed that part. Any other members of the public about members of the public in the room? Thank you, Tom.
Thank you.
I see none in the room. Online, is there anyone online who would like to comment on this item on our agenda? If so, *9 to raise your hand. Who am I seeing that I'm not seeing?
Marcella?
Marcella? Sorry, I have the wrong. Okay, Marcella, if you want to just *6 to unmute, the floor is yours. Marcella, you need to *6 to unmute or unmute because we won't be able to hear you. There you go.
Okay.
Yeah, we got you.
All right. Hello again today. So I totally agree with Tom Barron's comments, but they aren't different in terms of the Smith property, which, if you know the history, this is exactly the same. This is not favoritism toward the soccer property, and it is entirely improper, and they are not the same person. The issue is really the zone, and the zone district prohibits this.
We
So
lost.
I thank you for, yeah. So I thank you for like listening to my comments, but
Marcella, you keep coming and going. I'm not sure if you stop talking or the communication stops.
no, I think we're having a maybe a communication issue.
Okay.
Whatever. So, anywho,
It's not working.
It's not
hold
working.
up the zone. Hold up the zone.
Okay. We heard hold up the zone.
Good.
Okay. And that's kind of about all that's coming through.
That's not good. So, anyhow, bye.
Thank you, Marcella.
Is that a buy?
Yeah.
I think it was. Okay.
Anyone else wishing to comment on this item? I see no one else, right? So I'm going to bring it back to the board. I'm going to close the public hearing on this item and bring it back to the board.
I'd make a motion to deny the remote and rural and remote short-term rental license application by BA Colorado LP for 2750 Little Annie Road.
I'll second.
I have a motion and I have a second. Any other comments? Kelly and then
Discussion.
Steve.
I didn't really comment much. I don't think this is appropriate in rural and remote. And I think that there is very insufficient rental history to justify this right now.
Steve?
The way the resolution reads, we would need a motion to approve the resolution to deny, not a motion to deny
Oh, yeah.
the application.
That's right.
So amended.
To-
I'll
you
amend
have to
my
read to
motion.
reconsider.
Okay, Steve. Greg has amended to put in resolution and Kelly has agreed to that. So,
Thank you.
I will further clarify my stance on, yes, I am concerned about the rental history. I'm concerned about the lack of history of the owner with the nature of the beast in rural remote, and the impacts of, I appreciate the emergency issues that the owner has put into play on the property, but I just think there has to be a better history and understanding of rural remote and time spent and really understanding, again, it is truly the nature of the beast back there. And it's a beautiful place, it's a pristine place. I'm not I have questions about us continuing to call this commercial use when the provisions for the business license with, it's not commercially, it's allowed in areas that are not commercially zoned elsewhere. It's allowed, short-term rental use I'm talking about. It's allowed in areas where property is not taxed commercially. So again, there's a question for me as to our definition of commercial, and are we picking and choosing that and applying that here when we're not necessarily applying it in other zones? So, Francie.
Yeah, I'd just like to say that one of the reasons we started discussing STRs in the first place was we were concerned about people moving in, buying properties and saying they were their residences, but then not being there and renting them out as short-term rentals. And that was not it wasn't an asset to the county. It seemed to be a problem for a lot of neighborhoods. It's certainly going to be a problem to have a lot of STR use up in rural and remote. And so that's why I'm recommending that you guys let this person become part of this area and understand Aspen if he wants to do STRs, because really we're not interested in people buying residences and turning them into STRs. And I don't know if that's what's happening with your owner, and I could be misrepresenting him totally, but it kind of feels like that to me. And so I'm going to support our staff in denying this application.
Per the resolution.
Yes.
Kelly, did you have more? Okay. Suzanne, please.
I just wanted to note on the resolution, I mean, there was some discussion about some of the findings and if there was some inaccurate information. So I just wanted to make sure if we would clean some of that up, specifically G, I know actually, that we said they were still listing it and they have taken that listing down. So again, that could be updated. And again, if I would go back and look at A, B, and C that Dylan mentioned, there might be some cleanup of those findings. But it doesn't change the substance of.
So just when the resolution comes to me for signature, or comes to Francie if it comes in later, just remind us of those changes. John, you have your hand up?
In keeping with Suzanne's comment, I think the salient point that came out in the discussion is Steve's essentially recommendation for or believing this was appropriate for a denial based upon the parking situation up there. And that is, to me, something that sounds appropriate, if that is acceptable to the movement and the second, to include that factor in the recitals of
in the findings.
Yeah, there's language about parking in there.
So I'm going to look at.
I'll amend it if that's what it requires, but yes, thank you.
Okay, so we have amendments to the proposed, and John, we don't need to vote on those amendments because we are going to vote on the whole thing as a whole, correct?
Right, as long as the amendment is okay, and Greg just expressed that, I didn't hear the second.
I seconded.
And Kelly did. She agreed. Okay.
So let me just clarify. So an I vote means that we are denying the application,
Yes,
correct?
you don't have to nay to nay.
Thanks for clarifying.
You have to aye to nay. And it's late in the day to aye to nay. Okay, I'm going to call the question. All those in favor of approving the resolution to deny, please say aye.
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 Okay, and then the motion passes 5-0, but thank you for your time, we appreciate it.
Nice to meet you.
Thank you, gentlemen, it was nice to meet both of you, all three of you. Okay, we are gonna move now to one, please, that I think should be no brain damage, maybe? This is a.
Bathroom. Don't stop.
Okay, this is a second reading, public hearing. Resolution of the Board of County Commissioners authorizing a network services provider agreement with Pathfinder LLC for the purpose of maintaining the Pickens County Broadband Initiative services. Jeff, I believe you are now promoted. There been any changes to this prior to our first reading?
There have not been any changes, Patty. Just so everybody knows, I'm Jeff Kruger, Telecommunications Manager for Pickens County. I'm also joined by Andy Grillo, who's the General Manager for Pathfinder. And just to kind of,
just got really
if you may recall, we went before the board on, I believe, October 4th on a work session to discuss a restructure of the network operator. Our current network operator, Mammoth, has decided not to renew their contract, and this left us kind of scrambling, looking for another method. After reviewing a number of options, we really thought the best path forward was to combine the network operator and ISP into a single entity. Pathfinder has 95% of the customers. They're local to the Valley. Andy and his staff, they all live here, they all work in the Valley, and so they can easily respond to outages and service calls, and really they're just the best logical choice going forward. So what's before you today is this resolution and agreement. The attorney's office has fully reviewed it, they've approved it, and Pathfinder has fully reviewed it and approved it. And yeah, we're just kind of looking to continue to turn over everything to Pathfinder, make this a seamless transition. This is really one of many tasks that have to be done. Once we get approval, we plan to start doing transition actually early next week.
Okay, great, thank you. Are there any questions from the board regarding this?
No, I think we've covered this. We've gone over it pretty thoroughly. Thanks, Jeff.
Andy, is there anything you would like to add before I ask for a motion?
Nothing to add. Look forward to working with everyone.
Great, thank you.
I'd make a motion.
That would be terrific.
The board approve and authorize the chair to sign a network services provider agreement with Pathfinders.
I'll second.
I have a motion and I have a second. So I am going to call the question. Kelly is not in the room at the time, so I'll call the question. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
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 No opposed, so the motion passes 4-0. Thank you, Jeff. Thank you for hanging in there with us.
Thanks, Jeff.
Bringing
Thanks for
forward
coming down.
Leslie Lamont.
Hi.
And Leslie, apparently none of us got an email.
You did. I sent an email. Do you want to do solar first and then we'll continue Bennett?
Yeah, but I just wanted to let you know that we are happy that because it's a late hour and
I
that
know.
would have been a big application, so.
Yeah, that decision was made yesterday morning by the applicant, requested to continue. I did send an email yesterday afternoon to Jeanette and Julia and you that we were continuing.
For some reason.
Do we need to make a motion to
No,
continue?
we'd do that next, but I just want to let Leslie
just
know that
want
we
you-
are grateful.
Yeah, yeah.
So we don't need a motion to continue?
We will, but not now.
Not right yet.
Not
You haven't called for it yet.
No, we're not on that item, we're on a different item.
That's
I've
right.
totally confused you. Leslie, would you
I was
please?
just stalling for Suzanne to come.
This is a resolution
Suzanne.
authorized, no, this is not. This is.
Solar project.
This is a resolution of the Board of County Commissioners approving the 2022 Aspen Consolidated Sanitation District Photovoltaic Facility Special Review Use. This is our annual review.
Yes, yes. And you know how I struggle technically, so I didn't bring my computer to show you my graphics. I'm just going to, in the, essence of time.
Okay.
You all are familiar with where the location is. So this is the third annual review since the project was approved in November of 2019. The BOCC resolution approving the solar farm at this location required an annual review until such time that the BOCC found an annual review was not necessary. As you know, the project is complete and started commercial operation in October of 2021. Adam Larner, the COO of Primergy Solar, and he is on the screen and can answer any questions that you have about the project. Adam, I don't think Todd Lacoste made it, right?
Yeah, he ended up having to catch an airplane, so
Okay.
standing in for him.
Okay.
Todd is our Vice President of Asset Management.
Right, and I've been working with Todd on this particular annual review. I have two updates since my memo was done for you. The interpretive sign has been installed, and the old barbed wire fence has been removed around the perimeter of the project. There are two items that I want to draw the board's attention to for your consideration. Staff is recommending that the annual review continue at the staff level from here on out, and not at the board level. We always have that opportunity if we find that there are concerns to bump it up to the board during that annual review period. And you as board members, if you hear concerns from the community or you have concerns yourselves, can request that the annual review come back to the board. This still will mean that it will be publicly noticed, and there will be, we'll send out the application for referral comments like we have done so far with you. So that's one thing that you guys need to make a decision on. And then secondly, and let me just back up on that. Annual review will continue until the board decides that there should be no more annual review at all. That's still your decision.
You okay?
No, I'm not crying.
I'm like, okay.
I always pause when I cry. I'm not crying. I'm just really
like,
trying.
wait a minute, I'm missing something because I'm not crying.
It's going to be so sad if the annual review goes away.
I don't, that would be like really over the top.
We'd be really concerned about you,
I would
Leslie.
need like medication or something. So
Get
anyway.
a grip on yourself there, Leslie. We know it's a tough day.
Yes. So, secondly, I think you have noticed, and we actually heard from Greg, who heard from some community members, and we also heard from Howie Mallory, who's a board member of the Open Space and Trails Board, that a significant number of the trees and shrubs that were installed died. And for a variety of reasons, they didn't make it. And two of the reasons is when they were initially installed, they were not protected with wildlife fencing. And then another reason is they have a tank and they have temporary irrigation to get this landscaping going. And the pump on the irrigation failed. And so they were not getting water. The landscape company that Primergy uses has committed to install new trees and shrubs in the spring. It got caught way too late to get good product and get it installed. And so they will install this stuff in the spring. We have a letter of credit, a financial security of $540,000 for landscaping. That letter of credit is due to expire December 31st of 2023. Staff has recommended that letter of credit be extended 2 more years. According to our landscape staff on board, you have landscape architects on the Open Space and Trails staff, and we have landscape architects on our staff. It really takes 2 years to determine whether the new landscaping that's been installed is going to thrive and survive.
And a minimum 2 years.
A minimum of 2 years.
Sage.
I know that keeping the $540,000, we have to redo that instrument to extend it 2 more years. And Primergy is not really excited about keeping that $545,000 tied up. So one option that they propose, 2 options that they've proposed, if I could go ahead, Adam, and lay out the 2 options you've proposed. One option is to see in the fall of 2023 if the landscaping is doing well, and if it's doing well by all assessments, that we just let that letter of credit expire December 31st of 2023. Staff does not support that option. Again, as I said, staff is telling me that we need 2 years.
At least 1 winter.
Okay, at least 1 winter. The other option that Primergy has proposed is, okay, that $540,000 covered a lot more than just these trees and shrubs that failed. And they have a valuation on what those trees and shrubs cost, which would also need to include installation, fixing the irrigation, but they have a value of that. So that what they would also propose is to do a new letter of credit based upon that value.
Can I ask a question?
Yeah, please.
I was a little shocked when I saw the $540,000. I thought that was for say Primergy folded up and went broke and left town, and we had to clean up the entire site, I thought that's really what that number was for.
You have 3 letter of credits
Okay.
with Primergy. One is for the landscaping that I just described. The second one is a glare bond,
Right.
so to speak. So if there is an issue with glare, we have a financial security to, you know, as a carrot to fix the glare issue or buy curtains in people's houses.
Sunglasses.
Which we've always laughed about. And then the third financial is what you have, the decommissioning.
Okay, the
So,
decommissioning is what I was thinking
This
about.
special review approval is for 25 years. That is the term of their lease with ACSD. And so who knows in 25 years, I mean, the sun will still be here, but who knows in 25 years where this will go or whatever, but the decommissioning bond is for that.
Thank you,
Or,
okay.
or if Primergy sells to someone who just walks away and it's not functioning and we need to pack it all up.
Copy that. Thank you.
Oh, my God.
And on that note, I will say, I've not recommended that we release the glare bond yet, because we did have that little glitch with that one row of panels that was causing glare. And so I'd like to see that, and Adam, I'd like you to speak to this for a minute or two, but when Rez was working with us, and then Primergy, everything was supposed to be monitored remotely. So if there was a row of panels that was off, it could be quickly corrected. And my understanding is that this row of panels was off for a little bit.
A day or two?
Yeah, or like
I think it was 8 days.
8 days, okay.
So, before we talk about giving back or extinguishing the glare bond, I think we need to have a better understanding about how
Right.
those glitches get managed in a
Thank
timely
you.
fashion.
Well, yeah, I would be okay with reevaluating the the line of credit that we're requiring for the landscaping. But I would like to see it continue for 2 years, because you do need a winter, but 6 months of putting in trees, they look great, bingo. You know, everybody thinks they're gonna be great, and they haven't really recovered from the stress of being transplanted and doing all that. It takes a long time for those roots to really be secure in the soil. So I would keep that, but that's my position. And Steve has a question here, and then Adam, I'll give you some time here in just a minute.
So, unfortunately, I need to leave. I do notice in the permit or our approval that one of the annual things they would submit is an energy audit, which I presume that was given to you, Leslie. And I would be curious to find out the results of the energy audit, how well the project is doing, because that's hopefully, I mean, it seems very successful. We don't know how much electricity is being produced, and I would love to find that out if we could get that information. I'm in favor of approving the annual approval of the permit. I think what you've been doing, you're doing the right things, maybe not exactly on the right time, but if the bond was reduced because it's only for a limited number of trees and the irrigation, I'd be okay with that, but I'll trust the other commissioners to come up with the right figure on that. So I'm sorry I have to leave, but I have an obligation that I absolutely have to be there. So
Okay.
thank you.
Thank you, Steve. Thanks, Steve. Be careful out there, it's slippery. Okay, I'm gonna bring it back to Adam now, if
Bye,
that's
Steve.
okay with the board? Adam, welcome.
Thank you, appreciate everybody's time. I think I'll address the sureties that we have in place. As we mentioned, we have 3 sureties. One is in place for 25 years. the other being the landscaping and the glare bonds. I think both the landscaping and the glare bond are a result of the fact that solar was new to Pitkin County, so there were sort of additional sureties to protect. And certainly at the time when you were negotiating with Rez, who was the original developer, there might have been a question about commitment to the project. You know, we've invested a little over $8 million into Pitkin County in that plant. The reason that I would humbly request to remove the glare bond and the landscaping bond is not because we have any intention other than to make it right. And I think we've lost maybe 40 or 50 trees out of about 300 that we put in. But I would sort of throw myself at the mercy of the administrative difficulty of getting these bonds extended or even in place at the outset was significant because they're not traditional. And because the county, we are beholden to the county for 25 years under an overall decommissioning bond, I feel like the county is well protected. I do understand the staff recommendation. From our view, and I'll just speak a little bit, you know, we really appreciate what Pitkin County has done here. In many ways, the project has been very successful. We're tracking against two metrics. We had sort of an upper expectation and a lower expectation. We're tracking at 103%. We will send in at the end of the year the annual report, but assuming December doesn't totally fall off a cliff, we're tracking 103% of our minimum expectation and what we committed to with Holy Cross in the county, and we're tracking at 98.5% of our aggressive expectation, which is what I had committed to our board. So overall, the project's doing quite well. I think the fact that we responded within 8 days to a mechanical issue, which on this specific tracker is not something that's reoccurring, but can happen within the first year, where a drive line will come loose and one or two rows will stop turning. But we saw that on one of the drive lines out of the, I think it's 73 drive lines on the project. It's corrected. I think I would ask not so much about how long it'll take the trees, whether it's 1 or 2 years. I'm not going to sit here and say that I disagree. I completely agree with the timelines that are outlined. But administratively, so we also own a number of other projects. This is probably the smallest project we own. We also own the largest battery and solar project in the country called Gemini, along with a number of other projects. Gemini powers essentially every home in Las Vegas, or will when it comes online in about a year. But as you might imagine, the finance team that's not on this call has asked me to, they told me that if I needed to get on my knees and beg, that I should do that. It would prevent us all from that embarrassment. But there's a lot of workload on us. And, you know, if we could do something like give the county $40,000 or $50,000 to hold an escrow, or something that would cover those concerns, along with still maintaining the 25-year bond that protects the county overall from the, you know, eventual outcome of the plant. Something to keep in mind is a 40-year useful life on this plant as well. So it'll far outlast, the panels themselves are warranted for 25 years. So I completely understand the position that people take here, but I would at least ask that maybe we can come back and make the request again after we, again, recommit, plant more trees, you know, essentially investing more into trees, which doesn't necessarily help our investors, but, you know, they're committed to. As well as we do, you know, always, I think Leslie can attest, we do all the landscaping otherwise that we're doing, which includes a bunch of mowing and keeping that site really clean, both for our own purposes, but also just for the safety of the county. Keeping the grass down, I think, is really important during the dry season. So that's the sort of approach that I'm looking at in terms of how I would address the bonds is that we would still release the glare bond, which again, we addressed, I think, pretty quickly concerning it's not a non-emergency, it's a pretty remote location. And also, at least for those of us not in lovely Pitkin County, which I'm a big fan of, you know, and I've personally put a lot into this project. I spent 8 weeks on site, which was my pleasure actually, but during the construction period, just to make sure that all the stakeholders and anybody coming by and neighbors were treated fairly and all that. So I think we have demonstrated, you know, pretty good commitment, and that would be my only argument in favor of what I'm asking for. But I do understand, you know, the good news is that as it sits today, you still have a full year on that bond. But what I see happening is when we would need to renew it Q3 of next year is right when we're starting to turn on. I invite you all to come visit us 25 miles outside of Vegas, but turn on what is 6,500 acres of solar and 1.4 gigawatt hours of battery. You know, part of, I think one thing I'll also mention is there's a lot of people of influence in that county, and I think what you guys have done is absolutely spectacular. That we've heard through a number of channels as people fly into Pitkin Airport, they see the solar array, and I can say that you know, my appreciation to Leslie and to Bruce in particular, but certainly Greg as well and others who've helped us to get this in place. I've been in solar for 23 years, and I never thought I'd see the day where we get anything as big as Pitkin, let alone what we're doing in other places. So that's sort of a little bit about me, but also why I'm making the request is that I don't think we've shown anything other than good faith, and I don't think the county has any reason to believe we'll continue to do that. So to the extent that the bonds protect the county and there would still be the most sizable bond would remain, I feel like the county would be protected, but I do understand that I'm unlikely to see a vote in favor of my request. But I at least put it out there for maybe future consideration, and hopefully that answers the few questions.
Okay, Kelly?
Yeah. Leslie, did you and John Ely talk at all about options for this? Is this because
like an escrow account or something?
Yeah. I mean, it seems like we don't need to make the decision right now, but maybe we can have some
Right.
options come back to us for consideration.
I did not talk to John about it. If we could do escrow, I will echo Adam's, what he said about getting these 3 letter of credits, financial security, was very, very difficult to do because of whom Primergy, who their finance person or bank is. It was really hard to do. We went back and forth with a lot of stuff, and so I would echo that. If we could do this as an escrow, I think it would be a heck of a lot easier. But I don't know, John?
You know, financial guarantees or securities can be flexible to use a variety of different, you know, mechanisms. I've used escrow accounts before, you know, devil's in the details. If you can set the thing up so that it works efficiently and no less efficiently than an LLC, you know, it's something that we can do.
And just tell me again that, so we have the 540 in the landscaping, what was in the glazing?
Adam, do you remember?
And how long, but they both run out in 2023 December or this December, which is a couple weeks?
December 31st of 2023
Okay.
is the landscaping. I really didn't, because I wasn't in the glazing mode or the glare mode.
We're glazed, not
I
glared?
wasn't in the glare mode. I didn't double check that.
I am.
Do you have that, Adam?
I mean, I guess I'm in the position, I think, to direct staff to sort of think about some options and bring them back to us on this if it's not something that we have to decide right at this moment. I mean, I think Primergy's been in good faith, but I want to continue to protect the county's resolution. And so if there's other ways to do that, to achieve the goal, great.
Yeah, if you look at my number 4D of my conditions in the resolution. I kind of worded it so, the applicant shall submit an amended financial security for landscaping and revegetation in a form acceptable to the county attorney to extend the expiration date to December 31st, 2025. And then what I would add, based upon what I heard from all of you, which shall reflect the value of the new trees and shrubs, including irrigation, pumps, grading, re-veg of area disturbed.
I agree with that, can support that.
And you would expand it for the glazing,
The
whatever
glare.
line item to address.
Well, if you wanted to add a line item, to work with the applicant to end the letter of security for the glare,
If there is no issue between now and December 31st of 2023.
then we could end that. Adam, did you find the date that ends?
So the glare study is $100,000 value, and it is 12/31/2023. So it is in
Same.
place for another 12 or 13 months, along with the landscaping.
Right.
So yeah, I would support revisiting if there's no glare issues, because glare was a big concern for all of us, but we were very clear with the neighbors about glare. So if there's no issues over the next year, I see no reason why to continue that, because any quirks should be worked out, and hopefully they already are. And the landscaping, I'm gonna put out there that we reevaluate and find a possible different method of security between now and giving them time before December 31st, 2023, to find a way to extend that in a different manner, possibly till 2025.
At a lesser amount?
Yeah.
We would be just looking at what they need to do now to correct what the original approval was. So the
Right.
value would be, right now we have $540,000.
Yeah, and we only were looking at just replanting a smaller amount of trees.
And how much do we think the value of that is?
The smaller amount of trees we have a proposal, I think it's for like $42,000 right now to replace those trees, what we're doing in the spring.
So you
And so
guys
we
could
can-
come up with a number between now and then, I'm sure.
Right.
And, yeah, and so Adam, do you see any more reason to get down on your knees and beg?
No, I was just letting you know that I would tell them I didn't have to beg.
Okay, just want to make sure.
You guys are very considerate of that.
Okay, Greg, please.
So here's the biggest concern I have that just come up is that if we do have a row go offline, we don't have a local,
Francine,
we not
let
have a
me check.
local person who can and understands how to repair that and get it back reconnected. We shouldn't have to wait a week if something gets hung up. There ought to be somebody, maybe at the sanitation district or a contractor who knows how to do this locally. So I would ask that we look into that. So I think that the glare issue regarding the panels themselves being non-reflective has been proven true. The only real glare we've seen is when the panels were not functioning properly and they were pointing the wrong way, and the sun balanced off and it kicked it right into the windows across the valley. And that was a small issue. Most people, I don't think, noticed it, but I did because I'm up there monitoring it all the time. I'm just thinking that's something that could be fixable maybe much more quickly, and maybe there's another way to deal with that. So I'd ask that you look into that. Regarding the landscaping, honestly, I don't have a huge issue with the dead. I'd almost personally be okay with the dead bushes that didn't take to be removed and not replaced, because this is an industrial solar site. The few trees that were put in didn't make it any prettier. And honestly, I'm comfortable looking at the solar panels when I ride by in my bike or drive by in my car. The landscaping isn't going to hide them. So my appeal to my fellow board would be, maybe we could lighten up on the landscaping around it, because it was a brown field with some non-native grasses on it before this went in. So it's not like we had an expectation. Maybe others in the community would disagree, but to plant a tree which is going to die in an area which simply isn't hospitable to the trees, and having to feed it and put in pumps and land, to me that just doesn't make any sense. So I would suggest we try to back off on the landscaping. It'd be my personal suggestion. Maybe there's a a middle ground where we ensure that what's planting and thriving now stays alive, but we don't worry about the rest of it, would be my personal suggestion.
I don't have a problem with that.
You know, it seems like, you know, it's not like the trees were really doing much for you know, they're getting into my way of my view of the panels.
That's why they're there, because people didn't want to view the panels.
But they're gonna see them anyway. I mean,
You'll see
the
them
road
anyway.
is above.
Right.
It had, the landscaping that they installed, it's been very problematic.
It's
It just-
the soil
and-
isn't right, right?
And around, well, they installed native vegetation, I mean, vegetation that
It grew in that soil.
that, you know, junipers and
Sage.
rabbit bush and sage.
Sage takes 30 years to
Right.
take hold.
But around that, like between the bike trail and the pedestrian trail, and where they had to clear for the fence, it's really, really healthy sage.
It's what?
Very healthy sage, very healthy sage.
What's there?
What's there?
What's there, because it hasn't been touched for years and years and years.
Yeah.
So my recommendation
really
on
hard
that
to
would
grow.
be let's plant sage under the panels now, and in 40 years when it gets decommissioned, it'll be mature sage.
Okay, let's bring it back to reality here. We did promise the public, though, that we would do extensive landscaping.
Well, you weren't here when Greg
Oh.
suggested that we don't worry about the landscaping. And
That's
I'm
what I'm saying.
assuming you're headed
Well,
to releasing that
I
bond.
was gonna say, to maintain what is there and thriving now, but let's not try to replant where
Right.
the things keep dying.
And
Because it's
release
not
most of
making
that bond.
It's not making that big a difference, and then release the bond to I like the suggestion that it's a smaller amount in escrow to cover the things that are critical, but I think that it's not necessary to keep going in and trying to, you know,
To
fix
replant.
something that doesn't seem to take.
Well, we did the same thing at Elam, and we required them to come back in and replant. And they did better the second time around. And I think we had to, you know, it's part of our promise to the community that we would do extensive landscaping around there. That was part of our agreement. So,
I think it could be called extensive, what's there and working.
I guess I would like to hear from Brush Creek and.
Sure, we could open it up and ask people, but
OST.
I'd love to have that on the floor.
do we have anybody here? From
And
Well, I
then
don't mean
as-
like
and
right
as
now.
for-
I
as
mean,
for
we're
a
gonna
re-
rediscuss.
right. As for the
Like, is there something I'm missing here in the room?
Patty, as for the report, I'd just like to know what's the power, you know, what output are we getting off this thing? You said it's working at 98%. Is that 98% of 6 megawatts, or 98% of 5 megawatts?
Yeah, just to be clear, so we're 103% of what we promised to Holy Cross and to the county for that matter. We had loftier goals internally, and I was just sharing those. Yeah, we're hitting the full peak. It's a 5 megawatt AC, 6 megawatt DC plant. We're hitting the full peak in the summers every day. In the winters, I think we peak at around 4.5 megawatt, but the overall production from the site. The other thing that is at 103% forecasted. I mean, we're 20 days from the end of the year, so assuming we don't fall too far off that, we're producing as expected. We actually expect to do even a little bit better next year. The nice thing about the solar plant is the price of that power is locked, you know, for 25 years. So while most of us experience increases in our power bills, the solar beneficiaries will not. And so our job is ultimately we're mutually incentivized. You guys want the low cost power, and we want it to keep functioning as much of that as possible as well from a revenue perspective. So it is functioning as expected, and we had taken into account some down days, and we had less down days than essentially expected, and that's why we're doing pretty well.
If you could share some curves, I'd love to just see the production curve over a course of a year or even a day would be really fascinating. Thank you.
Yeah, so we have no problem sharing that. We also have real-time monitoring, so we could share a link to the board, or it's not considered Homeland Secure site. So some of the bigger sites, we can't share the data, but we can definitely share the data off the site.
Great.
I appreciate, you know, what you guys have done there. It's very, very cool.
Just send that stuff to Leslie.
Yeah,
and
we
we'll
need to do
get it.
more. Based on our
I
earlier
know Holy Cross
conversation
is trying to
today.
do more down valley and looking for sites, so.
Have you done a floating solar site?
I like it.
You're thinking about Rudai?
Yeah.
So I installed a floating, I was part of an installation crew that did a floating solar site in 2008. The technology for floating solar has come a long way since then, but I have not done one since then. So, I mean, the electrical code allows for it. As you know, docks and piers have power already. So yeah, if you have floating solar sites, that probably would not be Primergy. But we're happy, you know, happy to help, make recommendations, take a look. Yeah.
Thanks.
Anything else, Greg? You wanted
Yeah,
to talk
go
about?
on, Greg. That's it.
Don't let me get
I
started.
like this.
Seven
idea.
o'clock
That's it,
tonight.
Greg.
We need to get that ball rolling.
I just want to offer, Greg, I appreciate where you're going with the landscaping. I'm sure Adam does as well. I know, like, one of the entities that we work really hard with originally on this because of the Picken County open space that surrounds this property was Picken County Open Space and Trails. And I think the landscaping is important to them. So if you want to think about not requiring new landscaping to replace this stuff that has died, I would need to check in with Open Space and Trails on that first.
Yeah, I would have asked you to circle back with Howie Mallory, because he was the one who was our key, you know, commenter on the dead trees. So
Right.
it'd be worth checking in with him, but he's
Yeah.
also a financial guy, so he understands the situation.
John?
And this may be better for John Ely to weigh in on, but John, I assume since this was part of the original approval, it would have to come back into a public process to amend the original approval, and that's when you would get the feedback from the community, and maybe just something to think about.
Oh, my God,
I've
John
got another
Peacock.
20 minutes.
We're not done. We have other items after this, just so you know. I'm signing documents right now, so.
Sorry, John, you're
I thought
breaking
you
up
had
again.
to be somewhere.
Oh, sorry. The board can make a finding of the satisfaction of the condition that was imposed. That doesn't require a public process.
Okay, thank you.
All right. So, getting back to the task at hand, which is the item
Okay.
before us.
It's a land use public hearing.
Oh, it is? Leslie, is this a public hearing?
Yes.
Oh, okay, are there any members of the public in the room wishing to comment on this item? I do have to officially open it. Thank you, Kelly. And
No
there's
one
no one
online.
online?
Yeah, they missed the
Smart
best
people.
part.
So I wonder where the gentleman on Brush Creek, he must be busy tonight, or have his drapes closed.
So close to public.
I'm gonna bring this, I'm gonna close the public hearing, thank you, Kelly. I'm gonna bring it back to the board for further discussion and questions, or a motion.
I'll make a motion to approve the resolution granting 2022 annual review approval to the Aspen Consolidated Sanitation District Solar Project Special Review Use with the amendments as discussed related to the glaring financial instruments and the landscaping financial instruments.
Okay, and the board was supportive of allowing staff to review this unless it rose to the need of the board approval in the future for the annual reviews.
Right.
I just wanna make sure that's part of
Yeah.
it. I just wanna make sure the board's okay with that.
Yes, that is part of, I just want to be clear. I kind of read you the sentence I added about the financial security, and we'll work with Primergy on coming up with another tool that represents the value of the new trees and shrubs that are proposed.
Right.
Do you want me to pursue this no vegetation issue, or with Open Space and
Well, by
Trails and
then-
come
You
back to
floated with
you,
it.
or?
No, I don't. I think that was an agreement we made as part of the conditions of approval, and if we wanna change it, then we start all over again.
Okay.
Well, if we have to do public hearings and have all that, no. If we don't,
We don't
yes.
need
Well,
public
I
hearings
don't
if we
think
don't.
John said we did.
Sounds like we don't.
John said you do not.
We do not. I'd love to hear you float it with open space, because they may have an argument or a rationale that I haven't considered. So, if,
I can always bring this back to you. We can schedule it again with the update. And if you want to change it with the update, then we can do that. They're not going to install until the spring.
Okay.
Yeah.
Talk to Francie, she'll get you agenda time.
Is everybody okay with that?
that's fine. The easy
I'm
way.
happy to pursue it with open space and trails.
Yeah. That's
Okay.
fine.
So are we approving this now then, or?
Yes,
you-
As
we're
amended
moving
by
this forward, and
Kelly's
she can
proposal.
bring it back to us at any time during any point of the year.
Right,
Okay.
got it, right.
Okay.
And it will be a public hearing again, probably, to remind me.
So what is
so I
it
have
that
made a
we're
motion.
approving, that we're asking for an extension,
Made a
or
motion,
we're
got a
not?
second,
I
didn't
don't, what are we approving? Not in terms of the annual review, but in terms of the Primergy bonds and stuff.
Yeah, right now, you're giving staff the direction to work with Primergy to come up with an alternative financial security tool that reflects the new value of what they're proposing to install.
And the glare?
Oh, that was the second thing I needed to
Right.
clarify with you.
Yeah.
What do
Can we look into a local mechanic to fix it if it's a problem? That's the one thing, because I think the issue of glare off all the panels has been resolved. It's not a problem. It's only when something malfunctions and you get a row that goes offline, that's a mechanical situation that perhaps there's a fix that Primergy and Adam and you could come up with.
So that it's more
The
rapid
onus is
response.
Yeah, the onus will be on Primergy to find a local mechanic, and ultimately, I think, in order to satisfy the board, we'll have to make sure there's no more glare incidences, and if there is one, much quicker response time than 8 days.
Okay.
Right.
and
And the bond, the bond, I mean, the line of credit doesn't run out until December of 2023, so that gives them time to further test any response time or whatever with any glare issues that might come up. It's another
Right.
year.
Right. So I think what I'll plan to do is work with Adam and Todd on these two items and put it on your agenda in the next couple of months and come back to you with an update. And if this needs to be changed, we can change it.
Okay.
Okay.
Great, thank you.
The board
Thank
good
you,
with that?
Leslie.
And that is part of Kelly's approval?
Yes.
And did we have a second on that?
Sure.
Oh, I got a second. Perfect, thank you.
Yeah.
Greg?
I was just gonna say, yeah, I'm fine with it.
Okay, so I'm gonna call the question. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
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 Aye, and Adam, it was really good to have you here, and hopefully everyone will be happy.
When does Las Vegas come online? When's the big?
December 31st, 2023, or just slightly before, so.
We'll send Greg
Oh, yeah, I'll come out. I'll wear
to
sunglasses.
Vegas on New Year's Eve. Mhm.
Yeah, baby.
Yep, if anybody wants to join, just tell Leslie and she can make the,
Now you
let
have
me
to
know.
take him to Scotland.
Great, thank you.
Tell him
Yeah,
on that.
I think we're all coming.
Okay, next item on our agenda, moving us forward, is a continuance, I believe, of a resolution designating 2211 East Soapers Creek Road Historic Resources to the Pickett County Historic Register, granting incentives for designation, including a density bonus and GMQS exemption for additional residence and historic structure, one transfer of development rights, special review for an additional dwelling unit, and granting activity envelope and site plan review approval to John and Janie Bennett. This is being continued to January 25th, 2023. This is a public hearing. I'm going to open the public hearing at this time. Is there any members of the public wishing to comment? Do we have anyone online? I don't believe. Okay, I'm going to continue the public comment as part of this and bring it to the board for a motion to approve continuance to January 25th.
I'll make a motion to continue to January 25th, 2023.
Second.
Okay, I have a motion, I have a second. Thank you, Leslie. Thank you, Suzanne. I'll call the question. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
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 Motion passes. John Peacock, do you have any open discussion?
I wouldn't dare. I have no open discussion.
I want you guys to know I coached him through text messages. No, I didn't.
Blue would be really upset if you did.
I want to hear about the Messiah. We should all be going to that rehearsal.
What'd you do with Blue? Did you have to go pick him up?
He's at the house, so we'll see how that
No, my dog's
Okay, we're
been
done.
at the house.
I need a motion to
So
adjourn this
moved.
meeting, please. I have a
Second.
motion. I have a second.
Third.
All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Thank
Aye.
you, guys. Thank you very
Thank you
much.
all.
Good job today, Patty.
Thank you.